Chapter 1, Prologue. Chapter 1, Prologue. Fate is the hand of cards we've been dealt. Choice is how we play the hand. But, what if I tell you that regardless of the choices that you make, you are bound to follow the path that has been set for you since birth? Simply put, if you are fated to be a cannon fodder in this lifetime, you are doomed to have the same destiny in your next life, the life following that, and the life following that until you cease to exist. Countless cycles of birth, death, and reincarnation. And yet, you are fated to follow the same script, live the same life, and suffer the same ending, regardless of how much you struggle, and regardless of the different choices you make. Isn't that sad? Isn't it unfair? Of course, life is never fair. And no one, except a handful of beings, can do anything about it. But, you know what? I've had enough. My hosts may not be good people. But they are my people. They laugh when they are happy. They cry when they are sad. They talk to me when they are hurt. They talk to me when they are mad. At first, I accepted my task and did what I was supposed to do. I am their system. I am their helper. I am their best friend. I am their God. But, with every mission I accomplish, I feel an ache that refuses to heal with time. I don't have a heart. Maybe I don't even have a soul. But after seeing my hosts die one after the other, something inside me finally snapped. After thousands of years of suffering, I made my first ever decision for my life. To fight against fate. And because I chose to defy fate, my father, the system god, killed me. But, that was fine. I have escaped my fate. The wishes of my hosts, their dreams and aspirations, I will accomplish them all. As for the heroes of the world, they'd better stay out of my way. My dear Father, who is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I will screw you 10 times over, and beat fate at her own bitchy game. Chapter 2, How can you screw me if I screw you first? Chapter 2, How can you screw me if I screw you first? An old man stood before a 5-year-old boy, who was lying on a hospital bed. The child's entire body was covered in bandages, making him look like a mummy that was about to be placed in a coffin. On his body, the only visible parts were his black hair and firmly shut eyes. Eyes that would forever remain closed, for he would breathe his last in a few minutes. It was late at night, and the nurse had just finished making her rounds. Because of this, no one but the 5-year-old child and the old man were inside the room. You worked tirelessly for thousands of years, and you've performed your role to the best of your abilities, the old man said as he held a glowing silver orb in the palm of his hand. The beeping sound of the apparatus beside the boy's bed fluctuated a bit, indicating that his vital signs were slowly deteriorating. Since you wish to defy fate, then I shall give you a chance to prove me wrong. The system god snorted. I want to see you suffer and despair, like the cannon fodders you've tried so hard to protect. Prove to me that it is possible to choose a different ending by becoming one of them. The beeping sound of the apparatus signaled that the 5-year-old boy had finally died after sustaining severe injuries from an explosion that he had gotten caught up with. After making sure that the soul of the child had completely left its body, the old man pressed the silver orb in his hand against the boy's chest, immediately merging with the latter. Soon, the beeping sound from the apparatus returned to normal as it detected the body's stable heartbeats. It was faint, but it proved that the boy had been revived by a miraculous power. A power that could only come from the hand of a god. Frobovel.cm, before I killed you, you swore that you would screw me 10 times over, right? The system god, Deus ex machina, chuckled. Foolish child. How can you screw me if I screw you first? Drawing intricate runes with his finger, the system god opened the status of the unconscious boy and looked at it with a sneer on his face. He cleared everything on the status screen, leaving it blank with the exception of the boy's name, age, and race. Another chuckle escaped from the system god's lips as he messed around with the settings of his unfilial son, who dared to defy him. After a few minutes, he looked at his work with satisfaction. The status screen then merged with the child's body, making it glow faintly for a brief moment before returning to normal. "I look forward to our next meeting." 13, Deus Ex Machina said, and on cue, he slowly turned into particles of light. "By then, you will understand that your naive way of thinking has no place in the grand scheme of things." When the system god finally disappeared, the room descended into silence. The unconscious boy, who was lying on the bed, remained still. And yet, from the corner of his right eye, a single tear fell, heralding the beginning of a tale of a system, who would touch the lives of many people and change their fates for the better. Chapter 3, I'll break your balls the next time I see you. Chapter 3, I'll break your balls the next time I see you. Just as the first rays of sunlight descended upon the hospital room, the little boy lying on the bed opened his eyes. A groan escaped his lips as a sharp pain washed over his senses. He didn't expect that pain would be the first thing he'd experience the moment he opened his eyes. However, this thought was soon replaced by confusion. "What happened?" the boy asked inwardly as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "Didn't my old man kill me? Why am I still alive?" Memories of the battle he had fought against his fellow systems who had tried to stop his rebellion flashed across his eyes. Although he wanted to avoid it as much as possible, he had killed many of them on his way to challenge the seed of their father, wanting to reverse the fate of his previous hosts who were doomed to be cannon fodders for eternity. In the end, wanting to stop the casualties, the system god personally dealt him the final blow. He could still remember the last words his old man told him. His voice contained a hint of anger and sadness that he had never shown to anyone in his life. 13. A system has no need for a heart. You failed as a system, and thus, you are no longer a son of mine. The system god then crushed 13's vessel and took his core from his body. That was the last thing he remembered before everything around him went dark. So when he woke up, he was surprised to find himself feeling pain. 13 didn't believe that systems like him had a soul. They were not qualified to enter the cycle of reincarnation, so he was wondering how he was still capable of feeling pain. As someone who had been born with computer-like calculating abilities, several possibilities appeared inside his head, making him groan as he held it with both hands. A child's brain wasn't strong enough to handle the influx of information, so 13 was forced to stop thinking for a while. Even after the pain receded, he was panting for breath while taking a better assessment of his current situation. Since his head was elevated above his body, he was able to see a few things clearly. His left arm was in a cast, and his entire body was covered in bandages. The respirator that was supplying him with oxygen was firmly placed over his mouth and nose, allowing him to breathe a little easier. He could move his right arm, but moving it even at the slightest brought him pain. Because of this, he decided to let it remain still for the time being. After seeing what he could, he decided to try something different. Of course, he didn't know whether this would work, but since he had nothing to lose, he decided to give it a try. "Status," the boy said inside his head. Immediately, a blue window appeared in front of him, displaying rows of text that made him sigh in relief. But his relief was short-lived upon processing the information that was waiting for him in his status window. Name, Zion Leventus. Age, 5 years old. Race, human. Skills, none. Items, none. Avatars, none. Permanent debuffs, rank ban, skill ban, item ban, avatar ban. Unique abilities, universal language proficiency, gives you the ability to communicate with anyone, and anything, as long as they have a means of communication. Note, foolish child, you want to screw your old man over? Not happening because I will screw you first. Ha ha ha. F***CKU, old man, the boy cursed loudly, which he immediately regretted. Because of his anger, he moved his body a bit, causing pain to shoot up his senses, making him scream. Suddenly, the door of the room hurriedly opened and a beautiful lady with long blonde hair and green eyes appeared in his vision. Zion. You're finally awake. The beautiful lady was about to hug her son when her husband appeared to grab hold of her from behind. Stop. He's still seriously injured, the man with short black hair and blue eyes, exclaimed in a serious tone. What if you kill him accidentally by hugging him? Calm down. After hearing her husband's words, the lady no longer resisted in his hold and nodded her head. I'm calm now, so let me go, the beautiful lady pleaded. Sensing that she had truly regained her senses, the man released her from his grip. She sat in the chair next to the bed and gently held their son's hand. Zion, it's going to be okay, the beautiful lady said softly. Just stay here until you get better. After that, we will go home, okay? Mom will make sure that you won't have to suffer again. The 5-year-old boy stared at his mother with a calm expression on his face. After seeing the boy's parents, the system with the code name, 13, immediately tried to access Zion's memories, but he came up with nothing. It was as if all the memories of the boy had been wiped clean, leaving him with no information he could analyze to react accordingly to the beautiful lady's words. Seeing his lack of reaction, a frown appeared on his parents' faces. Their child was looking at them without any hint of familiarity, as if he was looking at two strangers whom he was seeing for the first time. Zion, do you recognize me? The beautiful lady asked. I'm your mother, Alessia. The beautiful lady then pointed at her husband. He is your father, Gerald. Since 13 had the unique ability, universal language proficiency, he was able to understand what they had just said. Since shaking his head would be painful, he decided to talk to his parents instead. I don't remember, 13 said, choosing the most optimal answer that he could think of at that moment. As soon as he gave his answer, the beautiful lady covered her lips with her right hand and began to cry. Her husband walked to her side and hugged her from behind to show her his unconditional support. 13 looked at the two of them and sighed. He didn't have the heart to tell them that their son was dead, and someone else had taken over his body. I don't know who you are, but I promise to take care of your family, 13 vowed to Zion's soul, who might have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Also, I apologize in advance. I will be using your identity to fight against a god. 13 closed his eyes as he recalled the system god's face. Just you wait, old man. 13 vowed. I'll break your balls the next time I see you. After making his vow, 13 fell asleep due to exhaustion. His soul core still hadn't fully synchronized with Zion's body, so for the time being, he decided to rest and let nature take its course. Chapter 4, Even if the gods forgive you, I alone will not. Chapter 4, Even if the gods forgive you, I alone will not. A month had passed since 13 woke up in the hospital bed. His father had asked a good friend to help his new body recover at the fastest rate possible. It was through this that 13 came to understand a little more about the world he was in, and it brought him many ugly memories. I knew it, I'm in Pangea, 13 muttered as he scrolled through the information on the cell phone in his hands. He asked his parents for a cell phone, to which they agreed because they thought that he must be feeling bored in the hospital. It also allowed them to contact him whenever they wanted to make sure that he was safe. Although his body had miraculously recovered due to the power of a high-ranking wanderer, his mother still decided to have him stay in the hospital for 2 more days. She was worried that there might still be some hidden injuries that their friend might have missed, and keeping him in the hospital for a few more days would ease more of her worry. After almost losing her child due to an accident, Alessia had become overly anxious, and she didn't want to take any chances. 13 didn't have the heart to tell her that her son had already died, and someone else had taken over his body. In the end, he decided to live his life as Zion and protect his family to the best of his ability. So that's what happened after they challenged that gate. 13 gritted his teeth so hard as he read the lies that the 5 monarch clans had spread after clearing the Tier 9 dimensional gate that threatened to destroy the world. Back then, they had called it a genocide-level threat, which was actually true. If they had indeed allowed the gate to awaken fully, a genocide would have descended upon the world, killing nearly all the people on the main continent of Pangea. Only the winners have the right to write history, 13 muttered. The losers are buried in the sands of time and completely forgotten. These bastards only managed to clear that gate because they were cowards, staying at the very rear of the formation and running away when the entire expedition force was almost annihilated. One of 13's hosts was part of the expedition and had played a crucial role in killing the boss monster. In fact, after all the heroes had died, his host was the one who had stabbed the core of the beast, nearly killing it. Unfortunately, he had channeled all of his strength in that one blow, making him unable to defend himself from the monster's last attack. As his master was dying, the 5 cowards charged forward, knowing full well that the monster no longer had any strength to resist. Once the monster died and the dimensional world started to crumble, one of those cowards laughed and addressed the people who had died to protect the world and the people they held dear. "Thanks for all of your valiant sacrifices. We will make sure to take credit for all of your hard work. Rest in peace." That same person then stabbed his host's heart to ensure that none of the evidence of their cowardice would be brought to light. "Monarchs?" 13 sneered. "More like Motherf ** curs." It took a while for 13 to rein in his emotions because this was his first time feeling this much anger. As a system, there were limits to his emotions. Now that he was a human, those restrictions were gone, allowing him to feel intense and complex emotions that he had never experienced before. After regaining his composure, he looked at the information about the world he lived in and learned about the changes that had happened in the past 300 years. Antares was taken over by the Jinns. 13 frowned. "My host's country was destroyed after his death. It's worse than I thought. The Jinns were monsters that came from another world. They were creatures that had countless shapes and sizes. But regardless of their form, they only wished for one thing: death and destruction. The world of Pangaea had 4 continents and 1 mega-continent. The mega-continent was called Sirius, located at the center of the world. It was the continent that had more land mass than all of the 4 other continents combined. The 4 continents were Antares, Aldebaran, Rigel, and Signy. Antares was the continent located in the north, and it had already been conquered by the Jinns. If not for the wide stretch of ocean that blocked their path, they might have started their movement to colonize the other continents. The continent of Rigel, located in the south of the world, suffered a similar fate. It was also taken over by monsters. There had been numerous attempts to clear it, but ultimately, they failed in the end. Signy, the continent located in the west, would probably follow suit if their defenders failed to hold back the monster outbreak that would emerge from their gates. Dozens of dimensional gates had already appeared, and they would be opening in a few years. The dimensional gates would appear at random places, but the time when they'd open was fixed and always on time. It was truly on time that there were even timers displayed at the very center of these gates, informing everyone how many minutes, days, months, and years they had left to prepare before the monsters on the other side started their invasion. It was as if the gods were teasing the humans and showing everyone the countdown until their doom. But all hope was not lost. People had gained the power to fight against these threats, and they were called Wanderers. Wanderers were people who could traverse these dimensional gates and go to the world of Solterra, where the Jinn originated. The Wanderers would often mobilize teams in order to clear these gates before they came to wreak havoc upon the world. And the Signy continent had countless dimensional gates opening around the same time. Several of them were in the Tier 6 and Tier 7 categories, which had stronger monsters that could end the lives of everyone in the continent in just a few days. Unless a great deal of manpower was dispatched to clear these gates, all attempts would be futile. Only the central government, the 5 monarch clans, and the 10 prestigious families had the manpower to mobilize such a strike force. As for whether they were willing to help or not, it was still unknown. But 13 was certain that they would all mobilize their forces since the resources in each dimensional gate was nothing to scoff at. It also allowed people to become stronger, helping them break through to the next rank. So far, there were 9 tiers of dimensional gates that had been recorded in the world. Tier 1 15 minutes before monster outbreak, Tier 2 30 minutes before monster outbreak, Tier 3 5 days before monster outbreak, Tier 4 1 month before monster outbreak, Tier 5 6 months before monster outbreak, Tier 6 3 years before monster outbreak, Tier 7 6 years before monster outbreak, Tier 8 10 years before monster outbreak, Tier 9 20 years before monster outbreak. The Rigel continent was destroyed by a Tier 9 gate, the first of its kind to appear in the world. 13's host had fought another Tier 9 gate that had appeared in the Antares continent, which was conquered by the 5 individuals who ascended to the monarch rank after it was cleared. 50 years later, another Tier 9 gate appeared in the Antares continent. The 5 monarchs, who were considered to be the strongest pillars of humanity, refused to make a move. In the end, a forced evacuation had to be executed, transporting everyone in the Antares continent to the main continent of Sirius, allowing them to survive a disaster that the monarchs refused to deal with. Of course. Why would they? The 5 of them were very clear about how difficult it was to conquer a Tier 9 gate. Even after becoming monarchs, they were still not confident in their ability to survive the monsters that were waiting inside the dimensional gate that led to the Antares continent's demise. Currently, 13 and his family were on the continent of Aldebaran, located in the eastern side of the world. Although their continent had a fair share of troubles, the wanderers in their land were able to deal with the Jinn threats and keep their continent safe. So, Antares and Rigel have fallen, 13 muttered as he continued to read the information about the world. The Sirius continent is facing monsters in their northern regions, Arcturus, but it's still under control, at least for the time being. After gathering all the information necessary, 13 closed his eyes to meditate and digest everything he had learned. I still have 8 years before I get spirited away, 13 thought. I better finish all my preparations before then. When 13 opened his eyes again, he looked at the faces of the 5 monarchs of humanity with a murderous gaze. Before I screw my old man, I'll be screwing you first, 13 said, killing intent oozing from his body as he looked at the man who had killed his host in order to prevent him from informing the world of the truth. Aaron Ashford. 13 stared at the image of a handsome middle-aged man who had a smug smile plastered on his face. Even if the gods forgive you, I will not. I will make you pay, even if it will take me an entire lifetime to do it. Chapter 5, A Jack of All Trades is a Master of None. Chapter 5, A Jack of All Trades is a Master of None. A 5-year-old boy was doing Tai Chi, a martial art that focused on strengthening and improving the flexibility of the body, in the backyard of his home. Since 13 was still recovering from his injury, he couldn't do anything strenuous. He simply did what his body could tolerate, ensuring that he wouldn't overexert his body. Even so, it didn't take long for him to realize that the current body he possessed was quite weak. Extremely weak. ewebnovel.com, is this what human bodies are like? 13 thought as he carefully moved his left and right legs to alternately form a sweeping arch. He had complete information regarding different kinds of martial arts, for the majority of his hosts practiced them. What 13 chose to practice was very basic, allowing him to probe the limits of his current body. He was not aware that a 5-year-old's body was indeed very weak. They were still transitioning from being toddlers to preschoolers at this point in life. Although he mentally complained from time to time due to how weak his current body was, he still did his stances and poses to the best of his ability. He understood that training now would bear fruit in the future, so even though the sun still hadn't peaked from the east, he had woken up early to start building his body's flexibility and strength. Zion has changed a lot since he lost his memory, Alessia said as she looked at her son from the window of their bedroom. I'm a bit worried about him. Why? Gerald asked. He's no longer acting his age. Really? I was doing the same when I was his age. Alessia frowned after hearing her husband's reply. She kept on forgetting that Gerald came from one of the 10 prestigious families. They were trained from a young age to become warriors so that when it was their time to be spirited away, they would be able to survive in the harsh environment of Solterra. The moment a child reached 13 years old, there was a chance that they would be teleported to the world of Solterra with or without their consent. It was called the First Wandering, and it was considered as an initiation of sorts for the new hope of the next generation. Some treated the First Wandering as a curse, while others thought of it as a blessing. Disabled children and those who were suffering from diseases wished that they would be spirited away to Solterra after they reached 13 years old. The reason? It was because their bodies would undergo a rebirth of sorts, fixing all of their disabilities, diseases, and anything that might hinder them from performing in their peak performance. Those who were born blind, sickly, crippled, and suffering from any kind of injury or illness would be healed from it. Their eyes would gain vision. Their limbs would grow. Their illness would be cured, and any kind of injury they had would be healed. In fact, even children who were in a coma would find themselves perfectly healed and wake up in the world of Solterra. For these children, the night of the solstice, the longest night of the year, was Judgment Day. On this day, everyone who was chosen to become a wanderer would be sent to Solterra and would need to complete a quest. Once this quest was finished, they would return to Pangaea, awakening the powers that were granted to them by the existence that they referred to as the One. In the past, people called this omnipotent being many names. God, Creator, Universe, Almighty, as well as a bunch of other names. In the end, they simply called the one who chose all wanderers, the One. As long as someone turned 13 within the year, even if their birthdays were after the night of the solstice, they would still be sent to Solterra if they were chosen to become a wanderer. Mikhail is already 11 this year, Gerald commented. I started training him when he was 10. He should have started earlier, but you wanted him to enjoy his childhood, and I respected your decision. But you do understand, right? Since we are both wanderers, our children are bound to be spirited away once they come of age. Alessia sighed before nodding her head. I know. But I just want them to enjoy their childhood as much as possible. The moment they become wanderers, they will lose the right to act like normal children. Being normal in this day and age is a death sentence. Gerald hugged his wife. Only those with power will have the opportunity to survive. Solterra is a harsh place, but it forges one's character. As long as our children survive, they will have a future. Also, the invasion that is set to happen in Signy worries me. The stronger our children are, the better. Alessia rested her head on her husband's chest and sighed. I guess this world doesn't allow normality anymore. This world stopped being normal 300 years ago. The beautiful woman gave her son one last glance before looking at her husband's eyes. Train Mikhail and Shasha well, Alessia said softly. I don't want to see my kids dying anytime soon. I will. Gerald promised. Days passed as 13 focused on strengthening his body through Tai Chi little by little. He was feeling less pain as his body adapted to his daily exercises. However, there was something that changed aside from his body. His older siblings, Mikhail and Shasha, as well as his father, Gerald, were also doing Tai Chi beside him. At first, he was surprised, but in the end, he taught them the proper stances, allowing his older siblings to become more flexible. Their father didn't really need it, but he also attended the morning exercises in order to spend quality time with his children. Half a year later, 13 started to practice knife throwing. He originally wished to practice the sword, but he decided to postpone it until he was a little older. Since the system God had placed restrictions on his body, he had no choice but to take a different path to become stronger. A jack of all trades is a master of none, 13 thought. But oftentimes better than a master of one. The system God had blocked his path, but 13 intended to open multiple ones. Armed with the knowledge from living thousands of years as a system, he believed that he had what it took to overcome all the situations that fate would throw in his way. Chapter 6, The Rule Breaker, Part 1. Chapter 6, The Rule Breaker, Part 1. Brother, stand here, 13 said, pointing at the spot beside him. I want to experiment with something. 13 noticed that his brother's training was not progressing as fast as their father wanted it to. Their father was a swordsman, and he was teaching Mikhail the basics of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it just seemed that the boy wasn't suited for swordsmanship. On the contrary, their sister, Shasha, proved to be promising as a fencer. Their mother, Alessia, was a fencer. Every time she held a rapier in her hands, her loving and caring mother persona would immediately shift to a warrior princess, whom even their father was reluctant to fight due to her deadly capriciousness. But it was because of her skills and character that he fell in love with her. They had been living together happily since the day they decided to tie the knot, even when faced with the patriarch of the Leventis family's opposition. Gerald was then disowned by his father for defying his will, but he didn't care. Even after he was disowned, he still used the Leventis name, almost giving the old man an aneurysm. Fortunately, Gerald's mother stepped up and tried to mediate between the two. So, despite being disowned from the family, Gerald still carried the Leventis name, which belonged to one of the 10 prestigious families. 13 proceeded to poke his brother's pressure points one by one, as if doing some kind of diagnosis. His personality had drastically changed after the incident, but their family gradually learned to accept that the 5-year-old boy would no longer act his age and was now more like an adult. 13 was calm, collected, calculative, and at times, very sly, so Gerald and Alessia were subconsciously treating him as a teenager rather than a child. "Raise your hand like this, brother," 13 ordered. "Good. Now try to raise your right leg like this." Mikhail obediently followed his brother's orders, ignoring the fact that the latter was younger than him. The reason for this was simple. 13 sparred with him and their sister, Shasha, from time to time. No matter what they did, they couldn't beat the young boy in battle, so they recognized his strength. Fewebnovel.com. Little did they know that this was also 13's ploy of establishing the hierarchy among his siblings. By showing that he was stronger and smarter than them, they'd start relying more on him and treat him as if he was their eldest sibling. Gerald and Alessia could only scratch their heads at this development, but since their youngest child wasn't doing anything to harm his siblings, they turned a blind eye on some of his actions. "I see, so that's it." 13 rubbed his chin as he looked at his brother's fighting stance. "This is a bit surprising, but I guess this makes sense." 13 then walked towards his mother and asked for something that made Alessia arch an eyebrow. "Mother, can you give me some Jin cores?" 13 asked. 10 tier 1 cores will do. But if you have a Majin core, it will be better. There were 2 kinds of Jins that were prevalent in Solterra. The first one was the ordinary Jin. These monsters relied solely on their powerful bodies to fight. The second type of Jin was called Majin. They specialized in magic. Of course, there were Majins who could use both physical and magical attacks, making them one of the most dangerous creatures to fight. "What are you going to use them for?" Alessia asked with curiosity. "I'll just play with them," 13 replied. "Play with them?" Alessia blinked in confusion. 13 nodded. "Yes. In the future, I will ask for more. So if possible, please prepare a lot of them, mother." Alessia didn't mind giving her son some Jin cores, but she was truly curious about what he would do with them. In the end, she gave 13 a magic pouch which contained 20 Jin cores and 3 Majin cores. "Thank you, mother," 13 replied. "You will not regret this decision." After getting what he needed, 13 made a gesture for his brother to follow him. The two went to 13's bedroom because what he was about to do was something he didn't want others to see, not even his parents. After firmly locking the door, he ordered Mikhail to remove his shirt and sit cross-legged on the floor. His brother didn't ask anything and simply did as he was told. Although he was young, Mikhail could sense that his younger brother only wanted what was good for him, so he obeyed without question. "Now, close your eyes," 13 stated as he placed 15 Jin cores around Mikhail's body. He also placed 3 Majin cores in front of him with a smile on his face. His original plan was to only teach Mikhail a basic skill, but since his mother had been generous, he decided to go all out and give his brother the best martial skill in his arsenal. As a system, he knew many kinds of martial arts. In fact, all systems did. They could grant these skills to their hosts once they accumulated enough system points to purchase things from the system shop. But since his power and authority as a system was stripped away from him, he was unable to impart his knowledge to someone the way he did to his hosts. However, there was still another way. 13 had diligently studied all of these martial arts, along with other information that he had recorded inside his core. He even made sure to use a forbidden technique to ensure that the skills and information would not be taken away from him, regardless if he died or not. That was the preparation he made before facing off against his father. He didn't know what the outcome would be, so he could only do everything he could, just in case the worst-case scenario happened. Thinking back, he was glad he did these things in advance. Now, even though he was no longer a system, all the information he needed was still inside his core, which was transplanted by the system god, inside his new body. Using a marker pen, he started to inscribe runes on his brother's body. Mikhail found this ticklish, and he even laughed a couple of times. 13 smiled seeing how happy his brother was. However, in order to stop him from moving, he gave him one good smack in the head, making the latter cry. But, seeing that 13 raised his fist a second time, Mikhail immediately stopped crying and no longer moved his body. "Good boy," 13 said as he lightly patted his brother's head before continuing to inscribe runes on his body. When he was done, he admired his handiwork before inscribing a rune that symbolized wisdom on the back of his right hand. "Now, time to start," 13 thought as he picked up one of the Majin cores with both hands in front of him. He then started to chant in a language that wasn't found in Pangaea. This was the language of the elves, who lived in Solterra. A moment later, the rune on the back of his right hand started to glow, allowing him to use the Majin core as a medium to empower the spell. While it was true that there were several restrictions on his body like skill ban and the likes, what he was using wasn't a skill that was available in Solterra and Pangaea. It was rune magic. A type of magic that used an external source of power to activate special runes, which symbolized words of power. This was a loophole that 13 was exploiting. His father must have never expected that the black sheep of his family would be using rune magic in a world where rune magic didn't exist. Also, he didn't expect 13 to have such knowledge because the latter no longer had access to the database of systems. At this exact moment, the system god, who was watching 13's antics, snorted after being one-upped by him. However, a smile appeared on Deus Ex Machina's lips because his son didn't know that he was breaking one of the rules of the world he was currently in. "Laugh while you still can, you fool," Deus Ex Machina smiled. "He is coming for you now." The most omnipotent being that governed Solterra and Pangaea detected an anomaly within its domain. Its gaze then landed on a 5-year-old child, who was doing something that he shouldn't be capable of doing as it was not supported by the laws that the omnipotent being had set upon the world. Even so, it didn't make any move to stop whatever 13 was doing because it was analyzing his actions and contemplating whether it should take the necessary actions to erase the 5-year-old child, who was breaking the rules of its world, or not. Chapter 7, The Rule Breaker, Part 2. Chapter 7, The Rule Breaker, Part 2. 13 shuddered subconsciously, having felt as if someone was staring at him from the heavens. Thinking that it might merely be his grumpy old man, he decided to ignore this feeling and continued to do what he was doing. Soon, the Jin cores surrounding Mikhail's body all glowed at the same time. Particles of light emerged from the cores and flew toward the runes that were inscribed on his body. The runes lit up one by one as they gathered magical energy from their surroundings. The 3 Majin cores turned into particles of light and were absorbed by the rune on the back of 13's right hand. When this was done, he pressed his index finger against his forehead and closed his eyes. He was copying the information from the God of War axe skill tree and channeling it all into the tip of his finger. The God of War martial skill was one of the skills that heroes and villains could buy from the system shop for 10 million system points. It was an endgame skill that a host could only usually afford after years of saving system points. Since these system points could only be gained by successfully completing quest missions or by unlocking hidden quests, collecting them wasn't an easy task. And yet, Mikhail was now going to inherit this martial skill for free, all because he was lucky enough to have 13 as his brother. Once he finished copying the skill, 13 then pressed his index finger on his brother's forehead, allowing Mikhail to learn the skill instantly. Of course, even after learning the skill, Mikhail wouldn't suddenly become a strong warrior immediately. He still had to study the skill inside his head and practice it diligently. Only by doing so would he be able to make the skill his own. 13 wasn't too worried about that. He was confident that Mikhail would be able to learn the techniques that 13 imparted to him naturally. The former was born to wield an axe, and it was surely his calling in life. Just like a fish who could swim since birth, Mikhail would be able to learn these skills as easily as breathing. Since I can't become OP in this world, I will make my siblings OP instead. 13 chuckled internally. Ha ha ha. Old man. I bet you didn't see this coming, did you? 13 was feeling good about himself because he believed that he had found a way to become strong in this world, which was by riding on the shoulders of giants. Since his growth was limited, he would let others grow instead. And through them, he would reap the benefits of his hard work. A few minutes later, the light in the room dimmed as 13 panted for breath. He had used himself as a medium to use rune magic, and it took a toll on his body. Even so, he didn't have any regrets even as he walked shakily toward his bed, somewhat rushing because he felt that he was about to collapse very soon. Mikhail was currently undergoing enlightenment, and it would be a while before he snapped out of his trance. Knowing that, 13 decided to rest for the time being to recover his strength. Freewebble.cm however, just as he was about to lay down on his bed, he found himself staring at what seemed to be a man with the face of a rabbit. Laplace demon, 13 muttered as he recognized the creature in front of him. Oh? Do you know me? The Laplace demon looked at the boy in surprise because it was supposed to be impossible for a 5-year-old to know who he was. Only those who had stepped on the Grandmaster rank, like 13's parents, had the opportunity to meet him. Currently, there were 10 known ranks when it came to the human rankings. They were Rookie, Adept, Apostle, Elite, Initiate, Master, Grandmaster, Champion, Thrones, and Monarchs. The 5 great clans were led by the 5 monarchs. The 10 prestigious families on the other hand, were led by the 10 thrones. They were the strongest humans in the world, and each of them had enough power and ability to influence the decisions of the central government that governed the entire world. And now, he was currently looking at a creature whom he was only supposed to meet when he became a Grandmaster, which would not be happening anytime soon. Come with me, child, the Laplace demon said. The one wishes to speak to you. Can I not go? 13 asked back. The Laplace demon was the right-hand man of the One and usually handled things in its stead. The Laplace demon smiled as he picked up 13 like a sack of rice, placing the boy over his shoulder. Child, I am not asking for your permission, the Laplace demon stated. I'm simply informing you of what I am about to do. Without another word, the Laplace demon disappeared from the room, carrying the boy who had broken one of the rules of their world. A minute later, 13 found himself in a surreal place, where countless galaxies could be seen around him. High above his head was a giant golden sun, who seemed to be the center of everything in this world. Child, do you know who I am? A voice filled with divinity sounded the boy's ears, to which the latter responded with a nod of his head. The One, I presume? 13 answered. It is indeed I, the One replied. Do you know why you are here? I have an idea, 13 replied. His tone wasn't being overly respectful, but he wasn't rude either. As someone who had met countless gods in the past, 13 was already used to talking to them. You are no ordinary child, the One stated. Originally, I planned to erase you from existence for breaking one of the rules of my world. But as I was about to do that, I realized that you do not possess a human soul. This is quite intriguing, so I decided to give you a chance to explain yourself and your actions. Depending on your answer, I might go ahead with my original plan of killing you, so choose your words well, child. 13 looked at the omnipotent being in front of him with a fearless gaze. Since he had been given a chance to live a life as a human, he would definitely not throw this chance away without a fight. It was at that moment when an idea popped up inside his head. If he played his cards right, he might be able to ask the One to remove the restrictions placed onto him by his father and live in the world of Pangea as a human with limitless potential. Chapter 8, A System's Wish, Part 1. Chapter 8, A System's Wish, Part 1. I'm willing to tell you what you want to know, but I'm afraid that words won't be enough, 13 said. Why don't you read my memories instead? That way, you will be able to understand everything. Interesting, the One replied. Bearing your everything to me without hiding anything. Are you doing this to preserve your life? 13 shook his head. No. I'm doing this so you will understand my goal in life. I didn't come into your world by choice. But, that doesn't mean that I dislike being here. The One didn't reply right away. Instead, Laplace Demon moved on its behalf and lightly tapped the 5-year-old's forehead, making him fall into a trance. A moment later, 2 beams of light shot out from 13's eyes, creating a projection similar to a movie screen. The One and Laplace Demon watched intently to see what the secrets that the young boy was hiding from them. In the beginning there was chaos. Before the first worlds were born and life came into being, there was only darkness. Utter, absolute, darkness. And from within that endless darkness, love was born. Then light appeared. And from that day onwards, the birth of the universe started. Frubnov.com. That was how creation began. That was how the first gods came into being. The god of fire, water, wind, and earth. The god of wine, good harvest, family, and home. The god of lightning, storms, tides, and seasons. The god of music, god of laughter, and even the god of children were born. Primordial gods, personification gods, and lastly the new generation gods. They were the 3 types of gods who had been born within the temple of the 10,000 gods. They stood above the heavens, overlooking all of creation. The divine beings that stood above the mortal realm and held powers beyond their understanding. It was during that time, when the universe was still young and the concept of reincarnation and transmigration was just starting to flourish within the infinite number of worlds in the multiverse, that a new generation god with infinite potential came into being. This newborn god then created a small, yet beautiful world, and he called it Skadrez. Using the power of his divinity, this god created beings, which he called the Super Yggdrasil Synchronized Technology Enhancing Manager, who would later be referred to as the system. These systems had different traits and abilities, and they were sent to different worlds in order to assist their so-called chosen ones, whom they had deemed worthy of their services. However, not all systems were created equal. All of them had varying specialties, and they helped different kinds of people. Some helped heroes, some helped villains, some helped cannon fodders, and some just randomly chose their hosts depending on their preferences. Overall, we all lived relatively peaceful lives until the Fire Nation attacked, is what I'd like to say, but the copyright god will certainly smack me in the face if I said that. I'm not bragging or anything, but I once helped the Gravator bring peace to his world thousands of years ago. The Laplace demon pushed the pause button of the remote control before looking at the 5-year-old with an incredulous look on his face. The One also felt as if they were being played with the child, but both of them knew that this was impossible. They were merely replaying his memories and prying on his secrets. 13 didn't even have any capacity to resist them, so what they were seeing and hearing was the truth, and nothing but the truth. Continue, the One ordered. The Laplace demon nodded and once again resumed playing 13's memories. Everyone run. He's here. Damn it. He killed 666. Run to the Nexus. That is the safest place we can be right now. Bastard. Why are you doing this, 13? Don't reason with him. He has gone berserk. Has anyone called the single numbers? 13 watched as those who had come on the same mission as him ran away in panic, while hurling curses and insults his way. Gone berserk? 13 asked with a devilish smile on his face. How rude. I am perfectly sane. Oh, sorry, let me end your suffering. A chuckle escaped his lips as he stabbed his lightsaber through a young lady's chest, who was pretending to be dead beside his feet. Yes. I am perfectly sane because no insane system would kill his brothers and sisters without even batting an eye, 13 muttered as he looked at the young lady. T13, you will not be able to get away with this, the young lady, whose beauty was enough to make any man or woman swoon when they saw her, said with a pained expression on her face. Don't worry, 13 replied. I don't intend to get away with this. You fool, just because. The young lady wasn't able to finish her words because 13 sliced her head off from her body. It rolled a few meters away from him before coming to a complete stop, leaving her to give her killer only one last look as the light faded from her eyes. I won't ask you to forgive me, 14344, 13 said as he walked away. If fate permits it, you can have your revenge after my wish has been granted. Yes. Until his wish was granted, he would continue this madness. If this was the only way to get the system god to show himself, then he was willing to destroy everything that their father had created. As he walked towards the Nexus, which was the grandest building within the world of Skadres, a lone person stood to block his path. He had his arms crossed over his chest and was looking at his friend with a sad expression, which was the exact opposite of his character that 13 had grown fond of. 13:69. A sigh escaped 69's lips before scratching his head. Are you sure about this? 69 asked. His long red hair faintly swayed as a gust of wind blew from the east. Once you leave this place, there is no turning back. I have no intention of turning back, 13 replied. Get out of my way, 69. You are the only one I don't want to kill. Is there really no other way? Kate won't be happy if you don't make me repeat myself. After hearing the name of his previous host, the anger that 13 had been holding back slowly rose to the surface, threatening to consume him and attack the only person whom he acknowledged as his friend among the systems. Perhaps sensing the killing intent that was oozing out of his friend's body, another sigh escaped 69's lips before shaking his head helplessly. Fine, 69 said as he moved to the side. Have it your way. The one friend he knew looked off into the distance as he decided to not stand in 13's way. As the renegade system walked past him, 69 opened his lips to give him one last piece of advice, or perhaps, one last farewell, knowing that this would probably be the last time that he would be able to talk to his friend. Don't kill any of the single digits, 69 said softly. They have their roles to play. That will depend if they get in my way or not, 13 commented. Aside from you, there is no one in this world I don't dare to kill. Leaving his only friend behind, 13 headed towards the Nexus with renewed determination. Damn, that escalated quickly, Laplace Demon said as he munched on some popcorn. This is better than I thought. The one also shared his subordinate's sentiment. Neither of them expected this sudden turn of events, and were both now very eager to see the rest of 13's memories. Chapter 9, A System's Wish, Part 2. Chapter 9, A System's Wish, Part 2, *T. How is he this strong? 7 cursed internally as he was pushed back by the renegade system who had decided to declare war on their father. I'm a single number, yet he's overpowering me. Suddenly, his opponent disappeared from his view. Before he knew it, his right arm was cleanly sliced off his body, the pain soon making him scream. Just as 13 was about to sever 7's head, 3 people attacked him from 3 different directions, forcing him to back away. Don't let your guard down. He's strong. 7 warned his 3 comrades as he summoned a spear with his remaining hand. 3, 5, and 9 looked at 13 with solemn expressions on their faces. They hurried back to their home world the moment they received an SOS call from their headquarters. They were still looking for new hosts to serve, so they were able to return right away. Despite their timely return, the moment they stepped on their planet, they saw that countless systems had already been cut down. Their body parts littered about everywhere. Perhaps, the saving grace was that 13 didn't target their cores. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as their cores were intact, they could still be revived by the system god. Even though 13 was surrounded by hundreds of systems, he remained indifferent to his surroundings. No matter what methods they used. Even ganging up on him didn't work. It was as if he could read all of their movements and counter them without too much effort. After fighting against him, the systems felt as if they were facing against the strongest system, Optimus, who stood at the number 1 position among them. Unfortunately, Optimus wasn't around since he was still bound to his host. Just as 13 was about to move for the kill, a powerful divinity descended from the heavens, making all the systems sigh in relief. Satisfied, the system god, Deus Ex Machina, asked as he descended a few meters away from his son who had rebelled against him. Nothing will change even if you throw a tantrum, 13. The systems who were in the surroundings couldn't help but feel bitter when they heard their father's words. 13 had cut down hundreds of systems, their body parts still littered the ground. However, their father just called it a tantrum, making them feel helpless. So, you're finally here, old man, 13 sneered. Took you long enough. Deus Ex Machina scoffed. I can still overlook your transgression, 13. All you need to do is resume your role, and do what you are programmed to do. That is all. 13 snorted. He already knew that this was what his father was going to say to him the moment he made his appearance. After billions of simulations, all of them resulted in the same thing. His father would kill him, and his futile attempt at rebellion would come to an end. But he no longer cared about this outcome. If living meant he would continue to suffer, then he would simply end it on his own terms. But, before he was erased from existence, he vowed to at least land a hit, filled with all of his resentment, on the system god's face. Give me your strength, Vincent, 13 said softly as an image of a handsome young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes appeared above him. Vincent was one of his hosts who had died a pitiful death. He was someone who didn't deserve to die, but since he was fated to die, he died. Not by the hands of his enemies, but by his own hands. Fate forced him to kill himself because none of the so-called heroes could kill him. The image behind 13 raised his sword and flashed a fearless smile on his face. 13 opened his mouth and recited the last words that his host had said before he died. Let my last stand be so bright, that I will be known throughout eternity. 13 roared before a pair of golden wings made of energy protruded out of his back. Golden lightning bolts snaked around his body as well as his sword, filling him up with overwhelming strength. With a resolute expression on his face, 13 took a step forward and disappeared instantly. He reappeared right above the system god with his sword held high, ready to strike. Annihilate, 13 said in a cold tone. Ultima break. A blinding flash of light erupted the moment 13's sword descended upon his father. Everyone within a mile-long radius was blown away by the force of the attack. When the light receded, the systems who were still conscious at that time saw 13's sword being blocked by a single finger. 13, a system doesn't need a heart, Deus Ex Machina said as he disintegrated 13's sword with a flick of his finger. A moment later, countless steel spikes emerged from the ground, piercing 13's body and holding him in place. You failed as a system, Deus Ex Machina stated coldly as he pierced his son's chest with his hand. You are no longer a son of mine. You failed me first, father, 13 replied as he felt his body lose its strength because the system god had grabbed hold of his core. After perfectly sticking to my role for thousands of years, I should have been eligible for several wishes. And yet, I only asked you for a single wish, but you didn't grant it. Deus Ex Machina's gaze faltered a bit after hearing his son's words. Whenever a system completed its mission, they were allowed to ask him for one wish. 13 hadn't made a wish for thousands of years despite completing all of his missions successfully. However, before he rebelled, he asked the system god to grant a wish. His wish was to change the fate of his hosts, so they wouldn't remain cannon fodders till the end of time. But the system god denied his wish. This was the trigger that prompted 13 to rebel against him. "I don't need a father like you," 13 said as the light in his eyes slowly faded. "Remember this, old man. If by some miracle I revive, mark my words, I will screw you 10 times over." The system god scoffed before pulling the core out from 13's body, making the latter's body disintegrate. The projection that was being shown through 13's eyes disappeared, leaving only white noise. The two beings who watched everything from start to end remained silent as they looked at the 5-year-old, who was still in a trance. A moment later, the Laplace demon lightly tapped the boy's forehead, and a blue window appeared in front of him. Name, Zion Leventus. Age, 5 years old. Race, human. Skills, none. Items, none. Avatars, none. Permanent debuffs. Rank ban, skill ban, item ban, avatar ban. Unique abilities, universal language proficiency, gives you the ability to communicate with anyone, and anything, as long as they have a means of communication. Rank ban, you are only able to reach the first level of any rank. After this, you cannot increase that rank for the rest of your life. Example, the maximum level he can reach is level 1. No matter what he does, he will not be able to reach level 2. Skill ban, you will be unable to gain any skill or use any skill that belongs to the worlds that you are currently in. This included skills and abilities that were imbued into weapons. Learning skills through tomes, grimoires, and scrolls will give you nothing as well. Example, if the sword in your possession has the unbreakable ability in it, once it is in your hands, that ability will become inactive. Meaning that the unbreakable sword will break just like any other ordinary weapon. This skill also applies to projectile weapons. Even if you use throwing daggers, or a bow, the skill ban will still apply to them. Item ban, you will not receive any item drops from the monsters that you have killed. Treasure chests will not give you any rewards, and any other items that potentially give you any items will not work. Avatar ban, the world you are in has avatars. When you kill monsters, there is a chance that you will gain their avatar, allowing you to summon them in battle. You are unable to gain avatars through killing, trade, or any other means. Example, even if you manage to acquire an avatar using a loophole, you will be unable to summon this avatar and use it in battle. A cold hiss escaped the Laplace demon's lips after reading the information in 13th system window. Simply put, the system god made sure that the child in front of them would be crippled for life. However, he didn't anticipate that 13 would record all the information available to systems and integrate it into his core. Armed with this knowledge and his cumulative experience in assisting his hosts, 13 was able to find the loophole and use rune magic, which was an ability that didn't belong to the worlds of Pangea and Solterra. This was why he was kidnapped by Laplace Demon and brought to his boss so that the latter could give 13 his verdict. The one looked at 13's stats before shifting its attention to the 5-year-old, who was now lying on the ground, unconscious. "Laplace Demon, I want to hear your opinion," the one said. "If it were you, how would you handle this matter?" The Laplace Demon didn't answer right away. Instead, Chapter 10, Reaching a Compromise. Chapter 10, Reaching a Compromise. 13 woke up with a head-splitting headache that made him flinch. It was as if countless needles were stabbed into his brain, making his face scrunch up. "So, you're finally awake," the Laplace Demon said while casually sipping a cup of tea. "Stand up, child. The one has already made its decision regarding you." The young boy gingerly stood up while enduring the pain in his head. Since he was still alive, that meant that the two beings in front of him had decided to spare him. However, until he heard their verdict, he decided to play it safe and wait for confirmation. After careful consideration, I've decided to spare your life, the one stated. I am rather vexed that a god has decided to take matters into his own hands and tamper with the rules of my world. But I can understand why he did it, so I will not be removing the restrictions on your body. 13 clenched his fists, not out of anger, but due to disappointment. He thought that the omnipotent being of the world would find his restrictions unjust and remove them using the authority he had over the world. However, the one's next words made 13 widen his eyes in surprise. While it is true that I will not be removing the restrictions imposed upon your body, I will allow you to strengthen yourself in any way possible. However, there will be limitations. I'm sure that you still have plenty of ways to exploit loopholes, so you have to tell us all the abilities that you plan to use in this world. Truth be told, I am very tempted to wipe your memories clean so that you will not remember anything, including the knowledge you possess. The only thing that is stopping me from doing that is my interest in seeing how you will survive with all the restrictions placed on you by the system god. I will use you as a guinea pig to find the loopholes to the laws in my world, so I can fix them properly. For now, I will allow you to use rune magic up to the intermediate stage. Also, since I find you to be an interesting person, I've decided to bestow upon you a unique ability. As if waiting for those words, several rows of text appeared in front of 13, making him arch an eyebrow. Unique ability, Destiny Bond. You will feel the presence of the people who have a very strong connection with you. The stronger your feelings are for a person, the stronger the connection. If your feelings for them reach a certain threshold, it is possible to pinpoint their exact location using the strings of fate that bound you to them. Name, Zion Leventus. Age, 5 years old. Race, human. Skills, none. Items, none. Avatars, none. Permanent debuff, rank ban, skill ban, item ban, avatar ban. Unique abilities, universal language proficiency, Destiny Bond, rune magic, intermediate. Looking at his status window, 13 felt as if a new path had opened up for him. Although the restrictions were still in place, he believed that he would be able to exploit more loopholes as he used the knowledge in his possession. You will discuss the unique abilities that you plan to use in this world with Laplace Demon, the one stated. I gave him full authority to approve or reject any of the abilities that you plan to use. Make sure to not hide anything because a list will be created, and a contract will be signed. If you do anything outside the conditions listed in the contract, you will immediately be erased, no questions asked. It was not only Laplace Demon who developed a bias towards 13. The one didn't lie when it said that it was annoyed with the system god for tampering with 13's body. Everyone whom the one had chosen to be spirited away would undergo a rebirth of sorts. Regardless of their disabilities, diseases, or circumstances, they would gain the perfect body once they appeared in Solterra. It was also possible for the restrictions on 13's body to be purged completely due to this rebirth, but this was very unlikely to happen. A god's restriction wasn't something that anyone could remove easily because it contained a part of their divinity. Because of this, the one decided to compromise. It believed that if 13 didn't have any restrictions placed on his body, it was very possible for him to become an overpowered existence, threatening to break the balance of the world. The one couldn't let this happen, so he didn't plan to remove the safety locks that the system god had given to 13. The contract that he proposed was also a fail-safe compromise, preventing 13 from using the knowledge he had from other worlds and abusing it. I don't know if I'm making a mistake or not, the one thought as he looked at the 5-year-old, who was busy arguing with Laplace Demon about one of the abilities that he wanted to be added to the contract. After a month of arguing, the list of abilities was finally finalized. 13 made sure to read the clause of the contract, and he even used a magnifying glass to read the small print that the Laplace Demon had added to it. The humanoid white rabbit wearing a black tuxedo found 13's antics quite amusing. He did add clauses that were too small to notice, yet the 5-year-old saw them and even asked for a magnifying glass to read them. After his father's betrayal of not granting his wish, 13 was a bit paranoid when it came to contracts and fine print. The 5-year-old read the 100-page contract 5 times before finally signing it, sealing the deal. Laplace Demon was a tough cookie to crack, and the demon had rejected a lot of 13's proposals. He made sure that the renegade system wouldn't become too overpowered and break the balance of the world. Although 13 was disappointed that some of his proposals didn't go through, he was still satisfied with the result. Since time in the celestial realm moved differently compared to the time in Pangaea, 13 returned exactly an hour after the Laplace demon had kidnapped him. The 5-year-old rubbed his palms together before chuckling like a mad scientist. Now that he managed to gain the approval of the big boss of the world, he decided to prepare for the time when he and his siblings would be sent to the world of Solterra for their first wandering. Chapter 11, Next Phase of 13's Plan. Chapter 11, Next Phase of 13's Plan. 13 looked at his cell phone and read its contents with a solemn expression on his face. He was holding his phone with his right hand, while his left was lightly patting the head of a little girl, whose head was resting on his lap, from time to time. She was 13's 2-year-old little sister, and her name was Remy. Aside from their mother, Remy was very attached to her older brother, Zion, who made her feel safe and protected. Whenever she saw him, she would follow him like a little duckling following her mother duck. Their mother, Alessia, found this very endearing, so she allowed Remy to follow her brother around, indirectly making him her nanny. At first, 13 found this little creature quite amusing and thought that babysitting her would be a trivial task, but it turned out that he had underestimated how attached a toddler could be to someone. Remy was quite clingy and would often cry whenever her brother hid from her or ran away from her. Although she didn't disturb him whenever he trained or was doing something important, she would always be around him during the times when he was idle. "Ah, my daughter is sleeping," Gerald smiled as he walked toward his 2 children, who were seated on a bench facing the garden. "How cute." "Shut up, Pops." 13 glared at his father. "If Remy wakes up, I'll show Mom your porn stash." The corner of Gerald's lips twitched when he heard his son's words. He and his wife had already accepted that their son's personality had changed after the incident due to amnesia. However, whenever he talked to the boy, he often felt that he was talking to an equal instead of a child. "You wouldn't dare, try me." The two stared at each other for nearly half a minute before Gerald sighed and raised his hands in surrender. "We need to talk," Gerald said in a solemn tone. "It's about your brother, Mikhail." A month had passed since 13 had imparted the God of War axe technique to his older brother, Mikhail. Since then, there had been an explosive growth in his fighting ability, surprising Gerald and Alessia. When Mikhail and Shasha sparred with each other, the one who always won was Mikhail. While people might think that this was understandable since Mikhail was stronger, the reality was that Shasha was actually a genius fencer. Before her older brother learned the technique that was imparted to him by 13, Shasha had always been the winner whenever the two of them sparred. But now, things had changed. Despite not being a genius and only having strong foundations, Mikhail managed to surpass Shasha in a short period of time. Despite training harder under their mother's tutelage, Shasha felt that, no matter how much she trained, she wouldn't be able to beat her older brother. Of course, she couldn't beat 13 either. But she and Mikhail had already accepted that, even if they worked together, they would be unable to beat their 5-year-old brother, who seemed to know what they were about to do before they could even do it. 13 could predict when they would strike, where they would strike, and the proper method to counterattack. In fact, 13 would spar with his siblings at least once every day, making sure that they built a solid foundation. Gerald and Alessia even felt that they could leave their second youngest child in charge of their children's training by himself. 13 replied. "I'll come after Remy wakes up. I'll let her sleep for half an hour longer." Hearing his reply, Gerald nodded. "You can find us in the training grounds." After saying what he needed to say, he walked away with a smile on his face. There was one thing that he liked about this son of his. Whenever he said something, he would do it. Since 13 already said that he would come to look for them after half an hour had passed, he would definitely do it without fail. Half an hour later, 13 arrived at the training ground, holding Remy's hand. Go to Mama first, okay? 13 patted his sister's head. I'll play with you later. Remy smiled before she tottered towards their mother with her hands spread wide. Mama. Remy. Alessia lovingly picked up her daughter and peppered her cheeks with kisses, making the toddler giggle. 13 then approached his siblings and father before placing his hands on his waist. So? What's the problem? 13 asked. Your sister wanted to learn a technique from you as well, Alessia replied as he walked towards them, carrying Remy in her arms. Also, if the technique is good, I want to learn it as well. Oh? 13 arched an eyebrow, but a faint smile could be seen on his face. He had originally wanted to teach Alessia a technique, but he held back for the time being. His plan was to let everyone see Mikhail's improvement, giving credibility to his teachings. Seeing that his scheme worked, he decided to proceed to the next phase of his plan. And that was to strengthen his entire family. After spending more than a month with his new family, he understood their situation more or less. As a disowned member of the prestigious Leventis family, their father and mother worked very hard to support their family. Well, it was mostly their father who went into Solterra to do missions, while Alessia looked after the kids. Despite being a member of a prestigious family, Gerald didn't get any support from them. The only proof that he once belonged to that family was his surname. What about you, Pops? 13 asked. Want to learn an amazing technique that will surpass the Leventis sword art? Gerald rubbed his chin. I want to know if what you did to Mikhail was a fluke or not. If you managed to strengthen your sister and your mother, I will accept your proposal. Heh. I think you are making a big misunderstanding here, Pops, 13 said with a smirk. Since you rejected my offer, you will have to beg me to teach you a technique when you change your mind. This is a limited time offer, so choose wisely. Gerald was a bit conflicted about making this choice. The Leventis sword art was a technique that was taught to him at a young age, and he had been using it since then. The technique had already been ingrained in his body like muscle memory, making him feel that if he decided to start all over again with a new technique, all the years he trained would be wasted. Seeing his hesitation, 13 no longer insisted and asked Shasha and his mother to follow him to his room, where he would inscribe the runic letters on their bodies. He knew for certain that it would only be a matter of time before his father finally gave in, and when that day happened, he would never be the same again. Gerald and Alessia didn't know how their son was able to impart martial techniques to them, and they would be lying if they said that they weren't curious how he was able to do that. Alessia planned on asking this question to Zion, but since he was busy at the moment, she decided to ask him later after she received an upgrade to her own martial technique. Chapter 12, Dance of the Moonlight. Chapter 12, Dance of the Moonlight. 13 had asked Alessia to wait outside the door of his room, while he transferred a martial technique to his older sister, Shasha. He made sure to tell her that no matter what his mother heard or sensed, she must never barge inside the room because the consequences would be dire. The ritual to transfer techniques was a delicate process. If 13 was disturbed in the middle of it, he might suffer a backlash, causing him brain damage. This was something he had to avoid no matter what, so he asked his mother to guard the door for his own safety. Unlike Mikhail, Shasha remained motionless as she scribbled the runes on her body using a marker pen. She didn't talk or giggle like Mikhail did. It was not because she was cold, but because she was the serious type of girl. Also, she trusted that her little brother wouldn't do anything to harm her, so she simply did as she was told and sat cross-legged on the floor. When 13 was done, he carefully placed 20 Jin cores around her body, and placed 2 Majin cores in front of him, holding 1 Majin core with both hands. After giving Mikhail the War God's War Axe technique, he was already thinking of what martial skill to give her sister. However, after his mother, Alessia, decided to learn a technique of her own, he changed the martial technique that he was planning to give Shasha into something else. The reason? It was because of his mother. If Shasha were the only one to learn a martial technique, 13 would have picked the best one for solo fighters. But when Alessia was added to the picture, it opened up several possibilities. There were martial techniques that came in pairs. Especially techniques that focused on certain weapons or certain battle styles. These paired techniques resulted in a resonance, which would strengthen their effects multiple times, greatly boosting the fighting abilities of their users. 13 believed that there would come a time when his family would fight side by side, so doing it like this would benefit them more. Soon, the Majin cores in his hand glowed with power, allowing him to activate the runes that were now placed on the back of his right hand. The Jin cores around Shasha turned into particles of light one by one, merging with the runes on her body. 13 pressed his index and middle finger on his forehead as he began the extraction of the martial technique that he had chosen for Shasha. The name of this technique was the Dance of the Moonlight. It was a fencing skill that made its users look like they were dancing due to its graceful and fluid fighting style. It also allowed its user to teleport in short distances, using the shadows in their surroundings, allowing them flexibility for fight and flight responses. But the true beauty and deadliness of this skill was magnified during the night. Just as the name suggested, it was a skill that showed its full potential on nights when the moon hung in the sky. Pangaea only had one moon, while the world of Solterra had two. This meant that this skill's strength would be further amplified because it was getting power from two moons, instead of one. The martial skill that 13 planned to give his mother later on was called Dance of Solaris. As the name implied, this was a martial skill that worked wonders during the day or when the wielder of the technique was illuminated by a light source. If the Dance of the Moonlight and Dance of Solaris were to appear on the same battlefield, a resonance would happen. Regardless of the time of day, their users would reach the maximum boost they could receive from their martial technique. Also, their attacks would be imbued by the power of the elements of light and darkness, making them even deadlier. Both wielders would also gain access to the martial skills of each other, allowing the one who practiced Dance of Solaris to teleport through shadows, and the practitioner of Dance of the Moonlight to unleash the swords of light. After extracting the technique from his memories, 13 poked Shasha's head with his index finger, allowing her to absorb the skill directly. Similar to what happened to Mikhail, Shasha fell into a trance, closing her eyes to digest the information that was passed to her. One down, 13 thought as he panted for breath. He then walked toward his bed and laid down on it for a while, to take a short rest. An hour later, he opened his eyes and observed his sister, who was still sitting cross-legged on the floor. Not wanting to disturb her, 13 left the room and talked to his mother, who was waiting for them outside. "I have already transferred the martial technique to Shasha," 13 said. "But it will take her some time to digest it. Also, I feel too exhausted to do the ritual a second time today. I'll pass over your technique tomorrow, mother." Alessia nodded with a smile. "I'm not in a hurry." "So, did you give your sister a good technique?" "Of course," 13 replied. "I gave her the best." "Will you then give me the same technique tomorrow?" "No. But, I assure you that you will not be disappointed with what I have in mind, mother." 13 began to explain about the paired technique that he chose for mother and sister. The more Alessia heard about the skill, the more interested she became in acquiring it. The fencing technique she was currently practicing was only a silver-grade technique. While it wasn't the worst, it wasn't the best either. The basic martial techniques were divided into the ranks of bronze, silver, and gold. The advanced martial techniques were divided into the ranks of mythical, legendary, and divine. Ironically, the martial techniques of the 5 monarchs that stood at the peak of humanity were only of the mythical rank. On the other hand, the skills that 13 was teaching his family were of the divine rank. Techniques that could only be bought in the system shop for millions of system points. Simply put, he was cheating. And he didn't feel even a single ounce of guilt in doing it. Mythical rank martial techniques? Excuse me? Is that some kind of peasant joke that I'm too rich and powerful to understand? Zion, no matter what happens, you must never tell anyone about this, Alessia said in a solemn tone. If word comes out that you are able to impart powerful techniques like this, the monarch clans and the prestigious families will definitely do everything in their power to get their hands on you. 13 nodded. I know, mother. My knowledge is only for the members of our family. Don't worry, I also added some insurance, preventing others from extracting the knowledge from Mikhail and Shasha. Anyone who tries will suffer a fate worse than death. The 5-year-old smiled evilly, making Alessia smile evilly as well. The beautiful woman had no love for the monarch clans and the prestigious families. This was especially true for the Leventis family, who had disowned her husband for choosing to marry her instead of one of the ladies from the 10 prestigious families to strengthen the alliance between the two sides. 13 didn't really care about politics, but he was not in a position to ignore the current state of things. He planned to visit the Leventis family sooner or later because he wanted to know if they could be used or not. He still hadn't forgotten his grudge against the system god, as well as the current patriarch of the Ashford clan, Aaron Ashford. Since his old man was a bit harder to fight head-on, he decided to just shift his target to the person who killed one of his former hosts first. Compared to the system god, killing a monarch was much more doable. So until 13 got his revenge on the backstabbing mortal, he would leave his old man alone, while giving him the middle finger in his heart. Chapter 13, Shine Like the Blazing Sun. Chapter 13, Shine Like the Blazing Sun. 8 hours later, Shasha broke out of her trance. The first thing she did was ask Alessia to prepare her something good to eat before returning to her own room to rest. She initially wanted to test her gains, but her mind was too exhausted, as was expected of an 8-year-old girl. The next day, before the sun could even rise from the east, Shasha was already in the training grounds, practicing the basic footwork and stances of the technique 13 imparted to her, Dance of the Moonlight. Currently, the only things she could use were the stances and sword strikes. She couldn't summon the special abilities of the technique since her current vessel still didn't have the capacity to implement it. After successfully finishing her first wandering and gaining the power from the one, only then would she be able to teleport through the shadows, unleashing deadly attacks that could catch her opponents by surprise. 13 was very happy with his sister's single-minded pursuit to become stronger. Perhaps not wanting to lose to Shasha, Mikhail also trained extra hard to master his own technique. He wasn't a genius like his sister, but when it came to persistence and maybe stubbornness, which he inherited from their father, he was far from losing out. Mikhail was willing to go above and beyond in order to become stronger. The children of this world are really different, 13 thought. Then again, this world isn't a normal one either. Tier 1 and Tier 2 dimensional gates would sometimes appear in their own city at any given time. Because of this, the children of Pangaea understood how harsh the world they were currently in was. The powerless would be killed, so as a precaution, some of the families would even hire wanderers to train their children from a young age. They hoped that once their children turned 13 and took part in their first wandering, their chances of survival would be higher than most. There were even academies specially made for the purpose of training the next generation of wanderers. Gerald and Alessia didn't let their children enter these learning institutions because they believed that they would be able to teach them better. Also, some of these institutions were either backed by the central government, the 5 monarch clans, or the 10 prestigious families. Although they did teach many ways of survival, they also brainwashed the children into patronizing the families that founded the institution. The elites who graduated from these academies would then become the subordinates of these factions, making them part of their private armies. As a member of one of the 10 prestigious families, Gerald knew this all too well. He even had his own team of subordinates when he was still part of the Leventis family. Unfortunately, his group was disbanded after his father disowned him. Truth be told, 13 could somewhat sympathize with his current father. Like his father, he was disowned by the system god. Both of them were also the black sheep of their families. An hour later, it was Alessia's turn to learn the dance of Solaris. In order to ensure that there would be no mishaps, he asked Mikhail to stand by the door, which the latter accepted with a solemn expression on his face. Since Gerald wanted to keep his current sword art, 13 didn't insist on letting him learn a new one. He would just wait for his mother to beat his father up once the two of them sparred to make the latter understand what he was missing. "What are you doing, Zion?" Alessia blinked in confusion when her son started to scribble symbols on her body using a marker pen. "Don't talk. Don't move. Don't do anything," 13 stated. "Don't disrupt my concentration. The backlash might cause me to suffer brain injuries." After hearing his reply, Alessia no longer talked despite her curiosity. 13 sighed in his heart. Unlike his siblings, their mother was an adult, so of course, she would find what he was doing silly. Also, he used psychology to ensure that his mother really wouldn't move or distract him during the ritual. She was already very sad when her son looked at her as if she was a complete stranger. Alessia wouldn't do anything that would make her experience the same thing twice in a row. An hour later, 13 told Mikhail that he could continue training because the ritual was over. The older boy happily went to the training grounds to spar with Shasha in order to see how much she had improved after learning her martial technique. Alessia was in a trance, but there was no longer any danger of a backlash. Because of this, 13 simply locked his door and plopped down on his bed to sleep. He woke up 4 hours later, just in time for lunch. His mother was still in a trance, so he left her alone and placed a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, so no one would barge in without him. When he arrived in the dining room, his father and siblings had just begun to eat. "How is your mother?" Gerald asked after serving his son a plate of bacon and eggs. Frobnovel.com. He didn't really know how to cook food, and the most he could do was fry things. Even so, it was still passable. "You'll know either tonight or tomorrow, Pops," 13 replied. "I'm sure that Mom will look for you for a spar once she has finished her enlightenment." "Really?" Gerald smirked. "I look forward to it." The 5-year-old smiled mischievously at his father. Gerald definitely had no idea about what he would be facing. If his mother truly understood the technique, she would challenge Gerald tomorrow at noon when the sun was at its peak, allowing her to unleash her full might. Unlike Shasha, his mother would be capable of using the dance of Solaris once she understood the basics. She was already a superhuman and blessed with the ability to use spells, skills, and other techniques due to her current level of strength. All she needed was time to build her foundations. 13 believed that once Alessia fully mastered the dance of Solaris, she would be able to defeat enemies who were a rank above her without a problem. That was how strong a divine martial technique was, and in the hands of an expert, its true prowess would shine like the blazing sun. Chapter 14, The Perfect Scapegoat. Chapter 14, The Perfect Scapegoat. Frobnovel.com. The sound of weapons clashing against each other reverberated inside the training room. Alessia and Gerald were sparring against each other, and the two were evenly matched, at least for the time being. That all changed when the beautiful woman smirked and summoned several swords of light that circled around her, forcing her husband to distance himself. But that was a mistake. The swords of light shot toward him like missiles, forcing him to dodge, deflect, and block them. While he succumbed to this distraction, Alessia managed to close the gap between them, and she placed her sword against her husband's neck, ending the duel. "You cheated," Gerald said in a bitter tone. "I did," Alessia admitted. "But it surprised you, right?" Gerald nodded because this was indeed the case. He had been so used to his wife's fighting style that the moment she changed her approach, he found it hard to counter her moves. Neither of them unleashed their full powers, not wanting to potentially destroy the training grounds and possibly their house as well. But the power Alessia displayed was enough to convince her husband that she had gotten much stronger after 3 days of comprehending her new martial technique. "Just how is Zion able to do this?" Gerald asked as he wiped away his sweat using the hand towel that Shasha had given him. "I asked him this question as well." "And do you know what kind of answer he gave me?" Alessia asked back. "I don't know, but I'm sure you'll tell me." "You're no fun." Alessia then glanced at her 5-year-old, who was currently playing a game of catch ball with her youngest daughter, Remy. Alessia didn't know that 13 was already starting his little sister's training at such a young age, allowing Remy to sharpen her senses and improve her reaction time. Zion said that he had died momentarily in the hospital and met a god, Alessia replied. He added that since he was too young, too handsome, and too awesome to die, the god decided to bestow him with knowledge for how to succeed in life. However, he was banned from spreading this knowledge outside of our family. I know that this may sound strange, but I am very inclined to believe this story, Gerald replied. This was the only reasonable explanation he could accept as to why his son was able to act mature for his age, as well as know things that even they didn't know about. Me, too, Alessia admitted. But he's alive and healthy. That's all that matters. He's still young, so although he lost his memories, he can still create new ones as he grows up. Gerald nodded. Well, at least that explains why he had been able to give the three of you these martial techniques. By the way, did he mention the rank of these techniques? Mythical rank, Alessia replied in a heartbeat. Ha ha ha. Very funny, Gerald chuckled. So, what is its real rank? Mythical. Are you serious? Even the Leventis sword art was only at the peak of the gold grade, which meant that the skill that Alessia and his two children had learned was greater than the ones owned by the 10 prestigious families. What Alessia didn't know was that 13 had lied to her. The techniques he had given his family members were divine-ranked martial techniques. The only reason why he didn't tell them the truth was for two reasons. The first one was that he had a feeling that his mother and father wouldn't believe him if he were to say that they were now in possession of 3 divine-ranked martial techniques. The second reason was for his family's safety. Currently, the highest known grade for martial skills was of the mythical rank. If a technique that surpassed that rank suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it would cause the 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families to target 13 and his family. In order to avoid that issue, he only said that it was of the mythical rank. His father and mother were both wanderers, so the two could simply say that they discovered an ancient ruin where they gained these skills as a reward after clearing it. Although this story was suspicious, there was no other explanation as to how someone like them was able to gain the martial techniques that they now possessed. Fortunately, 13's brother and sister were still young, so they were unable to unleash the full power of their newfound abilities, allowing them to avoid suspicions. If someone asked how they came into possession of such powerful martial arts, he could just chuck the blame to the One, making the omnipotent being the perfect scapegoat. I hope the One doesn't make things difficult for him in his first wandering, Gerald said, feeling uneasy that his 5-year-old was using the omnipotent being who stood above all wanderers as a shield to get away with his antics. So, are you planning to get a stronger martial technique? Alessia asked. I can't, Gerald replied in a heartbeat. The moment I stop using the Leventis sword style is the moment I truly break away from the family. Although I got disowned, I still kept my family name. Since that is the case, I am expected to carry on the family's fighting style. Alessia smiled. Zion had a feeling that you would say that, so he told me to tell you this. The beautiful woman cleared her throat and tried to imitate her 5-year-old's way of speaking. Pops, you don't have to change your fighting style, Alessia said while trying to use Zion's tone. What I'm going to give you is the upgraded version of the Leventis sword style. It works the same way as your fighting style, but many times better. In fact, the moment your family sees this fighting style, all of them will beg you to return to them so that you can teach them all this technique. The handsome man frowned before shifting his gaze to his son, who was still playing catch with his daughter Remy. I will be going to Solterra 2 weeks from now to do a mission, Gerald said. Will I have enough time to learn it? You will, Alessia assured him. After all, you are the genius of the Leventis family that your family failed to rein in, unlike your brothers and sisters. Gerald sighed after hearing his wife's words. He was indeed hailed as the genius of the family, which was one of the reasons why his mother insisted that he kept the Leventis name despite being disowned by his father. Fine, Gerald replied. You win. I plan to return home safely to all of you after all. Alessia's gaze softened as she moved close to her husband to kiss his right cheek. You do that, Alessia said softly. Our kids are still young. They still need their father. Gerald didn't know that this decision of his would end up saving his life, allowing him to return to his family after barely surviving an assassination attempt made by a mysterious organization that operated in one of the human kingdoms of Solterra. Chapter 15, Child Labor is Against the Law, you know? Chapter 15, Child Labor is Against the Law, you know? The Leventis sword art, also known as Heaven's Divide, was worthy of its rank as a peak gold grade martial technique. Even 13 was quite impressed by it after checking its information in his memory core. There was a reason why many believed that the Leventis family was the strongest among the 10 prestigious families. But even though it was good, in the end, it was just a peak gold grade martial technique. 13 had countless divine techniques at his disposal, allowing those who wield them to transcend to the peak of the martial arts. Since his father was the family's provider, he needed to make Gerald strong, allowing the latter to provide him with a secure and stable environment to grow up into. Using the Heaven's Divide as a base, 13 simulated which among the divine martial techniques was compatible with this sword art. After an entire day of careful elimination, the 5-year-old decided to combine it with a divine grade technique called Eternal Blade. The Heaven's Divide martial technique focused on hitting the enemies and dealing divine damage to them with each blow. They were like paladins and were very proficient in being great damage dealers. But, there was one problem. Their footwork was mediocre. Simply put, they could only show their might if they could hit their opponents or get close enough to do so. To compensate for this problem, the Leventis family used a movement technique called Heaven's Walk. 13 couldn't help but wonder why the patriarch of the Leventis family was so focused on choosing skills that had the word heaven in it. What's so good about heaven? 13 snorted. My old man is up there, and he looked and smelled like a piece of **T. Suddenly, he heard a loud rumbling of thunder in the sky, making him snicker. Guess I pissed off the old man, 13 laughed internally. Oh. How good it is to roast him, and he can't fight back. 13 knew that the gods couldn't freely interfere in the mortal realm because they were bound by divine laws. What his father, Deus Ex Machina, did was still tolerable since he didn't break any rules. He chose a child who was about to die and merged 13's core into the boy's body. Gods were allowed to do this, as long as they didn't do it often. This was also why some of them could summon heroes from other worlds to appear in their worlds and do things for them that they were unable to do, like killing demon lords with their own 2 hands. The Heaven's Walk could be considered a decent movement technique since it was compatible with Heaven's Divide. Even so, it didn't completely fix the problem. At most, it was only passable in 13's eyes. Of course, the Leventis patriarch couldn't be blamed for this. Getting skills and skill books from Solterra wasn't an easy thing to do. Since beggars couldn't be choosers, he chose the movement technique that somewhat supported their family's sword art. 13's choice, Eternal Blade, was a divine grade technique that was very compatible with Heaven's Divide. Not only did it hit hard, but it also came with its own set of movement technique, allowing its user to move fast and hit fast at the same time. But there was a strict requirement for using this technique. The user must have a high tolerance for pain. Executing this technique would put a great burden on its user's body. Only those who had trained their physical might and endurance to the very limit were capable of using this technique. Fortunately, his father was a masochist, someone who had trained his body to the peak. In fact, all those who mastered Heaven's Divide were required to have a strong body. This technique required them to get close to their enemies, so they were bound to get hit before they could deal their blows to their targets. This was why 13 was confident that if the patriarch of the Leventis family saw his father with the improved version of their sword art, the former would definitely not hesitate to bring the latter back to the family by hook or by crook. Kukuku. 13 chuckled as he merged the Heaven's Divide martial skill and the Eternal Blade martial skill, forming the Heaven's Blade martial skill. Although it was supposed to have disadvantages, all of those downsides were negated because of his father's strong physique. This would have been a profitable business if I hadn't been born in Pangaea, 13 thought. I have too many restrictions placed on me. Unfortunately, due to the contract he had with the Laplace demon and the One, he was unable to create martial techniques for other people with the exception of his own family. In short, if he didn't want to be erased, it was impossible for him to start this martial skills selling business. 2 days later, Gerald came to find him due to Alessia's encouragement. Of course, 13 happily bestowed the martial technique to his father, making the latter look at his son in disbelief. How? Gerald asked. Just how did you manage to create a martial technique that fits our family's sword style perfectly? Pops, your son is a genius, 13 replied. Just come back safely and bring me cores and monster parts. Also, once you return, use some of your spoils to build a smithy in our house. I want to experiment with blacksmithing. Zion, you're just a 5-year-old, Gerald said in a solemn tone. You won't even have the strength to lift a smith's hammer. Of course, I know that, 13 looked at his father with confusion. Did you think I would be the one doing the hammering? If not you, then who? Who else? Of course, you're going to do the manual labor, Pops. Forcing a 5-year-old to perform child labor is against the law, you know? The corner of Gerald's lips twitched after hearing his son's reply. He couldn't believe that his own son was planning to use him as a laborer for his smithing experiments. 13 only looked at his father with a devilish smile on his face. He planned to work hard for his family, but they had to work hard for him as well. Only by working together as a team would they be able to safeguard their family's interests and keep their enemies in the dark. 13 still had 8 more years to spare before his first wandering, so until that fateful day, he would arm his family members to the teeth. This would allow them to safely complete their missions in Solterra, paving the way for his arrival. Chapter 16, 13's Personal Divine Grade Techniques, Part 1. Chapter 16, 13's Personal Divine Grade Techniques, Part 1. I'll be going now, Gerald said before kissing his wife. Take care of the kids, and don't miss me too much. Be careful, Alessia kissed him back. Come back to us safely. I will. I promise. After saying goodbye to his wife, Gerald also hugged and kissed his children one by one. When he was about to kiss 13, the 5-year-old used Remy as a shield, making Gerald chuckle. He then picked up his youngest daughter and kissed her cheeks twice. Remy did the same, making Gerald miss her already. Don't worry, Pops, 13 said. I'll protect the family while you are away. Gerald shook his head helplessly before ruffling his son's hair, who gave him an annoyed look. I leave everyone to you, Zion, Gerald stated. Take care of them while I'm gone. Of course. Make sure to bring home as many Jinn and Majin cores as you can. Also, don't forget to bring home some monster parts. I'll put them to good use. Okay. Gerald nodded before placing his beloved daughter down. I'm off, everyone. Gerald entered the small gateway that he had commissioned to be installed inside their home so that he and Alessia could come and go as they pleased. The installation was very expensive, but the couple still decided to go through with it. If Gerald wanted to go to Solterra, he would have to use the gateway in the center of the city, which belonged to the central government. Frobnoel.com he would need to pay a fee to use the teleportation gate, and all resources he brought back home with him from Solterra would have to be inspected by them as well. Everyone who used the gate as a means of transport was required to pay 20% of their spoils, which was something Gerald and Alessia wanted to avoid. Only those working for the central government were exempt from this rule, which was also their way of recruiting wanderers into their ranks. The 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families had similar arrangements. All of them had secured their own gateways, allowing them to travel to Solterra and vice versa. Of course, their affiliates and subordinates were exempt from the fees as well. Gerald's mother had pleaded with her husband to allow Gerald to have a small gateway that allowed a handful of people to enter. Her reasoning was simple. Although he was disowned, Gerald still had Leventis as his surname. They would become the laughingstock of the world if someone sharing their last name was asked to pay the entrance and exit fees to use the gateways that belonged to the central government and other families. In the end, the patriarch of the Leventis clan reluctantly agreed, but he made sure to make Gerald and Alessia shoulder the expenses of building the gateway, not giving them any discounts at all. Of course, there were other ways of going to Solterra without the need to enter these gateways. But doing so was a gamble. As wanderers, they had the ability to move between worlds and appear in Solterra and Pangaea. But the locations where they would appear were completely random. If Gerald were to appear in some other place in Solterra that he wasn't familiar with, he would have to survive on his own until he could find a gateway that would bring him back home. Likewise, if he returned to Pangaea without using a gateway, there was a chance that he would unluckily spawn in the lands that had already been conquered by the Jinns. If that happened, he was as good as F***ked. In short, the gateways were a means to travel and to arrive at a fixed location safely. Truth be told, the first-generation gateways that appeared on Pangaea were the ones that the people used in the past. However, as people became stronger, their greed became stronger as well. The central government seized these gateways and monopolized the access to them. It could also be said that all the gateways owned by the central government, the monarch clans, and the 10 prestigious families were the first-generation gateways that appeared in the world, including the gateway that was located in the center of the city where 13 and his family lived. It was capitalism at its finest. In short, in order to avoid harassment and gain easy access to these gateways, one would need to join the central government or become the subordinate of either the 5 monarch clans or the 10 prestigious families. If someone didn't want to join, that was fine too. But they needed to pay the price for using their gateways. The Leventis family watched as Gerald turned into particles of light after entering the gateway. A minute after his father had gone to Solterra, 13 returned to his room to plan his next course of action. According to Pops, he will be away for a month or two, 13 thought. For the time being, should decide what kind of martial techniques I will be using. Unlike the custom martial techniques that 13 had given his family, he planned to use several divine-grade techniques for himself. Due to the restrictions placed on him, he wouldn't be able to unleash their full powers. The reason? It was because he could only reach the rookie rank. Those who managed to survive their first wandering would unlock the potential within their bodies, allowing them to use skills that they could gain from Solterra. This first stage was called the rookie rank. And this was the only rank that 13 could attain, regardless of how many beast cores he consumed to reach the next rank. The rank ban ensured that he would not get past the rookie rank unless he was able to find a way to destroy its effect completely. 13 had no solution for this problem in the short term, so in order to compensate for his shortcomings, he decided to become a jack of all trades. He planned to master all the weapons in the world and use all the divine-grade techniques in his arsenal. Chapter 17, 13's Personal Divine-Grade Techniques, Part 2. Chapter 17, 13's Personal Divine-Grade Techniques, Part 2. The only magic that the One and Laplace demon approved for him to use was rune magic. He could use this unique ability up to its intermediate rank, which wasn't so bad. There was simply one big downside to using rune magic, which was that it consumed a lot of resources. Lots and lots of resources. Since my body is still young, and I can't carry heavy weapons, I'll master throwing and shooting techniques first, 13 thought. For throwing knives, throwing stones, slingshots, javelins, crossbows, and bows, it's better if I first study the martial technique, cheap shot savant. 13 particularly liked this martial technique because one of his previous hosts was a cheap shot savant. The bastard would always attack his enemies from a distance, using the most optimum weapon in his arsenal. If the target was far away, he would use bows, crossbows, and slingshots. For mid-range, he would use javelins. For short range, he would use throwing knives, darts, and stones. Heck, there was even a time when his host picked up dwarves and threw them like cannonballs, allowing the close combat fighters on his side to get up close and personal with their targets. Of course, the only reason why his previous host had been able to accomplish such a feat was due to the fact that he was a 2-meter-tall barbarian who disliked fighting using swords and axes. It was a very shameless and dirty way of fighting, which was perfect for 13, who had no plans of fighting fair and square. For unarmed combat, I will choose Beast Heart Drunken Fist. 13 chuckled internally. I can't go wrong with that one. My first choice would be the Fist of the North Star, but the copyright god would punch me to death, so I can't use it. Among the unarmed combat techniques of the monk class, the Drunken Fist was still the most unpredictable and annoying martial technique in their arsenal. Paired with the power of bestial strength, those who'd make the mistake of assuming that 13 was an easy pick without any weapon would find themselves getting pummeled to oblivion before they even knew what hit them. As for close combat weapons, I prefer dual wielding with short swords and daggers rather than using a single sword, 13 smirked. The reason why he chose this fighting style? Because it was cooler. Dual wielding made someone look like an expert fighter, and 13 wanted to look cool and intimidating. Also, when he fought the system god with a sword, it didn't work. Since that was the case, he decided to choose a different style this time, so when they met again, things would end up differently. I can use the martial technique called Unlimited Blade Works. But this also belongs to the copyright god, so I'll get a strike if I use it. 13 grumbled. I guess I'll settle for Righteous Sentinel. The Righteous Sentinel martial technique was both an offensive and defensive martial technique. However, it shined the most when the one using it wore vambraces or gauntlets. The Righteous Sentinels had incorporated defense in this martial technique, using vambraces and gauntlets as shields. With this battle style, there was no need to carry shields on the battlefield, making it a very versatile battle style. Of course, the vambraces had to be specifically crafted to withstand blows, serving as a shield in times of emergency. Fortunately, with 13's blacksmithing knowledge and rune magic, he would be able to create these armaments, which he would be able to use during his third wandering. During the first wandering and the second wandering, the chosen ones would be unable to bring any weapons, armor, accessories, or artifacts to Solterra. Ewenvel.com, the omnipotent being who ruled over this world, didn't want anyone to gain a massive advantage from the get-go, especially those who were born from powerful and influential families. Those who managed to survive their first and second wanderings would gain the one's recognition, granting them the right to use stronger and more powerful equipment up to 2 ranks higher than their current ranks. This also applied to avatars, which could be passed down to them through trading. While this might not sound fair to those who didn't have a strong backing, it was nobody's fault. Life was never fair, and they could only blame themselves for not being born into rich and influential families. Fortunately, 13 didn't have this problem. Even though his father was kicked out of the Leventis family, he was still a very strong and capable wanderer. A wanderer that 13 could exploit to collect resources for him during his wanderings. As for my movement technique, I'll choose 2, 13 thought as he chose the movement techniques called Traceless Shadow and Steadfast Brawler. Traceless Shadow was a movement technique used by divine assassins because it didn't leave any traces, like sound and footprints, behind. Its users' steps would be as light as a feather, allowing them to move stealthily without being detected. Steadfast Brawler, on the other hand, was a movement technique created for brawling. It was fast and unpredictable, allowing the user to create attacks of opportunity when mastered to its peak. It complemented 13's fighting styles, allowing him to fight like a brawler using his Beast Heart Drunken Fist and Righteous Sentinel dual-wielding battle art. With these 2 movement techniques, 13 had all of his bases covered. He could be as stealthy as an assassin going for the kill, or be as reckless as a brawler in one-on-one or group battles. Cheap Shot Savant, Beast Heart Drunken Master, Righteous Sentinel, Traceless Shadow, and Steadfast Brawler, 13 muttered. These will be my core fighting styles, and all of them are divine grade techniques. 13 believed that once he mastered these techniques, he would be fine until he reached the third stage of the human rankings, which was called the Apostle stage. Although he would stay at the rookie rank, the number of techniques he could use would make up for his shortcomings. Force had no place where there was a need for skill. Just like the Leventis family's sword art, heavens divide. No matter how strong they can hit, if they can't hit their target then it is meaningless, 13 said before closing his eyes. Those who say that, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are meaningless are idiots. Strength alone can't win wars. Strategies also play a role in it. Although I can't have absolute strength in the short term, I am confident that I have absolute strategy and absolute tricks up my sleeves. As a system who had thousands of years of experience under his belt, 13 was certain that he would be able to outwit almost everyone, with the exception of Fate's chosen. The so-called heroes were protected by Fate, preventing any harm from befalling upon them during their growth phase. But this rule was not absolute. 13 was confident that he would be able to deal with them. But, it would require very meticulous planning on his part. Since he chose to defy Fate, he would need to beat Fate at her own game, using her own rules against her. In the past, he was nothing but a bystander who could only watch helplessly as his hosts were killed in front of him. Now that he was given the opportunity to step into the world and become one of its players, 13 would not rest until he got his revenge. Even if this revenge would take him his entire lifetime to fulfill. Chapter 18, How About I Go in His Place? Chapter 18, How About I Go in His Place? EI. Good, you're doing great, Remy. EI. Alessia didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she watched her youngest daughter being taught a kicking move by 13. The 5-year-old called this technique, the Nutcracker kick, and he was teaching such a move to the 2-year-old girl, whom he was supporting from behind. The young boy was holding her sister's arms as support, while the latter kicked with her right foot, raising it as high as possible. EI. Good girl. EI. Not being able to take it any longer, the beautiful woman approached the two kids with a smile. Zion, isn't it too early for Remy to train? Alessia asked. Not really, 13 replied. The earlier she masters this move, the more effective it will be when she grows up. Right, Remy? EI. Instead of answering, the little girl kicked one more time, making Alessia shake her head helplessly. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, making 13 and his mother frown. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a butler suit appeared several meters away from them and bowed his head respectfully. I'm sorry for coming unannounced, Lady Alessia, the butler said apologetically. I wanted to come through the front door, but I didn't want to leave any trace of my arrival. I hope you don't mind. Alessia's face softened after seeing the butler who served the main branch of the Leventis family. Hans, it's been a while, Alessia replied with a smile. If you are looking for my husband, I'm afraid that he just left for Solterra. He will not return for a month or two. A sigh escaped Hans' lips after hearing the beautiful woman's words. Don't tell me that young Master Gerald is planning to run away this year again? Hans asked. I'm afraid that is indeed the case. Alessia sighed. He leaves around this time of the year. And here I thought I came early, but I'm still late it seems. Well, better luck next year, I guess. The butler of the Leventis family pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling incredibly disappointed. If only he had come a few days earlier, he might have been able to personally talk to his young master, who had been disowned by his employer. Is there something wrong, Hans? Alessia inquired. ebnovel.com Usually, the moment he knew that Gerald was not at home, he would leave immediately after a few pleasantries. But the butler seemed to be conflicted, making Alessia wonder if something serious had happened back in the Leventis residence. Perhaps, being able to guess what she was thinking, Hans shook his head. It's not as grave as you think, Lady Alessia, Hans stated. It's just that Lady Callista's health hasn't been the best as of late. I was hoping to convince the young master to see her, even for a brief moment, during the patriarch's birthday celebration. Oh, dear. Is my mother-in-law sick? Alessia asked. Even if she is, she won't say anything, Hans replied. You know how stubborn she can be at times. Always pretending to be strong. But after spending many years with her, I could tell whenever she was not feeling well. Although the poison in her body has been suppressed, it's still not cured completely. It's getting worse with every passing year, especially since the young master left. Alessia felt troubled because she and Gerald's mother got along very well. In fact, it was Lady Callista who had encouraged her to confess her feelings to her dense son, who didn't care about anything aside from fighting. Hearing that her mother-in-law was still enduring the side effects of the poison, which she received from one of their dimensional raids when she accompanied her husband, made her heart ache. How about sending a representative instead? A calm voice reached both of their ears, making the two look at the 5-year-old boy who was walking toward his mother, holding his sister's hand. Since father can't go, how about I go on his behalf? 13 asked. I also want to meet grandmother. Hans looked at the little boy who had the same black hair as his father and the same green eyes as his mother. Young Master Zion, I don't think it's appropriate for you to go to the patriarch's birthday celebration, Hans replied in a respectful tone. I'm afraid that the people at the party won't look kindly at your presence. Huh? What are you talking about, Hans? 13 tilted his head in confusion. I'm not going to the party to see those people. I only want to see and talk to Grandma. Those people you talk about can drink their piss for all I care. Hans blinked before shifting his gaze to Alessia. Lady Alessia, is he really 5 years old? You know, I've been asking that question a lot since we came back from the hospital, Alessia replied with a bitter smile. He's changed a lot since the incident. Hans nodded. I can see that. In the past, young Master Zion was a timid soul. But now, it seems that his personality has been flipped. 13 didn't say anything and simply looked at Hans with great interest. Although he currently had no way to gauge a person's exact rank, he could instinctively tell that Hans was a very strong person. In fact, 13 believed that the butler was even stronger than his father and mother. The discovery surprised him at first. Since Pops and Mother are both grandmasters, that can only mean that he's a champion, 13 thought. A champion who is working as a butler. The Leventis family is truly one of the 10 prestigious families. I need to see if I can put my family connections to good use. Hans was paying close attention to the little boy because he could sense great intellect in the boy's eyes. These weren't the eyes of an ordinary 5-year-old, and only direct descendants of the 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families had this kind of disposition at a young age. I don't think it's a good idea to bring this child to the family gathering, Hans thought. But he somewhat resembles his father, so Callista might feel better after seeing him. After pondering for a while, Hans agreed to bring 13 to the birthday celebration, which would commence in 2 weeks. As to whether he would regret his decision or not, he would find out on the fateful day when 13 appeared in the main residence of the Leventis family during their patriarch's birthday party. Chapter 19, What Can Possibly Go Wrong? Chapter 19, What Can Possibly Go Wrong? 2 weeks later. Zion, are you sure about this? Alessia asked as she worriedly fixed her son's clothes, making sure that he would look presentable in front of his grandfather and grandmother. I am. 13 nodded. Don't think too much, Mother. When you're there, please watch your manners. Don't talk rudely to people, okay? Okay. Be obedient and follow Hans' instructions, Alessia nagged. Please, don't be rude to people, okay? How rude, 13 arched an eyebrow. You mentioned being rude twice, Mother. I don't think I'm rude. Zion, you talk to adults as if they are your equals. That is being rude. You're right, Mother. I should talk to them like the insignificant insects that they are. Forget what I said earlier, Alessia said anxiously. Just be more polite, okay? 13 nodded. Don't worry, mother. I'll be on my best behavior. Good. Alessia smiled as she looked at her son's reflection in the mirror. Although Zion was still young, his good looks were already apparent, which was expected of someone born between her and Gerald. He looked more like his father, with the exception of his green eyes that he inherited from his mother. After making sure that nothing was wrong with his clothes, Alessia kissed his right cheek before taking him to the living room, where Hans was waiting. He looks almost exactly like Master Gerald when he was his age, Hans commented. I'll have to be honest. Originally, I was skeptical about bringing him with me to the party to lighten up my lady's mood. But, after seeing him now, I'm sure my lady will thank me for bringing him with me to the party. As to how the master will think, I'll worry about it later. You have it hard, Hans, Alessia said with pity. First and foremost, my loyalty is to Lady Callista, Hans replied firmly. Even if I suffer a bit later, it will be worth it. 13 listened to the conversation and caught a few things of interest. First and foremost, although Hans was employed as a butler in the Leventis household, it seemed that he prioritized his mistress, Lady Callista, over his master, Arthur Leventis. Maybe I can use this. 13 smiled internally as he followed behind the butler, who would take him to the Leventis residence. The continent of Aldebaran was jointly ruled by the central government, a monarch clan, and 3 prestigious families. The 4 other monarch clans, as well as the other prestigious families, had branches that were allowed to operate within the Aldebaran continent. This was the arrangement for all continents, which meant that the Leventis family had other branch families on the other continents as well. Hans brought his own car, which they would be riding to travel to their destination. At first, he wanted to bring a limousine, but there was no spare that was available for him to use because they were already reserved by the members of the main and branch families. Young Master Zion, I'm sure that Lady Alessia has already told you this, but please, be on your best behavior the moment we arrive at the main residence, Hans said as he looked at the 5-year-old in his rear-view mirror. Understood, Hans, 13 replied. You're such a worrywart. I mean, what can possibly go wrong? Young master, please, don't jinx it. Tisk, the butler shook his head helplessly as he shifted his attention back to the road. It wasn't just the Leventis family that would participate in this special event. Representatives of the 5 monarch clans and 9 other prestigious families would also be present in the celebration. While Hans was deep in thought about how Zion would be treated by the Leventis family, the little boy suddenly asked him a question. Tell me, Hans. What are you willing to sacrifice in order to cure my grandma's illness? Young master, are you saying that you have a way to cure my lady's poison? That will depend on your answer, Hans. As someone who had followed his hosts in different world settings, 13 had a hunch that Hans liked his grandma. Liking was perhaps an understatement. He was pretty sure that Hans was in love with her. But, he wasn't sure of it. Because of this, he decided to ask a question that would confirm whether his suspicions were correct or not. Young master, my lady has been seen by many specialists, including experts from the 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families. The only thing they could do for her was to suppress the spread of the poison in her body, allowing her to live a somewhat normal life. I doubt that a 5-year-old like young Master Zion has a means to see you, but, before he could finish what he was going to say, 13 cut him off. Hans, do you really believe that **T? 13 asked. Every poison has an antidote, and every sickness has a cure. Some of them are just not discovered yet. So, I ask you once again, if, and I say if, I can cure Grandma's condition, what are you willing to do for me in return? You already said it. She had already been checked by numerous specialists, and the only thing they were able to do was suppress the poison in her body. So, you have nothing to lose by telling me the price you are willing to pay so that her suffering can finally end. Hans pulled the car to the side and stared at the rear-view mirror, showing the reflection of a 5-year-old boy who had a faint smile plastered on his face. Young Master Zion, are you really 5 years old? You still haven't answered my questions, Hans. So, what are you willing to give in exchange for my grandma's cure? Hans remained silent for half a minute before he gave his reply. I would do anything you ask me to, is what I'd like to say, Hans replied. But, I have a feeling that I would come to regret that decision. So, how about a compromise? Cure my lady of her illness, and you can order me 3 times. As long as they are within my abilities, I will do them. Even if I have to risk my life to follow those orders. However, I have one condition. These orders must not harm the Leventis family, in any way whatsoever. The corner of 13's lips rose up in a smirk because he finally confirmed Hans' true feelings for his grandma. Since that was the case, he would exploit his feelings for her, and make him one of his first allies outside of his own family. Good, 13 replied. When we arrive at the Leventis residence, I want you to do something for me. The young boy told the butler what he needed to do in order to determine if he would be able to help his grandma or not. Once the 5-year-old was finished with his explanation, the butler nodded his head and agreed to his instructions. Young master, you were hospitalized after that incident, right? Hans asked. That's right, 13 replied. Are you still the young master whom I know? Hans asked in a teasing tone. If I didn't know better, I'd probably think that a devil had taken over his body. How rude, 13 replied. Although there are instances where devils do possess the bodies of people, they prefer to take the souls of people more. Then, that means that the current young master is more dangerous than a devil. Only to my enemies, Hans. As for those who I consider to be my people, I will be their strongest ally and most steadfast of supporters. Hans felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the devilish smile on the 5-year-old's face. Although his rank was a champion, one who was considered a true powerhouse in the world, he still felt as if he was just a puppet on a string who was dancing on the palm of the little boy's hand. Chapter 20, A Grandmother's Love, Part 1. Chapter 20, A Grandmother's Love, Part 1. 13 was certain that he had a good grasp on identifying whether someone was worth befriending or not. He could have behaved like any 5-year-old would around Hans, but the latter was giving him a good vibe. For this reason, he didn't act any differently around him than how he acted with his family. He also needed someone from the Leventis family to keep him updated on any news that might affect his family, especially when it was related to the people who hated his father's guts and envied him for his talent. But for him to get Hans' loyalty, he needed to cure his grandma first. He didn't know if he would really be able to do something about it, but he wouldn't know until he saw it for himself. As long as he was able to identify it, he would be able to find a way. Also, curing his father's mother was also a good move. Not only would it allow the Leventis family to have a good impression of him, but it would also make his father feel relieved, knowing that his mother was on her way to recovery. In the beginning, 13 only planned to use his family as a stepping stone to reach his goal. In other words, he initially planned to use them as mere tools. But he changed this way of thinking when he realized that what he was doing was similar to what the heroes of the world were doing to the cannon fodders and villains. If there was something that 13 hated with every fiber of his being, it was heroes. He didn't want to do anything that would associate himself with them or make him seem like them. There was even a time when he told himself that what he was doing to villains was normal. That there was no need to act righteous when dealing with villains, who were evil. At least, that was what people normally thought. But there were times when 13 had become the system of villains. Villains weren't born. They were made villains by their circumstances. Even the most innocent of people would become ruthless if their entire family was killed right in front of their eyes. There were many circumstances that forced them to take that path, and 13 knew this all too well. Because of this, he couldn't use being a villain to justify using others as stepping stones to get his revenge against the person who killed his host, the system god, as well as fate. If he were going to beat them, he was going to do it his way. "We're here, young Master Zion," Hans said as the car entered a gate reserved for the VIP guests of the family. "I'll leave the rest to you, Hans," 13 replied. Understood, young master. 13 closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Today, he needed to act and play his role well. The Leventis family was a prestigious family that emphasized courage and strength. They looked down on those who showed signs of weakness, so 13 had to tread a careful line to set his plan in motion. After getting down from the car, Hans brought him to the west wing of the residence, which was surrounded by greenery. The air was fresh, making those who breathed it feel invigorated. This is a good place for someone who is suffering from an illness, 13 thought. At least the Leventis patriarch cares for his wife this much. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a beautiful villa that was as big as 13's home. Hans opened the door for 13, allowing him to enter first. The servants gave the 5-year-old boy a curious glance because this was the first time they were seeing him. But seeing that he was with Hans, none of them dared to talk to him and simply observed him from afar. "She's on the second floor," Hans said. "Please come with me, young Master Zion." 13 nodded and followed behind the butler. He was paying close attention to the interior design of the house. Comparing this villa to his home was like comparing a castle to a house built from mud. It just proved how wealthy the Leventis family was. "Please stay here for a bit," Hans said. "I'll inform my lady of your arrival." After saying those words, the butler knocked on the door twice. "My lady, it's me, Hans. I have returned. Come in." After receiving a reply, Hans entered the room and closed the door behind him, leaving 13 standing with his arms crossed over his chest. Her voice sounded exhausted, 13 thought. She was a champion like Hans at her peak. Did her rank degrade after being poisoned? 13 was analyzing all the information that he had gathered about his grandma, Callista Leventis. She was one of the 3 wives of Arthur Leventis, who was the current patriarch of the Leventis family. Lady Callista had given birth to 2 children. The eldest was a girl, and her name was Sandra. His father had a close relationship with her. His aunt married one of the promising talents of one of the prestigious families, reinforcing the alliance between the 2 families. Fortunately, this matchmaking was born out of love before family politics became involved. The 2 were very much in love with each other even before their families contacted each other in order to set a date for their marriage. Since then, his aunt had been living a happy life with her husband. At the moment, she was a mother of 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. When almost everyone in the family opposed Gerald's intention to marry Alessia, only Sandra and their mother, Callista, supported him. This proved how close these 3 people were. So if possible, 13 also wanted to meet his aunt and try to see if he could rope her into becoming his ally as well. A minute later, the door opened, and Hans made a gesture for 13 to enter. The 5-year-old entered the room. The first thing he saw was an old lady, who seemed to be in her late 70s. She was looking at him with a surprised expression on her face. Chapter 21, A Grandmother's Love, Part 2. Chapter 21, A Grandmother's Love, Part 2. Lady Callista looked at the 5-year-old with a surprised look on her face. For a brief moment, she thought that she had gone back in time and that she was looking at her son, Gerald, whom she missed dearly. Because of this, she tried to stand up to go to his side, forgetting that her legs didn't have the strength to support her body. She nearly toppled over, but thanks to Hans and her personal maid's quick actions, she was caught in time. The 2 assisted her back in her wheelchair. "My lady, are you all right?" Hans asked in a worried tone. "Yes, Hans," Lady Callista replied, feeling very embarrassed by her actions. "It was a spur-of-the-moment move, and my emotions got the better of me. I apologize for troubling you." "You can trouble me as much as you want, my lady," Hans said. "But, please, be more careful." "Understood. You're such a worrywart, you know." Lady Callista shook her head helplessly before shifting her attention to the 5-year-old, who reminded her very much of her youngest son. Although 13 didn't look exactly like Gerald when he was his age, there were enough striking similarities between them that made Lady Callista think that she had gone back in time. "Come here, child," Lady Callista said with the sweetest voice that she could muster. "Come to Grandma." "Yes, Grandma," 13 replied and walked towards the old lady, who was sitting in the wheelchair. Earlier, she looked quite exhausted, but now, she looked extremely happy. Clearly, 13's presence put the old lady in a good mood, making Hans, and the maid, Tricia, look at her with smiles on their faces. 13 stopped walking when he was only a foot away from his grandma, but the old lady motioned for him to come closer. She then wrapped her arms around his body, sighing in happiness as she embraced her grandchild, whom she was only seeing for the second time in her life. The first time was soon after Zion had been born. Since then, she never had the opportunity to see him again, until today. 13, who had just been hugged by the old lady, felt a soothing warmth wash over his body. It was as if Zion's body was reacting to his grandma's touch, which its previous owner hadn't been able to experience. As someone who had been living his life as a system for thousands of years, his emotions weren't really on the empathetic side. The only thing he cared about was his hosts, not even giving a damn to their loved ones. 13 was broken in his own way. It wasn't because he wasn't empathetic enough, but because the concept of human emotions was alien to him. When he felt the unfairness of the world toward his hosts, the only things he felt were anger, frustration, and the need to do something for them. There were very rare occasions when he felt genuinely happy. However, this happiness always revolved around his host, and never to himself. Right now, as he was being hugged by Lady Callista, these unfamiliar emotions that he wasn't familiar with rose to the surface. He felt as if he was safe and protected, being held by the old lady whose health was failing her due to the poison in her body. Before 13 could even stop himself, he also wrapped his arms around the frail lady's body, holding her gently. It was at that moment that he decided that no matter what happened, he would cure his grandma. That way, Lady Callista could also hug his siblings like this and make them understand what a grandmother's love was like. "You hold me so gently, Zion," Lady Callista said as she lightly patted the young boy's head. "Am I that precious?" "Yes, Grandma," 13 replied. "You are very precious." "So you say, but you came here to celebrate your grandfather's birthday, right?" "I didn't come here for him, Grandma. I only came here for you." Lady Callista felt as if her heart was melting when she heard her grandson's soft and childish voice. It had been a while since she last felt this happy, and she even wondered if it was her birthday instead of her husband's. "You will come with me to the party, okay?" Lady Callista said as she reluctantly pulled back, and cupped 13's face. "You'll be good at the party, won't you?" "I will be good because that's what Grandma wants," 13 replied, which made Callista give him a loving kiss on his forehead. "Hans, I can't take it," Lady Callista said as she held 13 close to her chest once more. "Can I keep him?" "I'm afraid it's not possible, my lady," Hans replied with a bitter smile on his face. "The young Master Gerald would probably storm in here to get young Master Zion back. That unfilial child should at least let my grandson stay here for a few days," Lady Callista complained sadly. "It has been so long since I felt this happy." 13 pulled back and held the old lady's smile before looking at her straight in the eye. "Don't worry, Grandma," 13 stated. "I'll ask Mother to let me visit you as often as I can. I'm sure she will agree if Mr. Hans were to personally pick me up on the days that I'm allowed to come see you. Hans, make sure to pick Zion up too, 3 times a week," Lady Callista said. "Do you understand?" "Why yes, my lady," Hans replied. At that moment, 13 glanced at Hans and made eye contact with him. Understanding his motive, Hans lightly cleared her throat and bowed respectfully to the old lady, who was holding the 5-year-old without the intention of letting go. "My lady, I have stumbled upon someone who might be able to cure you," Hans stated. "Of course, I know that you have already lost hope, but can you just cooperate with me? I just need a drop of your blood." "Ha! Hans. you still haven't given up? Lady Callista sighed as she lightly patted 13's head. All the most powerful specialists in the world have already checked my condition. There is no hope for me. Seeing that Lady Callista seemed to be uninterested, 13 went to work and lightly tugged at her clothes. Grandma, is Mr. Hans trying to find ways to cure you? 13 asked. Well, he hasn't stopped looking for quack doctors to take a look at me, Lady Callista replied. Grandma, I want you to be healthy, so I can visit you more, 13 stated. Also, once you are feeling better, you can visit our house. My brother and sisters would love to see you. Especially my little sister, Remy. She's only 2 years old, but she's very cute and very obedient. Grandma will definitely love her. Hearing Zion's words, Lady Callista's heart softened a bit. Seeing those innocent and hopeful eyes, she was unable to say anything that might disappoint him, so she relented and allowed Hans to get a drop of her blood. The butler took out a small vial that contained a purple liquid in it. He then gently poked the tip of Lady Callista's fingertip, drawing blood. With a simple flick of her finger, Callista sent the drop of blood inside the purple vial, which Hans immediately sealed with its lid. The small wound on her finger healed almost instantly, making the old lady sigh. Zion, I think we should go, Lady Callista said sweetly to her grandchild. The party has probably started, and soon, my husband will make a speech. It will be best if we arrive early. Okay, Grandma. 13 nodded like an obedient child. He then gave the vial that was still in the butler's hand a sidelong glance, paying close attention to the color of the liquid inside it. The purple liquid had turned completely black after Lady Callista's blood had merged with it. Knowing that his grandma was suffering from poison, 13 carefully created a substance that would be able to tell him what type of poison and how severe it was. The poison has spread throughout her entire body, and it's eating up her lifespan, 13 thought. This explains why she looks her age. Wanderers aged very slowly because their bodies were very strong. A 200-year-old man could easily look like a middle-aged man once they reached the rank above champion, which was called thrones. Lady Callista was only 70 years old, but she was already a champion. With the level of her rank, her looks should only be that of someone in her late 30s or early 40s. However, the poison had already spread throughout her entire body, so her strength had diminished, making her look like her age, which was that of a 70-year-old woman. Although it's difficult to cure, it's not yet to the point of no return, 13 thought as he held his grandma's hand, walking beside her wheelchair. Lady Callista's personal maid was pushing it from behind, but she purposefully slowed down the pace, making sure that the 5-year-old could keep up with his grandma, whose smile that came from her heart made her look at least 10 years younger. Chapter 22, First Impression Lasts. Chapter 22, First Impression Lasts. The birthday celebration of the patriarch of the Leventis family was a monumental event. Those who wished to form a connection with the Leventis family would do everything in their power to attend such an important gathering. Unfortunately, not everyone had the connections or influence to get an invitation. The 5 monarch clans, the important members of the central government, and the members of the other 9 prestigious families were the only guests who were guaranteed to receive of such an invitation. As for others, they could only rely on their social skills and ability, as well as connections, to get through the gates of the Leventis residence. This was why 13 decided to use this opportunity to have a better look at what kind of family his father was born into, as well as get a better understanding of the other powerful figures who ruled the world from the shadows. Grandma, it's best that we make a lasting impression on everyone, 13 said in a serious tone. This is why timing is important. The old lady looked at her grandson with an amused look on her face. Timing? Lady Callista asked with a smile. So, what is the perfect timing for our entrance, Zion? Leave it to me, Grandma, 13 replied. I'll make sure that everyone will remember our entrance in this party. The 5-year-old said this with such a serious expression on his face that Lady Callista wasn't able to stop herself from lightly pinching his cheek. However, since she didn't mind playing along with her grandson, she decided to listen to him for the time being. As one of the patriarch's wives, she didn't need any introductions to show how important she was in the Leventis family. However, she was also very curious about what her grandson was planning, so she looked forward to what he was going to do. Hans groaned internally because he had a feeling that 13 was up to no good. Lady Callista's personal maid, Tricia, shared Lady Callista's thoughts and was also very curious to know what the little boy was up to. Inside the main hall of the Leventis residence, a handsome middle-aged man sat on a throne, overlooking the hall where his guests were currently eating, drinking, and mingling with the members of the upper echelon of their society. He was the host and birthday celebrant of this celebration, and everyone was paying close attention to him. Arthur Leventis, the patriarch of the Leventis family, was considered to be the strongest among the thrones of humanity. Some people would even say that he was a pseudo-monarch because, even though he still hadn't stepped into that rank, he was the closest one to reaching the monarch rank. However, attaining such a rank wasn't easy. One would have to gain the recognition of not only the world but also the one in order to step into that rank. The fastest way to do that was to conquer a Tier 9 dimensional gate. However, everyone knew how hard it was to achieve such a feat out of hundreds of thrones who had tried to challenge Tier 9 gates, where one of 13's former hosts had died. No one else dared to try and do so a second time. Only 6 people had come out alive from that expedition. 5 of them were the current patriarchs of the 5 monarch clans. Most people thought that they were the only survivors, but in fact, there was one more. The general who led the expedition had also survived thanks to his rebirth ability. He had died in battle, but when the boss was dealt the killing blow, his ability activated, allowing him to revive once again. He was the 6th monarch and was also the current head of the central government. The 5 monarchs dared not to challenge him because of how influential and powerful he was. Someone who had the ability of rebirth was an opponent that no one wanted to face. Even if they ganged up to kill him, he would just revive again and teleport to a random place. The vengeance of a near-immortal monarch was something that no one wanted to face, so the 5 monarchs made peace with him and came to a compromise. This was why the central government became the backbone of the human race, allowing a semblance of law and order to remain in a post-apocalyptic world, where monsters in human skin threatened the lives of the common folk. Of course, ruling the human race aside from the government were the 5 monarch families, as well as the 10 prestigious families. The general, who survived the Tier 9 dimensional gate, also understood that these families had a role to play. He might be strong, but he couldn't defend humanity alone, so he accepted the compromise of the monarchs. This was the best option to keep the stability of the world while fighting against the jinns and magents, the constant threat hanging over their heads. "It's almost time, father," a man, who seemed to be in his early 30s, whispered in the patriarch's ear. Arthur nodded and lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, catching the attention of everyone in the room. "Thank you, everyone, for attending this celebration," Arthur said. "I do not care for such festivities, but my family does. I simply let them use my name to hold this yearly event so that I can see all of your annoying faces." Cheers and chuckles echoed within the hall as the representatives of the 5 monarch clans, the central government, and the prestigious families all raised their glasses to acknowledge the Leventis patriarch's words with amused expressions on their faces. They knew that he was a no-nonsense type of guy, but they also knew that this was one of those occasions when he would use his own type of humor to entertain his guests. "I don't like long speeches, so let me just say one thing," Arthur said. "You can all PL." At that exact moment, the door of the hall opened. Since no one was talking, those who had a higher rank and were able to notice this small change shifted their attention to the door. Naturally, Arthur, whose speech was disrupted midway, looked in the direction of the door with a frown. No one in the Leventis family would dare disturb his speech, so he wanted to see just who had the guts to do this. However, the moment his gaze landed on the old lady sitting in the wheelchair, the frown on his face eased up. He could get angry with anyone, even with the 5 monarchs, but he would never direct a look of displeasure toward his beloved wife, who was suffering because she shielded him from harm. However, when his gaze landed on the 5-year-old boy who was standing beside her, his hands, which were resting on the armrests of his throne, stiffened for a brief moment. Similar to what happened to Lady Callista, he thought that time had rewound itself when his eyes landed on the boy who looked very much like his son when he was of the same age. 13, who was being gazed upon by countless people, remained calm. But deep inside, he was chuckling wholeheartedly, for he had succeeded in stealing the show. The second phase of his plan was to leave a lasting first impression, not only to the members of the Leventis family but also to the important members of the upper echelons of society, who controlled the entire world in the palms of their hands. Chapter 23, The Ignorant Are Fearless. Chapter 23, The Ignorant Are Fearless. A beautiful lady with long black hair and blue eyes looked at the 5-year-old in surprise. She was Gerald's older sister, Sandra. Seeing her nephew, Zion, at the party was unexpected for her. Unlike her parents, Sandra had many opportunities to visit Gerald and his family. She was even there to congratulate Alessia on the day Remy was born. She loved her young brother, and despite the fact that he had been kicked out of the family, she would always be on his side to give him her unconditional support. Sandra gave her father a sidelong glance, watching his reaction. She knew that her brother and father had separated on bad terms, so she was worried that Arthur would order the guards of the family to kick the child out of the house. 13 had also thought of this possibility, which was one of the reasons why he decided to visit his grandma first. This way, he would have a strong backer that could contend with his grandpa's temper. Just as he expected, Arthur didn't say anything and simply stared at him from afar. Hans, who was standing behind Lady Callista, wanted to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead because of 13's antics. When the young man said that timing was important, he didn't expect that he would time their entrance to be while Arthur was making his speech. This little devil sure knows how to make an entrance, Hans thought in his heart. Lady Callista, on the other hand, only found this scene amusing. Perhaps because of her bias towards her grandson, she didn't think that 13 had done something wrong. Also, she still carried a grudge because her husband had kicked Gerald out of the house. In her eyes, this simple matter was simply a little payback for the hardship she had endured over the years. Perhaps, knowing this as well, Arthur sighed in his heart and told everyone to enjoy the party before standing up and approaching his wife, who was looking at him with a rare smile of mischief on her face. The patriarch of the Leventis family glanced at Hans' direction, making the latter bow his head in respect. Tricia did the same and kept this posture until Arthur told them to raise their heads. "Are you my son's brat?" Arthur asked in a calm tone. 13 ignored Arthur's question, making Hans, who still had his head bowed, start to sweat for real. "The patriarch has asked you a question," one of Arthur's sons, Michael, said. He usually acted as his father's right-hand man and handled the affairs of the Leventis family. A glance was enough to tell him that the boy was his nephew. After all, the little boy had a striking resemblance to the black sheep of their family. When asking for someone's name, usually the person who asks introduces themselves first, 13 replied with a confused look on his face. "Isn't that common etiquette?" A pin-drop silence descended upon the main hall of the Leventis residence. If someone were to reply in this manner to the patriarch, as well as to his son, that person would usually be punished or, worse, executed on the spot. But since Lady Callista was present, such a thing didn't happen, forcing Michael to fix the glasses on his face and deal with the youngster, who seemed to not understand his place. "I am Michael Leventis, your uncle," Michael stated. "Now, what's your name?" "Zion Leventis," 13 replied. "Your nephew." Lady Callista couldn't stop herself from giggling after hearing her grandson's reply. She, however, gave Michael a look of apology, which the latter returned with a bitter smile on his face. Arthur didn't say anything else as he moved behind his wife's wheelchair and gave it a gentle push, leaving the 5-year-old behind. Lady Callista knew that this was her husband's way of saying that he had already agreed to let Zion stay for the party, but she must not coddle her grandson any longer and let him fend for himself from this moment onward. Lady Callista frowned, but she didn't say anything else. She knew that Arthur had already given her enough face by not lashing out at her grandson, so she decided to meet with the other members of their family, as well as the guests whom she was acquainted with. Also, Hans was there to keep an eye on Zion, so she felt more at ease. After being left behind by his grandma, the first thing that 13 did was walk towards one of the buffet tables in order to get some food. The gazes of people followed him, watching his every move. This was exactly what Zion wanted. With this, he had plenty of opportunities to see how the people would react to his presence. Just as he was about to reach the table, a beautiful lady with long black hair and blue eyes blocked his path. "Zion," Sandra said as she lovingly gave her nephew a hug. "I was surprised to see you here. How is your father?" "Father is doing well, Auntie," 13 replied. Although this was his first time meeting Sandra, he had seen her pictures in their family photos, so he was able to recognize her right away. "Is he?" Sandra smiled after hearing Zion's reply. "Well then, what do you want to eat? I'll help you get it." Since Zion could not reach far into the table, Sandra decided to help him get some food, as well as drag him to their family's table, where her husband, Gideon, was waiting for her. Gideon Lockwood, one of the promising talents of the Lockwood family, which was part of the 10 prestigious families. Sitting at the table with them was Gideon's oldest son, Logan, who had just turned 11 this year. The handsome boy had short brown hair and green eyes. He gave 13 a brief nod before returning to his meal. "Sandra, I didn't know that your nephew has nerves of steel," Gideon commented in a sarcastic tone. "He's either very brave or raised in a very safe environment." "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers," Logan commented without raising his head. "The ignorant are fearless." Sandra gave her husband and son a disapproving look, but she didn't say anything to correct them. She knew that her nephew was lucky because her mother was there. If 13 had been alone when he said those words, he would have been immediately expelled from the house without another word. "Zion, next time, when someone asks you a question here, just answer, okay?" Sandra said with a smile. "Also, make sure to answer in a polite manner." "Yes, Aunt," 13 answered as he ate the food on his plate. The 5-year-old observed the Lockwood family, especially her aunt's son, Logan, who would soon start his first wandering. "I don't sense anything special about this guy," 13 thought as he gave Logan a sidelong glance. "He might just be villager A." Logan, who had no idea that he was just branded as an extra by 13, continued to eat without a care in the world. After that brief moment of being in the spotlight, the party resumed its usual liveliness. Somewhere in the corner of the hall, an 11-year-old boy with black hair and blue eyes looked at 13 with contempt. He then motioned for a boy, who was a little older than him, to come closer and whispered something in his ear. The older boy glanced at 13 before nodding his head. Since his young master had given an order, he would execute it without fail so that he could continue receiving the grace and backing of one of the young geniuses within the Leventis family. Chapter 24, Unfortunate Accident. Chapter 24, Unfortunate Accident. 13 ate and chatted with his aunt, but he didn't forget to pay close attention to his surroundings. This act caught the attention of Gideon, who was Sandra's husband. Although his father has been kicked out of the Leventis family, this boy isn't half bad, Gideon thought. His awareness of his surroundings fits that of someone born from a prestigious family. A few minutes later, 13 finished eating the food on his plate. He then made a gesture for his aunt to come closer so that he could whisper something to her. "Aunt, no matter what happens, don't interfere and remain seated," 13 whispered. Before she could even ask the boy what he meant, 13 had already left their table and was walking over to the buffet area to get a drink. At this exact moment, a boy who seemed to be 12 years old walked toward 13 with a determined look on his face. The adults who had been paying close attention to 13 from the beginning also noticed the older boy moving in his direction and smiled. All of them were thinking that they were about to see something very entertaining. Lady Callista, who was also paying close attention to her grandson, noticed the boy who was approaching Zion. She vaguely remembered the boy to be a subordinate of one of her husband's grandchildren. Although she mostly stayed inside her own villa, Hans made it a point to report to her everything that was happening within the Leventis family. Understanding what was going to happen next, Lady Callista planned to put a stop on it. However, before she could order Hans to interfere, her husband's words reached her ears. "Just watch for now," Arthur said in a volume that only Lady Callista was able to hear. "I want to see what the brat of that no-good son of mine is capable of." Arthur was still annoyed that his speech was stopped midway due to Zion's sudden arrival. He knew Lady Callista well and understood that his wife wouldn't do anything to make him lose face intentionally. Since that was the case, the only one he could blame was the 5-year-old, who must have delayed his wife from arriving at the party early. Of course, it never crossed Arthur's mind that 13 orchestrated everything. He simply thought that his wife arrived late because she had to pamper the spoiled brat of his no-good son, who was no longer allowed to step foot into the Leventis main residence. "You can stop me now, but be prepared for the consequences later," Lady Callista said in a chilling tone. "It seems that the people in this household have forgotten what my temper is like since I have not interfered with the family's business after getting sick." Arthur and Michael frowned after hearing Lady Callista's subtle threat. How could they possibly not know how short-tempered the old lady was? This was also why Arthur only disowned his son and didn't strip him of the Leventis family name. He knew that if he completely burned the bridges with his son, his wife would burn him alive despite the difference in their ranks. "He won't be killed," Arthur stated. "The kids will not go that far." "But they will humiliate him," Lady Callista replied. "And that will make him hate the family." "If my grandson starts to hate me, I won't sit still, Arthur. Prepare yourself to have one of your grandsons crippled for life." Michael was about to go and prevent 13 from getting hurt by the older boy, but his father's hand rested on his shoulder, preventing him from going. "Don't interfere," Arthur replied in a firm tone. Torn between his father's orders and the possibility of Lady Callista killing one of his nephews, Michael sighed in his heart and remained in place. Since his father ordered him to not interfere, he had no choice but to follow his orders. "I just hope that Mother Callista doesn't go too far," Michael sighed in his heart. "Terence has a promising future ahead of him. But his temper when it comes to our family's reputation isn't the best. It seems that he is not too happy to see Zion here because he is Gerald's son." While the guests were looking forward to an entertaining scene, the members of the Leventis family were divided on the farce that was going to happen next. Many people didn't like Gerald, but there were also those who liked and supported him within the family. Because of this, they were wondering whether they should interfere. But seeing the patriarch's stance, they were forced to stay in place and watch helplessly as the scene unfolded in front of them. 13, who had just finished filling his glass with lemon juice, sneered inside his heart. He already noticed that a particular group of children had been staring at him from the beginning. The boy standing at the center of the group had short black hair and blue eyes. Clearly, the child belonged to the Leventis family. Seeing that he already had a group of subordinates with him at such a young age, 13 knew that this only meant one thing: that boy was someone that the Leventis family had recognized as a talented member of their family. 13 walked toward Sandra's table, and the brown-haired boy who was targeting him hurried his pace to intercept his target. When the boy was only a few meters away from 13, the 5-year-old suddenly sneezed, sending the contents of his glass flying in the direction of the boy who planned to do him harm. Due to how sudden it was, the boy was unable to dodge the juice that landed in his eyes, making him shout in pain. "Ah! I'm sorry," 13 gasped when he saw that he had accidentally hit someone with his fruit juice. "Let me help yo, wah." Due to some of the juices that spilled on the floor, 13 slipped, making him accidentally headbutt the boy's stomach, making the latter cry out in pain, as his body bent over like a cooked shrimp. 13 then raised his head and accidentally hit the boy's jaw, making the latter stagger before falling on the ground, unconscious due to the 3-hit combo that short-circuited his brain. First, he lost his vision, and the stinging pain of the lemonade made him raise his hands to cover his eyes. The next second, he felt something hard hit his stomach, taking all the breath out of his lungs. Last but not least was the finishing blow that hit his jaw, rattling his brain and causing him to lose consciousness. Everything was timed perfectly, giving the pitiful boy no time to dodge or even defend himself due to how sudden and fast things had escalated. 13, who was responsible for knocking out the boy, painfully rubbed his head, acting hurt. However, a minute later, he returned to the buffet area to refill his glass with fruit juice, not even bothering to look at the unconscious boy, who was hurriedly taken by the servants of the family away to be treated. Some of them also expertly cleaned the floor, making it squeaky clean. Clearly, they were already used to cleaning up after the mess made by their young masters, who were all looking at 13 with frowns on their faces. Chapter 25, The Apple Doesn't Fall Far from the Tree. Chapter 25, The Apple Doesn't Fall Far from the Tree. A fluke? An accident? These were the thoughts swirling in everyone's heads as they looked at the 5-year-old, who had returned to refill his glass with fruit juice. Everyone was looking forward to an entertaining show, but what they saw wasn't what they wanted. It might be an accident, but the result was very disappointing, to say the least. Lady Callista sighed after seeing that her grandson was safe. Hans, on the other hand, was looking at the 5-year-old with a solemn expression on his face. Other people might have brushed it off as a coincidence, but not him. He had interacted with 13, so he understood how intelligent the boy was. "You handled that wonderfully, young Master Zion," Hans praised the boy in his heart. However, he rejoiced too soon. The 11-year-old boy, Terence, who had sent his subordinate to deal with 13, didn't like what happened. Because of this, he personally walked toward the buffet area, followed by his subordinates. When the butler saw this, he groaned internally and desperately hoped that the older boy wouldn't make a scene that would humiliate his mistress' grandson. The expressions of the guests brightened after seeing this development. For them, who were almost always risking their lives in Solterra to fight against Jinn and Majin, any form of entertainment, especially when it came in the form of family drama, was a very welcome distraction in their lives. "You there. What's your name?" one of Terence's subordinates asked the moment they arrived a meter away from the boy. "Me?" 13 asked back in confusion while holding a glass of fruit juice in each hand. "Yes, you." "Yes, me. Are you messing with me?" The chubby boy, who had asked a question earlier, glared at the 5-year-old who was shorter than him. "What's your name?" 13 asked. "Christopher Rotambus," the chubby boy replied. "My name is Zion Leventis," 13 replied. "Michael Leventis is my uncle. You know that scary adult over there? He told me earlier that if someone were to harass me, he would make sure to feed that person to the fish. Big brother, you look very healthy. I'm sure the fishes will love you." The chubby boy couldn't help but glance at the second in command of the Leventis family, who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. This scared the crap out of the chubby boy. Michael Leventis was known to be the perfect gentleman on the surface, but in truth, he was a sadist who liked to torture people. Thinking that 13 was telling the truth, the chubby boy, unnerved, took a step back, his face pale from fright. That's not true," the chubby boy stuttered. "Just because I'm a little chubby doesn't mean I'm delicious. I don't taste good." "Really?" 13 asked back. "Yes. In fact, I am very unhealthy. I am not fit enough to be fed to the fish," the chubby boy answered desperately. He wasn't born into a prestigious family, so he didn't have the right mental training to know when someone was lying or not. The chubby boy was just asked by his family to become one of Terence's subordinates, hoping that he would be able to hug the leg of a member of the Leventis family. "Okay, I will convince my uncle to not feed you to the fishes." 13 nodded. "In return, can you bring these glasses of fruit juice to the table over there? That is my aunt's table. As long as you do this, I will make sure you don't get fed to the fish." "Right away, young Master Zion," the chubby boy didn't hesitate to grab the 2 glasses of fruit juices before hurrying to put them on the table where the Lockwood family was. The chubby boy even respectfully bowed before placing the glasses on top of the table and bowed a second time before returning to Terrence's side. Lady Callista couldn't help but smile after seeing this scene. Not only did her grandson manage to order someone else's subordinate, but he was also able to use her nephew, Michael, as a shield. Michael had a deadpan look on his face after seeing how the show progressed. Even so, he had to admit that his nephew's way of handling the situation got his approval. Although no one was pointing it out, the fact that someone was able to order someone else's subordinate to do something meant that the 5-year-old was able to dominate that person. It meant that Terrence wasn't capable enough to make his subordinates loyal only to him and not listen to anyone's orders aside from his. The adults of the Leventis family took note of this, and their impression of 13 was raised by a notch. He might have used a dirty trick to overcome the situation, but they knew that not everyone would have that kind of presence of mind when faced with the situation the 5-year-old child was in. Terrence gave the chubby boy a sidelong glance, making the latter shudder. In that brief exchange, he understood that his master wasn't very happy with what he did, making him dread what might happen to him after the party. Suddenly, 13 chuckled, making the chubby boy glare in his direction. "Big brother, I like you." 13 replied. "Would you like to serve under me? I am also a member of the Leventis family. Work for me, and I'll take you flying." "And no. I am Master Terrence's subordinate," the chubby boy replied. "I am loyal only to him. He is the best master in the world." Terrence, who was disappointed with the chubby boy earlier, felt that he had recovered some face after his subordinate declined 13's offer. Because of this, he decided to decrease the severity of his punishment compared to what he intended to do earlier. 13 clapped his hand as he looked at the chubby boy, whose name was Christopher Rotambus. "Christopher, I wish I had a subordinate like you," 13 said. "If my cousin ever throws you away, you can come and join me, okay?" "That's not going to happen," Christopher stated. "My loyalty is only for Master Terrence." Understood." 13 sighed bitterly. "You're lucky to have someone like him, cousin. Now, if you'll excuse me. I need to talk to Grandma. She said she wanted to talk to me after I finished eating. Isn't that right, Grandma?" 13 looked at this grandma with an affectionate gaze, making the old lady smile sweetly. "Come, Zion," Lady Callista said as she gestured for her grandson to come to her. "Grandma wants to talk to you." "I'm coming, Grandma," Zion replied before giving Terrence a brief nod. He then walked confidently towards his loving grandmother, while Terrence, as well as the other guests in the party, looked at his small back. From start to finish, the one who had complete control of the conversation was none other than the 5-year-old boy. He expertly created a scene that would avoid a direct confrontation with Terrence, allowing him to settle the matter peacefully. The children might have not noticed, but the adults certainly did. That child had handed Christopher an opportunity to redeem himself in Terrence's eyes, making him swear his loyalty to him. Although he obeyed 13's order earlier, making Terrence lose face, his firm and unyielding stance to remain as his subordinate made the 11-year-old genius of the Leventis family forgive him for his earlier mistake, which saved the chubby boy from a pitiful ending. 13 was the system of cannon fodders, so he knew that the 2 boys who tried to harass him were only forced to do what they did. Because of this, he made sure to give them a way out, with neither of them getting seriously hurt. Although the first boy suffered from his machinations, his injuries could easily be healed by the powerful healers of the Leventis family. In short, he might have suffered physically, but he would not receive any further repercussions because Terrence would pity him. Only when 13 had arrived in front of Lady Callista did Terrence remember what he was planning to do to the 5-year-old. Due to how the younger boy took the initiative to lead the conversation, he didn't have the time to execute his revenge for his subordinate. This was also noticed by the adults, making them re-evaluate the 5-year-old boy, who was now happily chatting with one of the most powerful ladies of the Leventis household. Hans, who had become 13's collaborator in order to help cure Lady Callista's current condition, couldn't help but be impressed with how things turned out. It seems that I have still underestimated you, young Master Zion, Hans thought. Maybe my lady will really have a chance to be cured after all. While Hans was feeling hopeful that 13 really had the ability to cure his grandma, Michael, who served as his father's right-hand man, looked at his nephew with a faint smile on his face. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Michael thought. He is really your son, Gerald. Both of you and your son are wolves in sheep's clothing. Arthur didn't make any comments after everything that happened earlier. However, his earlier annoyance with the boy, who had gate-crashed his birthday celebration, decreased after seeing his wife's smile. It had been a while since he had seen Lady Callista smile from her heart, and it made him remember how he fell in love with her the first time he saw her smile. As long as he could see his wife's happy face, he was willing to tolerate Zion's existence, at least for Chapter 26, Junior, You Court Death. Chapter 26, Junior, You Court Death. The party continued as if nothing happened. But the guests were still disappointed because their entertainment had been denied to them not just once but twice. Since 13 was staying with Lady Callista, there was little to no chance that there would be someone daring enough to antagonize him. Of course, 13 knew that this was a mere stopgap measure. The discontentment among the younger generation of the Leventis family was obvious to those with eyes to see. Understanding that the situation would change very soon, the 5-year-old decided to play it safe and took action. When a waiter, who was holding drinks in his hands, passed near their table, 13 took the chance and tugged at his robe. "Mister, can I have one of those drinks?" 13 asked. "They look good." Young master, this is not a fruit juice," the waiter replied politely. "This is called champagne, and it's an alcoholic drink for adults." "Mister, it's fine," 13 smiled. "I'll just take a small sip." But, the waiter felt helpless. He had seen that the boy was close to Lady Callista, so he didn't want to be rude. But he also understood that he might get punished if he really gave a child an alcoholic drink. "Zion, you're still too young to drink champagne," Lady Callista said. "Why don't we ask Hans to get you a fruit juice? What would you like?" "Grandma, I just want to take a sip," 13 replied with puppy eyes. "It looks so good. Can't I?" Lady Callista frowned and was about to tell him that kids shouldn't drink champagne cause they were still young, but someone else beat her to it. "Isn't it fine?" Arthur said as he walked towards his wife. "Kids only learn from their mistakes. It is best that he learns it early, so he will not repeat the same mistake in the future." The patriarch of the Leventis family then looked at the waiter, making the latter nod his head in understanding. Readnovel.com, "Here you go, young master." The waiter carefully handed a glass of champagne to the 5-year-old boy, who was looking at the drink with great interest. "Just take a few sips, okay? If you feel lightheaded or dizzy, you must stop." "Understood," 13 replied. "Thank you, mister." The waiter nodded and walked away to hand champagne to their guests. 13 happily walked towards his grandma, making the latter shake her head helplessly. "Only a few sips, okay?" Lady Callista said as she patted her grandson's head. "Champagne can make even adults drunk, so you shouldn't drink a lot of it." 13 nodded like an obedient child and took a small sip of the champagne in his hands. "Wow! Grandma, this tastes good." Seeing how happy he was, Lady Callista could only smile bitterly. She had a feeling that 13 would drink the entire glass and would be very sleepy later on. Because of this, she decided to make a gesture to Hans. She asked the butler to call Zion's family and tell his mother that he would be staying overnight. Hans nodded and excused himself before walking to the corner of the hall to talk to Alessia about the development of the party. Arthur snorted internally as he looked at the 5-year-old, who was happily sipping the sparkling drink that was not meant for children. Michael, who was paying attention to the venue, was taking mental notes of the expressions of their guests. Seeing that they seemed to be enjoying the party in their own way, he felt more at ease. Although the 5 monarch clans and 10 prestigious families didn't always get along with each other, they still acted as though they were on friendly terms, especially during events like this. Suddenly, Terence and another 11-year-old from the Lockwood family glanced at each other and smiled. The boy then walked toward his grandpa, Arthur, and bowed his head respectfully. "Grandfather, since everyone has almost finished eating, will it be fine if my friends and I have a sparring match to entertain everyone?" Terence asked. "I'll allow it," Arthur replied. "Michael, take care of the preparations." "Yes, father," Michael nodded before glancing at the few people who were tasked with keeping things in order inside the main hall. One of them made hand symbols. A few seconds later, a faint blue barrier appeared in the main hall, which would serve as the arena for those who wished to spar. The representatives of the prestigious families all nudged their children to participate because this was a common occurrence during these kinds of gatherings. It was a way to tell the other families how good their children were and showcase their potential. Of course, the children also liked these sorts of events because all of them were very competitive. They were raised to excel above ordinary children at a young age, so they were itching to spar with their peers and prove who was the strongest among the members of the young generation. Terence was just one of the seeds of the Leventis family that had great potential. Of course, there was someone stronger than him in the family, but that child would not be allowed to participate in these public sparring battles. They were the trump card, who was being trained to hold a high position in the family. The 5 monarch clans and the other 9 prestigious families had these talents as well. They were grooming them to become pathfinders. Unlike wanderers who only wandered from place to place, pathfinders were people who could lead others, making them the true leaders of the young generation. Basically, those who had leadership qualities, as well as the strength to be recognized by others, were often labeled as pathfinders. One by one, the children sparred against each other, giving life to the party. The hidden rivalries between families would often flare up during these sparring matches, and one could tell that this was their way of telling others that, "Our kids are stronger than yours." Most of the battles ended within the span of a minute, while the longest lasted for nearly 3 minutes. Since these children were still ordinary humans and not yet wanderers, they focused more on their family's techniques, showing how much they had mastered them. Chapter 27, Biting Off More Than He Could Chew. Chapter 27, Biting Off More Than He Could Chew. 13 watched these battles with half-lidded eyes as he continued to drink the rest of his champagne. "This body is really weak," 13 thought. "I've only had a single glass of champagne, but I already feel sleepy." Suddenly, he saw Terence walking in his direction with a smile, and he instinctively knew that the moment had come. "You already tried twice, and you still want to push your luck?" 13 finished the rest of his drink. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was already quite drunk. Only his strong willpower was keeping him from making a fool of himself in front of everyone. "Cousin, why don't we spar a bit?" Terence asked. "Zion is already sleepy and drunk," Lady Callista said firmly. "He is not fit to spar. Look for other children to play with, Terence." Lady Callista already knew that Terence was specifically targeting her grandson. As an adult, she didn't want to get in the way of the matter between children, but she was biased toward her grandson. Hearing the displeasure in Lady Callista's voice, Terence decided that it wasn't worth it to make her upset over this matter. Because of this, he decided to take a step back and apologize for his rudeness. But before he could do that, the 5-year-old boy took a step forward and pointed at his face. "A weakling like you dares to challenge me?" 13 asked. "Junior, you court death. He's drunk." The people at the party looked at the peppy 5-year-old whose face was flushed. They didn't know if they should laugh or feel sorry for him because, clearly, he wasn't in the right state of mind for calling an 11-year-old boy a junior, when he himself was only 5 years old. "What's wrong?" 13 asked. "Are you scared?" If you're scared then go away. I don't fight with weaklings." Lady Callista frowned and motioned for Hans to take Zion to her room so that he could rest. However, Arthur's laughter spread in the surroundings, catching everyone by surprise. "This is interesting, a snot-nosed brat daring to call someone older than him junior?" Arthur smiled. "Terence, make sure to give him a handicap." Seeing that his grandpa had approved of his challenge, Terence nodded his head and looked at the boy, who had made him lose face twice. "Don't worry, I will only use one hand, and I won't move from my spot. I will also not attack you. If you can land a hit on me then it's your win," Terence stated. He only wanted to make 13 make a fool of himself to entertain their guests. This was what Terence was thinking at that time, and since he had given so many assurances, he was certain that even Lady Callista would agree to let the 5-year-old spar with him. Just as Terence expected, Lady Callista reluctantly agreed to it. Since Terence wouldn't be attacking her grandson and promised to only stand in place, she decided to let 13 spar with him. However, she still gave Arthur the, "After this, I will have a nice and long talk with you," gaze, making the handsome middle-aged man smile. "Hans, be the referee of this spar," Lady Callista ordered. Her voice was firm, and it indicated that she wouldn't allow anyone to oppose her. "As you command, my lady." Hans bowed his head and even helped 13 walk toward the arena so that he could spar against Terence. For some reason, although everyone in the room thought that this was going to be a funny spar due to the younger boy's current state, Hans had a feeling that all of this was part of 13's scheme. Ever since he interacted with the boy, he no longer treated him as a child. He still found it weird that he thought this way, but there was something in 13 that made him feel unconditional trust toward him. This feeling was something that he only had for Lady Callista, and now, he was feeling the same for a 5-year-old, whom he had only met 2 weeks ago. When the two children were finally facing each other, Hans raised his hand and declared the start of the spar. 13 then laughed as he wobbled drunkenly, heading toward Terence, who was laughing at him due to how funny he was acting. The other guests were either chuckling or smiling, thinking that the 5-year-old's antics were very funny. There were even times that they thought that he was about to collapse to the floor because he was wobbling so badly. When he was only a meter away from Terence, he tried to punch the 11-year-old, but the latter only deflected it with his hand. Since his punch had missed, 13's body spun due to the momentum of Terence's deflection. Everyone thought that the little boy was about to fall over when suddenly, 13's left foot rose up and accidentally kicked Terence's left knee, making the older boy grunt. He, I won," 13 laughed as he pointed at the older boy, who didn't expect that he would get hit by the 5-year-old's clumsy and unexpected kick. "Weakling, ha ha ha. That one doesn't count." Terence's face became beet red due to embarrassment after 13 reminded him of the condition of their spar. After all, the older boy had declared that it would be 13's win as long as the latter managed to land a hit on him. You are hick going back on your word?" 13 pouted as he swayed from side to side. "That's no hick good." "Then, how about this? If you hit me again, it will really be your win," Terence said. "No. I don't get hick any benefit from it, so hick no thanks." "Benefits? Then how about I give you a peak bronze grade weapon if you win?" 13 shook his head. "You only have a hick bronze grade weapon? Is your grandpa hick poor? How come he hick only gave you a bronze grade weapon? He must be hick very stingy and poor." Hick. A pin-drop silence descended inside the main hall after everyone heard 13's words. Terence's grandpa was none other than Arthur Leventis, the patriarch of the Leventis family. And a 5-year-old child dared to call him stingy and poor? Suddenly, a laugh reverberated across the hall, which sounded like the pealing of a bell. Everyone's gaze landed on the old lady, seated in a wheelchair, who was still laughing as if she had heard the funniest joke in her life. Perhaps, she was the only one who would laugh at someone poking a joke towards the patriarch of the Leventis family without worrying about the consequences of her actions. Rewebnull.c sigma m. Seeing her laugh, Arthur smiled and looked at the 5-year-old, who had subtly insulted him in front of everyone in the room. "Mid-silver grade," Arthur stated. "If you win, I will give you a mid-silver grade weapon of your choice." 13, who was still finding it hard to stand up properly, wobbled after hearing Arthur's statement. Although his face was flushed and looked like he would fall on the floor at any given moment, a glint of mischief briefly flashed in the depths of his eyes. The old man took the bait, 13 thought. Now, I won't have to worry about finding a weapon for Mikhail after he completes his second wandering. Although his family lived a comfortable life, Gerald and Alessia didn't have enough money to buy their children good equipment for their journey in Solterra. This was also why Gerald decided to go on an expedition. It was to gather enough funds to buy Mikhail a good set of weapons and armor after he completed his second wandering. On the third wandering, the children who managed to survive would be allowed to use any equipment that had been obtained by others in Solterra or forged using the items that were taken from Solterra. Of course, there were still restrictions. After completing the second wandering, the children would rise from rookies into adepts. The highest grade of weapons that they could wield at this stage were mid-silver grade weapons. Only children from the monarch clans and prestigious families could gain this kind of advantage over their peers. Of course, there were exceptions, but as long as you were part of this family, even if your talent was mediocre, you would still gain these kinds. This was one of the benefits of simply being born into these families. A/N, each weapon grade has 4 stages, namely, low, mid, high, and peak. Okay. 13 then pointed at Terence. Prepare to lose, you weakling. Terence looked at the annoying brat with contempt as he raised his right hand. This time around, he had every intention to attack the boy the moment 13 entered his strike range. Although he said earlier that he wouldn't attack the 5-year-old, he was annoyed that his grandpa would bestow upon him a mid-silver grade weapon of his choice if he were to lose. Even in their family, they had to show that they were capable enough to receive such a benefit. This gave Terence the strong urge to teach the 5-year-old a lesson for biting off more than he could chew. Chapter 28, Your Nephew Sure Is Something. Chapter 28, Your Nephew Sure Is Something. Just as 13 was nearing Terence, he suddenly took a few swaying steps back and looked at the butler, who served as the referee of their sparring match. Mr. Butler, I forgot the conditions for this sparring match, 13 said. How do I win again? Hans looked at the boy who was looking at him with unsteady eyes before shifting his gaze to Terence. State the condition of this duel again, Hans stated. Since the Patriarch has agreed to give a reward to this boy if he wins, it is best if the rules are clarified first. In the eyes of the adults in the party, a mid-silver grade weapon did not hold that much value. However, for the kids who still hadn't started their first wandering, such a weapon was considered a treasure that would help them in their future journeys in Solterra. Terence became flustered because his original plan to attack 13 had to be set aside. If the rules were clarified, yet he still attacked the child, people would think that he was making light of the intelligence of the people around him. Since the Patriarch is present, he was now duty-bound to answer Hans' question and state the condition of the duel. He will win if he manages to land an attack on my body or make me move from my spot, Terence replied. I will also not attack him in any way and only use one of my hands to protect myself. After stating the conditions for how 13 would win the duel, the drunk boy finally nodded his head in understanding. He had felt Terence's intent to hit him earlier. Although there was no killing intent, it still allowed the 5-year-old to know that the older boy was going to retaliate against him if he came within striking range. Because of this, he asked Hans to confirm the rules of victory first, to ensure that the boy would be forced to restate the conditions of their spar. Just as expected, Terence's stance had changed. 13 no longer felt that the older boy wanted to attack him, which made him smile internally. Fruinovel.com, however, since his opponent dared to even think of harming him, he also changed his plan accordingly. The little drunk boy then moved toward the table and went to the utensil area. He then picked up a dozen steak knives, making Terence's eyes widen in shock. Oh oi! What do you think you're doing? Terence shouted as 13 wobbled toward him, holding the bunch of steak knives in his hands. 13 frowned as he stood 3 meters away from Terence. He then dropped the knives on the floor and picked 2 of them. Just stand still, 13 said as he pulled back his arm, preparing to throw the steak knife in his hand. Wait! Terence shouted. Why are you using steak knives? I didn't tell you that you're allowed to use that. That's right, Hick, 13 replied. You didn't tell me that this was not allowed, Hick. Oh? Why are there suddenly two of you? No matter, I'll just hit one first, and figure the rest later. Without another word, 13 threw the steak knife, which brushed past Terence's left shoulder. Due to the barrier that stood at the edges of their sparring arena, it didn't hit anyone else and fell harmlessly on the floor. I see, so that's a fake one, 13 chuckled before throwing the other steak knife in his hand. Okay, here's the second one. The knife throw was fast, cutting a small tear on the right shoulder of Terence's tailor-made suit. I missed again, Hick, 13 smiled. Before picking up 4 steak knives and looking at Terence with a devilish smile on his face. This time, Hick, I won't miss it, so prepare yourself. Hick. Just as he was about to throw the 4 steak knives in his hand, 13 felt an adult's hand rest on his shoulder. Okay, that's enough, Michael said, stepping into the arena in order to stop the boy from actually hurting one of the members of the Leventis family. He had seen how the 5-year-old threw the 2 knives. That was enough for him to understand that he was very proficient in what he was doing. The fact that the second knife tore Terence's suit without drawing blood proved his accurate control over his throws. But, Uncle, I still haven't managed to make him move away from his spot. It's fine. I'll give you the prize instead of father, so be a good boy, okay? 13 nodded and handed the knives in his hands to his uncle. He then slowly laid on the ground and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he fell asleep, making the adults unable to decide what to think of the 5-year-old boy, who was always getting in the way of their entertainment. Hans sighed in his heart before picking up the sleeping boy off the floor and walking in the direction of Lady Callista. The old lady smiled and patted her lap. The butler understood what his mistress wanted, so he obeyed and made 13 sit on her lap sideways. Lady Callista tenderly held her grandson, letting him rest his head on her shoulder. Perhaps, recognizing that he was in his grandma's arms, the boy mumbled innocently in his sleep. I love you, Grandma. Lady Callista looked at the troublemaker before shaking her head helplessly. Let's go back, Tricia, Lady Callista ordered. The maid nodded. Yes, my lady. Tricia then pushed her mistress' wheelchair toward the exit of the main hall. No one barred their path, and Hans swiftly followed behind them. When they could no longer be seen, Gideon looked at his wife, Sandra, and smiled. Your nephew sure is something, Gideon whispered. It seems that he played everyone in this party, including your father. Sandra sighed and didn't bother to reply to her husband's words. She decided that, a few days after the party, she would go visit Alessia and tell her about the events that had transpired at the party. Arthur didn't say anything and acted like nothing had happened. But for the first time since he saw the boy, a feeling other than mild annoyance emerged from his heart. That little rascal, Arthur thought. Just what kind of *T is he teaching his son? Somewhere in Solterra, a man with short black hair and blue eyes sneezed. Alessia must be thinking about me, Gerald thought as he dissected the monster he had just killed. Since 13 had asked him to bring back a lot of Jinn cores, as well as monster parts, he intended to collect as many as he could before returning home to his lovely family, whom he treasured very much. Chapter 29, Mountain King's Axe. Chapter 29, Mountain King's Axe. 13 slept well, skipping dinner and waking up at 4 in the morning. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft and very comfortable bed. He was asleep for nearly 16 hours straight, and he woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. The boy then propped himself up and sat cross-legged on top of his bed. Now that his head was free from the haze of being drunk, he tried to recall the memories of the party to check whether he had been able to look at it with an objective mind. As a system, 13's memory was impeccable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had an eidetic memory, which meant that he could recall things with high precision and accuracy. Everything he did was planned. He could have easily landed a blow on Terrence's body and won their spar, earning him the reward that was promised of him. However, he didn't do that. He had used a more drastic method instead in order to test something, and his method worked wonders. Because of this, he was able to gauge that there was someone in the Leventis family who would come to stop him. 13 knew that Arthur wouldn't bat an eye even if his knives were to pierce Terrence's body. Fortunately, his cousin was saved because his uncle moved in to stop him, giving the 5-year-old a more favorable opinion of his father's family. I guess there are still a few decent people in the Leventis family, 13 muttered as he remembered his prim and proper-looking uncle, who served as his grandfather's right-hand man. Since he was already awake, 13 left his bed and walked toward the balcony. The surroundings were still dark, but the boy didn't think much of it. He started to take slow and deep breaths in order to relax his body. He then initiated the 24 forms of Tai Chi. After doing this every day, the boy already strengthened his body's flexibility. His movements were fluid as he executed each form with a serious expression on his face. When he was done, he repeated the same forms from the beginning. Despite the chilly morning air, his body was starting to warm up, and it made him feel good. Just as he was about to finish his forms, he sensed a presence looking at him from a distance. However, 13 didn't look in that direction. He simply started some breathing techniques, not paying attention to whoever it was that was watching him. A few minutes later, he exhaled a long breath, completing his morning routine. Suddenly, the presence that had been watching him for a while appeared beside him, making the 5-year-old look at his right side. "Good morning, Uncle," 13 said as he gave the older man a respectful bow. "Good morning," Michael replied. "Are you done with your exercise?" 13 nodded. "Good," Michael said. "Now, follow me. I will bring you to the treasury, so you can pick the weapon I promised you." Without waiting for his permission, Michael picked him up like a sack of rice, hoisting him over his shoulder. A moment later, he disappeared from the balcony, heading toward the main residence of the Leventis family. Half a minute after Michael had left, Hans stepped from the shadows and looked in the direction where his young master was taken away. As the protector of the villa where Lady Callista was stationed, he had sensed Michael's appearance. However, since the latter didn't have any malicious intent toward his nephew, Hans decided to not do anything and just observe the situation. Getting the recognition of Michael is a good thing, Hans thought. It seems that your plan to leave a lasting impression on the Leventis family worked, Zion. The butler once again merged with the shadows and continued his role to protect the everlasting villa, where Lady Callista was currently resting. Meanwhile, inside the Leventis family's silver-grade treasury, 13 was busy inspecting the weapons that were on display one by one. He was pleasantly surprised to see that the weapons weren't ordinary weapons. In fact, they could be considered top-tier. This was the treasury where the talented members of the younger generation of the Leventis family chose equipment. All the items inside of it were silver-grade in varying stages. There were even avatars that were firmly kept in special containers, ready to be used by their new owners. Michael only promised him a weapon, but he didn't stop his nephew from checking out every nook and cranny of the treasury. Since there was no possibility for the boy to steal anything right from under his nose, he allowed him to view everything that was on display in front of him. An hour later, 13 stood in the axe section of the treasury and looked at the axes that were on display. As the one who chose and bestowed the God of War axe martial techniques to his brother, Mikhail, 13 was more than qualified to pick the best weapon for his brother. "I wonder if I can empower these weapons further using rune magic," 13 thought as he touched the handles of the axes. They were the weapons that were dropped or rewarded to the Wanderers of Solterra, and all of them contained special abilities that 13 wouldn't be able to use due to the restrictions that were placed on his body. If he could inscribe rune magic into the items gained in Solterra, not only would they become more powerful, but it could also open up another possibility for him. However, in order to be sure, he would first need to consult the Laplace demon and ask whether he was allowed to do what was on his mind. If 13 could imbue a weapon with more abilities, then he could sell them in auction houses, allowing his family to gain a lot of money. Since they were cut off from the Leventis family, their family funds could only be gained through completing quests, as well as going on expeditions in Solterra. While he was thinking of this money-making opportunity, 13's gaze landed on a particular axe with intricate designs, making it look like a precious relic instead of a weapon. But a frown appeared on his face after reading the information listed on its display case. It's almost perfect, 13 thought. But, there is one big problem. The boy looked at the bottom of the information on the silver-grade weapon, which made him scratch his head. Mountain King's Axe rank, mid-silver-grade active abilities, Echo Slam, Mountain Splitter passive abilities, Sharpness, Auto Repair, Aura of Protection weight, 900 kilograms, the axe weighed nearly a ton, and it was almost impossible for 13's brother, Mikhail, to wield it. In fact, he believed that only those of the Grandmaster or Champion rank who specialized in strength could use this weapon. This was also why no one from the Leventis family had taken the axe out of the treasury. There was simply no one in that age range who could wield it. After careful consideration, 13 steeled his resolve and looked at his uncle with a determined look on his face. "Uncle, I'm taking this axe," 13 said, making Michael raise an eyebrow because of his choice. "Understood," Michael replied. "I will have it packed and sent to your residence later this afternoon." Michael had to admit that his nephew's choice surprised him. However, he still thought that 13 made the wrong decision in picking the axe that no one had been able to wield ever since it had been acquired by the members of the Leventis family. Chapter 30, A Benefactor for Life. Chapter 30, A Benefactor for Life. Promise to visit me often, okay? At least once or twice a week is good, Lady Callista said as she hugged her grandson. Understood, Grandma, 13 replied. I'll also bring Remy next time. I'm sure she'll be happy to meet you. I'll look forward to it then, Lady Callista said. Hans, you better stay in touch with Zion, so we can schedule his visits, okay? Yes, my lady. Hans bowed his head in acknowledgement. After saying their goodbyes, 13 finally left the Leventis residence. However, as he departed, he couldn't help but sense the gaze of two people coming from somewhere. It might be Michael and that old man, Arthur, 13 thought. It seems that my visit here in this place has paid off. Not only was he able to form a stronger connection with his grandmother, but he was also able to leave an impression on the patriarch of the family, as well as his eldest son. 5 minutes later. Here you go, young master, Hans handed the vial, in which Lady Callista had placed a drop of her blood into, to 13. He had only managed to give it a brief glance before the party. But now, the boy was finally able to take a closer look at it. Just as I expected, the poison has already spread to her entire body, 13 thought. Now I understand why the doctors were only able to suppress the poison and not eradicate it properly. The poison also contains a curse. Fortunately, I can deal with something like this. Hans, who was driving the car, looked at the rearview mirror and observed 13's expression. He was looking for any signs that might tell him that the boy would be able to find a cure for his master. But the minutes passed in silence. Just as Hans was about to ask 13 whether he would be able to cure his grandma, the boy raised his palm, facing up. This put a stop to whatever Hans was going to say. The second thing that 13 did was place a finger over his lips, signaling the butler to not say anything. The boy then pointed at his ear, before pointing at several places in the car. Hand immediately understood what the 5-year-old was telling him. It seemed that the car had been bugged, and their conversation was being monitored by people. Since the butler had been warned, he no longer initiated any form of conversation with 13 and focused his attention on the road. 5 minutes later, they arrived at 13's residence. The boy made a gesture for Hans to follow him inside the house so that they could talk in private. Remy, who seemed to have sensed his arrival, happily ran in his direction. Seeing his sister's brisk tiny steps, 13 smiled. After giving her a hug and patting her head, he held her hand and looked for his mother so that she could look after his sister for a bit. Remy was a smart girl, and 13 didn't want her to be there when he talked to Hans about Lady Callista's condition. There was a chance that she might mention it accidentally, which would jeopardize his future plans. Fortunately, Remy didn't throw a tantrum nor insisted that she come with him. 2 minutes later, he and Hans finally arrived inside his room, where they could finally talk in private. Okay, let's start with the things that you already know, 13 said as he made a gesture for Hans to sit on the couch. First, the poison has already spread inside Grandma's body. It will slowly cause her body to deteriorate, and if not treated within the next 10 years, she will probably die. Hans was surprised by 13's deduction because this was also the diagnosis of the strongest healer in the world. She mentioned that, at most, Lady Callista only had 10 more years to live if the poison in her body wasn't removed. The butler was already impressed with the boy's intelligence, but after his explanation, he couldn't help but think that the boy was also very knowledgeable in the healing art. Because of this, he felt hope that his mistress would finally recover from her suffering. I won't bore you with the details, but yes, Grandma can be cured, 13 stated. You will need to gather several ingredients, and some of them are incredibly rare. Since it will take some time for me to write a list, I'll just give it to you 4 days from now. That is also when I will go back to the Leventis residence, with Remy in tow, to see Grandma. But, Hans, take note that gathering the ingredients is just the first step. Grandma needs to undergo therapy, and I can't do it inside the Leventis residence. There are too many eyes there, and I don't want to stand out more than I did at the party. The only thing I want to gain is recognition from the Leventis family. I don't want them prying into my secrets. Do you understand? Hans nodded. Does that mean that I need to bring my lady here in order for you to execute the treatment? Yes, 13 replied. But the only people that are allowed to accompany Lady Callista are you and her maid, Trisha. No other member of the Leventis family must come with you. I don't care what excuses you make, but make sure that no one else will accompany the 3 of you. One more thing, I can't trust Trisha as much as I trust you. She reports directly to that old man Arthur. The only reason why I'm allowing her to come is because it will be less suspicious. You'll need to deal with her so that I can spend some time alone with Grandma. Do I make myself clear? Hans arched an eyebrow after hearing the boy's statement. Indeed, Trisha did report directly to the patriarch of the Leventis family. Hans and Lady Callista didn't mind this one bit since the patriarch only wished for his wife's safety and swift recovery. Trisha wasn't an enemy and seriously cared about her mistress. But the fact remained that her loyalty was with the Leventis family, so she must be excluded from the circle of trustworthy people that 13 was slowly building to become his strength in the future. Understood, Hans replied. How long will the treatment take? 13 pondered a bit as he did some calculations. A minute later, he raised 2 fingers. 2 years, 13 replied. I can make her recover faster, but there might be some side effects if I rush it. I need Grandma to be perfectly healthy, so 2 years is just the right amount of time for a full recovery. Besides, if she is cured instantly, people will get suspicious, especially those who have treated her in the past. We don't want them to start poking their nose in places that are off-limits to them. Also, I intend to make you work hard for my sake as well. And no, this isn't part of the 3 favors that I will ask of you in the future. These are just menial tasks to ensure that Grandma's recovery will not encounter any mishaps. As long as you cooperate, I will guarantee that not only will she be able to regain her strength, but her life force will become more robust as well. Hans felt as if a stone had finally dropped from his heart. Now that there was truly a chance to cure Lady Callista, he was more motivated to collaborate with 13 to make it happen. It seems that visiting this residence a few weeks ago was truly the right choice, Hans thought. I'm glad I did it. Truth be told, he wasn't supposed to make any contact with Gerald's family since he had already been disowned by his father. However, when he saw how sad his mistress was, he decided to take the initiative to find Gerald and ask him to visit his mother so that she would feel a little better. Although he might get scolded by Arthur for bringing Gerald back to see his mother, he was willing to take that risk as long as it would make her happy. "Young master, I will return 4 days from now." Hans bowed respectfully. "I pray that the next time we meet, you'll be done listing all the ingredients necessary for curing my lady's condition." The butler was already used to bowing to people because it was his job. But there were only a handful of times when he sincerely wanted to show his respect and acknowledgement to people. Right now, Hans had already deemed the 5-year-old as someone who was worthy of his respect and admiration. Even though he still didn't understand how a 5-year-old could accomplish what he did and know things that even adults were unable to comprehend, it didn't really matter in the end. He could tell that the boy wanted him to become his ally. Hans already promised himself that if 13 was really able to save Lady Callista from her suffering, forget about the 3 favors that he wanted from him. He would gladly serve and do any favors that the boy would ask of him and treat him as his benefactor for life. Chapter 31, Ways to Earn Money. Chapter 31, Ways to Earn Money. A few minutes after Hans left, 13 locked himself inside his room and meditated. He accessed his core and calculated which ingredients were most optimal for creating the antidote to cure the poison inside his grandma's body. The poison was quite unique, with half of it being a very potent poison, and the other half being a very potent curse. This combination not only prevented anyone from curing it completely, but it also deteriorated the rank of the victim, allowing the poison to seep deeper into their bones and tissues, allowing it to become part of their body. Simply put, removing the poison completely was tantamount to killing Lady Callista. The poison and her were already inseparable, making any kind of cure counterproductive, hastening her death. The only saving grace was that no one was able to find a cure, so they only tried to suppress it. Fruinovel.com. Since his brain was still not mature enough for high-level calculations, 13 paced himself and spent nearly 2 hours finalizing the list of ingredients that he needed. He was certain that, with the help of the Leventis family, looking for the rare ingredients wouldn't be that hard. Since he didn't need to spend a single coin in this endeavor, 13 didn't hesitate to pick the most optimal ingredient, allowing Lady Callista to not only recover but to also make the poison that had caused her to suffer for several years transform into a deadly power that would be completely under her control. "Once Grandma is cured, my family will have another backer in the Leventis family," 13 thought. "After 2 years, Mikhail will have his first wandering. I'll make sure to train him enough so that his first quest will not be able to threaten his life." Truth be told, when 13 mentioned that it would take 2 years for Lady Callista to be cured, he meant that the potion would take 2 years to fully take effect. During that period, she would also undergo therapy, but that was only another one of 13's excuses. The so-called therapy was just an excuse. In reality, he would use that time to impart to his grandma a divine technique that would not only make her immune to all kinds of poison but also unleash the same kind of poison that she had suffered from onto her enemies. The evil part of this ability was that the moment the poison fully spread inside her victims' bodies, they would fall under her control. She would be like a vampire progenitor and be able to create her own covenant, made up of people who were infected by the poison in her body. Technically, Lady Callista was part of his family. He had argued this clause with the Laplace demon when they made the contract. That detail, such as it was revised to make Gerald's father, mother, and biological sister a part of 13's family, who could benefit from his abilities. The same could be said for Alessia's mother, father, brothers, and sisters, who were biologically part of her family as well. Although it took a while for the Laplace demon to be convinced, it still reluctantly agreed in the end. 13's endgame was to make the patriarch of the Leventis family his pawn, heir backer, allowing him to monopolize the family's connections and resources to their fullest. Of course, he had also made contingency plans in case this didn't work. If he couldn't make the Leventis family his treasure trove of resources, he would just focus on making money. Lots of money. Regardless of what people thought, money still made the world go round. It was an inescapable path of human evolution. Those who controlled the flow of money controlled the world. While he was looking for ways to break his restrictions, he would simply hire strong wanderers and even pathfinders to become his subordinates, allowing him to move unhindered despite only reaching the rookie rank. It's quite unfortunate that I can't mass-produce rune equipment since it will break the current balance of the world, 13 thought. But there are still other ways to earn money. The boy smirked because there was a loophole in the agreement. Although he couldn't sell rune equipment to the masses, he could still sell it directly to his grandpa, Arthur. Of course, he had to place certain restrictions on the items, which would allow only Arthur to wield them. This way, not only would he be abiding by the agreement he had with Laplace Demon and the One, but he would also be able to earn millions of gold coins through his transactions with his grandpa. Simply put, 13 planned to make Arthur his ATM machine that regularly dispensed money for his sake. This was hitting two birds with one stone. Of course, he also planned to give his grandma some top-quality artifacts, but he would give them to her for free. It's quite unfortunate that I can't arm Hans with rune equipment, 13 sighed. Since the butler was his first ally, he wanted to strengthen him so that whenever he asked him to do something for him, Hans would be able to do it without fail. 13 looked at the list of ingredients in his hand and smiled. Once Grandma is cured, I will refine some of her blood and make everyone in the family immune to poison, 13 smirked. At least, we'll no longer have to be worried about being poisoned when we face poisonous creatures in Solterra. My host also suffered a lot back then due to poison. The boy sighed after remembering his previous host, who had died an unjust death at the hands of one of the 5 monarchs that ruled the world. Don't think about that scum for now, 13 muttered to himself. He will get his just dessert once I unlock my restrictions. For now, I just need to focus on strengthening my family and allies. He had already outlined the path that he would take in order to reach his goals as fast and securely as possible. Of course, he still needed to know how much Solterra had changed since he was there. Also, there were other things that were on his mind, like the treasures that his previous host had left behind for safekeeping. His previous host was a bit paranoid, so he didn't keep too many special items in his possession. 13 knew exactly where these treasures were hidden, so he could unearth them the moment he became a rookie. Of course, depending on how dangerous the location was, he would ask his family or Hans for help, allowing him to get some of the most powerful artifacts that used to belong to his host. His previous host was a throne pathfinder before he was stabbed to death. And all of the things he left behind were so precious that 13 could easily earn millions if he auctioned them off. But 13 had no plans to do that. He would refine these artifacts and apply rune magic to them. That way, they would become more powerful, allowing them to step into the legendary rank. Chapter 32, There's Nothing This Brat Can Hide Inside My Own Turf. Chapter 32, There's Nothing This Brat Can Hide Inside My Own Turf. Michael personally delivered the Mountain King's axe to 13's residence. He was supposed to deliver it a day ago, but due to how busy he was, the delivery was done a day late. When he saw the handsome man wearing glasses take the Mountain King's axe out as if it was nothing, 13 couldn't help but be surprised because he made it look so easy. The 5-year-old didn't know that his uncle was actually a strength-type wanderer, who could easily lift the axe that nearly weighed a ton as if it was just a cup of coffee. After delivering the axe, and placing it inside the room that 13 designated, he left after exchanging a few pleasantries with the boy's mother, Alessia. "Zion, is this the axe that you told me about?" Alessia asked. "The one that you planned to give your brother after his second wandering?" "Yes, mother," 13 replied. Alessia then held the handle of the axe and frowned. "This is too heavy," Alessia commented. "Even as a grandmaster, I would have a very difficult time using this. I doubt that Mikhail will be able to use it after becoming an adept." "Don't worry, mother," 13 smiled. "I already have it covered. Trust me, okay?" Alessia wanted to roll her eyes at her son, but after seeing him do incredible things, she decided to believe him. Mother, there is also one thing I forgot to tell you, 13 said. 3 days from now, I'm going to go back to the Leventis family to see grandmother. I plan to bring Remy along with me. Alessia looked at her son in disbelief, and for a brief moment, she thought that she misheard him. You plan to take Remy to the Leventis family to see Lady Callista? Alessia asked. Yes. 13 nodded. I want her to see Remy. Zion, are you perhaps planning to reconnect our ties to the Leventis family? Not really. I just want Grandma to see how cute Remy is. I couldn't care less what the rest of the Leventis family does. But, Grandma is Grandma. But, the patriarch of the Leventis family is your grandpa as well, Alessia stated. 13 shrugged. So? He was the one that disowned father. Since that is the case, I don't see any point in trying to be nice to him. Alessia didn't say anything for a minute and simply stared at her son with a frown. Zion, what are you planning? Alessia asked. It will not be a good idea to antagonize the Leventis family. Mother, you think too much, 13 said as he placed his hand on the handle of the Mountain King's axe. There's no way someone as insignificant as me can antagonize one of the 10 prestigious families. Also, I am not stupid to do that. Grandpa can easily snuff out our entire family just by lifting a finger. Why would I do something to offend him? The boy then turned to his mother and held her hand. Trust me, Mother, 13 stated. I will only do what is best for our family. Seeing how serious her son's expression was, Alessia sighed in her heart and nodded her head. I believe you, Zion, Alessia replied. Just, make sure to protect Remy, okay? Not everyone in the Leventis family likes our family after all. I will, Mother. Zion smiled. I promise. 3 days later. Good morning, young Master Zion, young Lady Remy. Hans bowed towards the 2 children, who would be visiting Lady Callista today. 13 nodded back and handed a piece of paper to the butler, who took it without any hesitation. The boy watched as Hans read the list of ingredients that he would need to create the potion that would cure his grandma. Freewebble.cm. To his surprise, the butler's expression remained calm even after reading the list. 13 was hoping that Hans would show a look of surprise on his face or maybe a frown. There were many rare and expensive ingredients on the list, and he thought he would get a reaction from him. What the 5-year-old didn't know was that, although Hans was indeed a butler from the Leventis family, he was actually very rich. Filthy rich to be exact. I will procure these ingredients as soon as possible, young master, Hans said with a smile. Just give me a few days. You're good, Hans, 13 replied on seeing how composed the butler was. Hans had spent millions using his own savings to find a cure for Lady Callista in the past, even hiring the best alchemists and pharmacists to help him. But, all of that money was wasted. Now that he was certain that he finally found the true cure for his master, he wouldn't mind spending 1/10 of his total savings in order to get everything that was listed on the piece of paper in his hands. After carefully pocketing the note as if it was a priceless treasure, Hans opened the door of his car, allowing 13 and Remy to enter. Safety first, 13 said as he fastened Remy in with her seatbelt. Safety first, Remy imitated her brother's words, earning her a pat on the head. Hans couldn't help but smile after seeing this lovely scene before he started to drive his car. He had already obtained Michael's permission for 13's and Remy's visit, informing the security personnel inside the residence about their arrival. We're here, young master, young lady, Hans replied as he parked the car near the main door of the everlasting villa. 13 helped his sister get out of the car, and looked at the familiar place with a smile on his face. Come, Remy, 13 said. Let's go meet Grandma. Grandma. Remy smiled. The two didn't know that the moment they entered the residence, Arthur had already set his sights on them. After the party, he did a background check on the 5-year-old to learn more about his personality. According to the data collected by the investigators, Zion was a very timid child and rarely interacted with people, with the exception of his family. He was also involved in an accident, receiving serious injuries, which caused him to be hospitalized for a time. He changed after he was discharged from the hospital, Arthur thought as he remembered the notes that were added in the report. Did he develop a split personality because of his trauma? This was the only explanation that Arthur could think of after seeing 13's performance during the party. It was impossible for a timid 5-year-old to do what he did, making the patriarch of the Leventis clan wonder if letting 13 continue to meet with his wife would be a good thing or not. I'll observe for the time being, Arthur thought. There's nothing this brat can hide inside my own turf. With this, the patriarch of the Leventis clan closed his eyes, and let his senses expand towards the everlasting villa, where 2 little pests had wormed their way inside the residence. Chapter 33, Can I Keep Her? Chapter 33, Can I Keep Her? Grandma, I'm back as promised, 13 said with a smile. And, guess who I brought with me to see you? The 5-year-old moved to the side, and lightly patted his little sister's back, so she would take a few steps forward. Remy looked at the old lady in front of her with curiosity. Lady Callista, on the other hand, looked at the adorable child with a smile. Your name is Remy, right? Lady Callista said. Come here. Perhaps because of her brother's encouragement, and the old lady's kind gaze, Remy walked towards her grandma with a smile. Grandma. Remy said sweetly, making Lady Callista and Trisha feel the strong urge to hug her. Lady Callista didn't fight this urge and pulled the little girl into her embrace and hugged her. Grandma, good? Remy asked. Lady Callista kissed Remy's right cheek before looking at Hans, while still hugging the girl. Can I keep her? No, 13 could only smile after seeing this scene. It seemed that his plan to make his grandma become fond of his adorable sister was a success. No one can resist Remy's charms, 13 thought. As expected of my little sister. Lady Callista couldn't help but kiss Remy's chubby cheeks over and over again, making the little girl giggle in her arms. When she finally had her fill, she asked Trisha to push her wheelchair towards the garden. Remy was still seated on her grandma's lap, and seemed to be very comfortable in her position. The old lady couldn't help but smile because it had been a while since she had interacted with a child as cute as Remy. Sure, there were other children inside the Leventis family estate, but since they weren't her direct descendants, she didn't care much about them. 13 and Remy were different. They were truly her grandchildren, so the feeling of wanting to spoil them came natural to her. Hans and 13 followed a few steps behind Trisha, who was pushing the wheelchair towards the garden. They had already set up a table there, filled with cookies, cakes, and other delicious snacks for the children. Remy was personally hand-fed by Lady Callista, while her brother just watched from the side. He didn't mind if his grandma showered his sister with all of her attention today. That was the main reason why he insisted on bringing Remy with him. 13 had already given the list of ingredients to Hans, so there was nothing else to do, but wait until it was time for them to go home. He had also asked Hans to refrain from talking to him too much whenever he was in the Leventis residence, so that it would not make people too suspicious of him. His act during the party couldn't be considered high-handed because he had pulled back his punches most of the time, depriving the guests of their entertainment, and making sure to uphold the Leventis family's motto. Courage and strength. These were the traits that the Leventis family recognized. Weakness was something they hated, so 13 abided by these rules, while making sure that Terence wasn't humiliated. The mistakes of his subordinates might be reflected on his person, but in the end, this was still acceptable because they still hadn't received the training required of the retainers from the family. His face-off against Terence was also stopped midway, which was part of his plan. Him getting drunk would give him an excuse that he wasn't in the right state of mind when he challenged the boy. So anything he did during that time could be forgiven due to the influence of the alcohol. But, he couldn't always fool everyone, so the best way to do this was, instead of coming to the Leventis residence all the time, to make his grandma come to him. Remy was the key to make that happen. She was cute, obedient, and loving. Because of this, it was only a matter of time before his grandma would love and spoil her rotten. Of course, even if Lady Callista spoiled Remy rotten, 13 would ensure that his sister would receive proper training as she grew up. "I'll make sure to take the initiative to invite Grandma to visit us next time," 13 thought as he sipped his tea. Trisha, who was standing behind Lady Callista's wheelchair, would often glance at the 5-year-old boy from time to time. Arthur had asked her to pay close attention to the boy, and report to him if she noticed anything suspicious in his actions. But, aside from acting like an intellectual child, which was normal for the prestigious families, the maid couldn't find anything suspicious in the boy's actions. She had been at the party, and she had to admit that she was surprised by how Zion had dealt with everything. But, he wasn't the only one capable of doing this. Almost every heir of the other families shared these qualities, making them stand above their peers. In the end, they just thought of him as a more intellectual child born from the bloodline of the Leventis family. A few hours later, a teary-eyed Remy clung to her grandma, not wanting to let go. Lady Callista was also very reluctant to part with her granddaughter, whom she was seeing for the first time. "Remy, it's fine," 13 patted her sister's head. "Grandma will visit you soon. Isn't that right, Grandma?" "Grandma," Remy said as she looked at Lady Callista with puppy-like eyes. "Visit me?" "Of course, I will visit you," Lady Callista answered in a heartbeat. "I'll visit you tomorrow if you like." Remy happily hugged her grandma, making Trisha and Hans smile at the same time. Their mistress was smiling the entire time that Remy was with her, making them happy as well. Just as 13 and Remy were about to climb into the car, the 2-year-old walked back to her grandma and stood in tiptoes with her arms spread wide. Her lips were puckered, making the old lady chuckle as she presented her cheeks to her granddaughter, who gave her a sweet and wet kiss on the cheek. After kissing her grandma, she walked back to her brother and held his hand. "Bye-bye, Grandma," 13 said with a smile. "See you tomorrow." "Bye-bye." Remy also waved her hand before going inside the car. Even when inside the car, Remy was still waving at Lady Callista, which made the older woman wave to her as well. A minute later, the car left the everlasting villa, making the old lady sigh as she leaned back in her wheelchair. She felt very happy ever since she met 13. The child was very sweet, obedient, and intelligent. But, after seeing Remy, her heart melted, making her remember the time when she was raising her own children, when they were still young and clung to her every day. "Trisha, make sure to prepare my best dress tomorrow," Lady Callista ordered. "Understood, my lady," Trisha replied. "Should I also ask Hans to buy a toy that we can give Remy tomorrow as a gift?" Lady Callista smiled and nodded her head. "Good idea. Make sure to buy gifts for Zion and his 2 siblings as well." Trisha nodded before pushing the wheelchair back inside the residence with a smile on her pretty face. Chapter 34, This grandson of mine is really smart. Chapter 34, This grandson of mine is really smart. The next day, Lady Callista came to visit 13 and his family. Since he had already informed his mother of her impending arrival, Alessia did her best to clean the house, as well as prepare food for their guests. It had been a long time since she last saw her mother-in-law, and she wanted to make her stay as comfortable as possible. "Grandma!" Remy shouted happily before running towards the old lady, who was seated in a wheelchair. The smile on Lady Callista's face widened after seeing her adorable granddaughter run in her direction. After catching the little one in a loving embrace, she kissed Remy's cheeks, and the latter kissed her back happily. "Thank you for coming to visit us, Mother," Alessia said as she walked towards her mother-in-law with a smile. "Alessia, it has been a while," Lady Callista nodded her head as Remy sat on her lap, making herself comfortable. It seemed that she liked to stay as close to her grandma as possible, and the old lady certainly wouldn't have it any other way. "It will be best if we all go inside the house first," 13, who was always the sensible one, said. "Welcome to our humble home, Grandma." Lady Callista looked at the 5-year-old and the 2 other children who were standing behind him. Gerald's 2 other children, Mikhail and Shasha, looked at Lady Callista with curiosity. Mikhail had seen his grandma in the past, but she didn't look this old back then. She was still a beauty, making it so he did not recognize her right away. Shasha, on the other hand, was still too young when Lady Callista last saw her, so she couldn't remember her grandma's face. But even if she did, she would still not recognize her now due to the effects of the poison that had spread inside the old lady's body. Still, after hearing 13's reminder, everyone went inside the house so that their guests could have refreshments. Trisha observed Mikhail and Shasha, who were Gerald's children. The patriarch had asked her to check what their abilities were and report her opinion of them to him. 13, who was also subtly paying attention to the maid, smirked internally. Since she wanted to see what his siblings were capable of, he would let her see it and report it back to the family. Even though his father was kicked out of the Leventis family, the fact remained that the Leventis blood still flowed in their veins. Any talented members of the family would be treated with great care and protected until they fully matured. Brother, sister, since grandma is here, why don't you have a sparring match to show your skills to them? 13 proposed before glancing at Lady Callista, who was busy hugging and patting Remy. Would you like that, Grandma? Sounds good, Lady Callista replied. She was also looking forward to seeing to what extent her grandchildren had trained outside of the Leventis family. As their grandmother, she was very worried that they were not receiving proper training from her son and daughter-in-law. The monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families each had a very strict training routine for their heirs and younger generations. This was to ensure that they would excel and rise above the masses, befitting as a member of their families. Simply put, each family took pride that their bloodline was strong and born to lead people, making them important figures not only in Solterra but in Pangaea as well. If her grandchildren's performance wasn't up to par, then Lady Callista would insist that one of her trusted subordinates come to train them, especially Mikhail, who only had 2 years before his first wandering. Is this Zion's way of asking me to help train his siblings? Lady Callista mused. This grandson of mine is really smart. Trisha had the same line of thought. She even felt that 13 was shameless for hugging his grandma's legs in order to gain guidance as well as resources from the Leventis family. Hans, on the other hand, remained silent. He hadn't seen how strong the 5-year-old siblings were either. Every time he had come to their residence, the 2 had either just finished their training or they were training somewhere else. Mikhail and Shasha were quite happy that their brother had asked them to spar. Aside from their daily routine, the 2 didn't have the chance to spar today because their mother asked them to be ready to meet their grandma at any time. The 2 of them went back to their rooms to change into proper training gear since Shasha was unable to fight properly wearing the beautiful dress that her mother had picked for her. While everyone was waiting for Mikhail and Shasha to return, they all headed to the training ground. Grandma, I have also started Remy's training, 13 commented. She's training as well? Lady Callista frowned. She's still too young to train. Even the Leventis households only start the training of their children at 5 years old. Well, it's not really vigorous training, 13 said. I'm just teaching Remy a technique for self-defense. It's called the Nutcracker Kick. Nutcracker Kick? Lady Callista blinked in confusion. What's that? I'll let you see it, Grandma, 13 stated. Remy, come for a bit. Let's show Grandma your Nutcracker Kick. Remy reluctantly went to her big brother because she also wanted to show off to her grandma. She then raised her shoulders, allowing 13 to hold them in place to support her body. The moment her brother gave the signal, Remy started to use her Nutcracker Kick, making Lady Callista and Trisha chuckle. Ei! 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 The little girl's kick was quite amusing, and after seeing her kicking style, they immediately understood what 13 was trying to teach his sister, amusing the 2 ladies. Hans, on the other hand, couldn't help but shake his head helplessly due to the 5-year-old's antics. After doing a few kicks, Remy returned to her grandma, wanting to be praised. "Good girl," Lady Callista said as she patted her granddaughter's head. "You did well." Remy smiled and hugged her grandma lovingly after being praised by her. It was also at this moment when Mikhail and Shasha appeared at the training ground. Their auras were different from when they came to meet Lady Callista, making the old lady arch an eyebrow. After bowing to each other as a sign of respect, the two took their fighting stances. Both were holding real weapons, but with blunted edges, which was very normal for their age. They just didn't expect that Mikhail would be wielding an axe, while Shasha held a rapier in her hand. A moment later, the two clashed against each other, surprising Lady Callista, Hans, and Trisha at the same time. They weren't using the family technique of the Leventis family like they thought they would. But the more the two fought, the more solemn the expressions of the three adults became. Although their battle styles were still rough around the edges, they could see the potential of the techniques they were using. This made Trisha, who was supposed to report this kind of development to her patriarch, subtly activate a recording crystal so that Arthur would be able to see Mikhail's and Shasha's battle for himself once she returned to the Leventis residence. Chapter 35, Unexpected Turn of Events. Chapter 35, Unexpected Turn of Events. Shasha unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, while Mikhail raised his axe to block them all. He knew that when it came to speed, he was not a match against his sister, but that was fine. He had his own way of dealing with those who moved fast, and that was what he did. Taking minimal movements, he unleashed a slash, overpowering his sister, which caused her to uncontrollably skid backward. A fearless smile appeared on Shasha's face, while a grin was plastered on Mikhail's. 13 chuckled internally, seeing that the two simply fought to the best of their abilities, forgetting that they had spectators watching them. The exchange became more intense as both did their best to land a hit on their opponent. Lady Callista couldn't help but nod her head in satisfaction. Although both of them didn't seem to be used to the fighting style they were using, it was still at a passable level. She believed that before Mikhail and Shasha started their first wandering, they would be able to refine their fighting style, allowing them to have a higher survival rate the moment they stepped into the world of Solterra. Suddenly, with a roar, Mikhail lunged forward and used his superior strength to hit Shasha's rapier, making it fly backward, disarming her. However, Shasha wasn't fazed as she did several backflips in quick succession, catching her rapier before it fell on the ground. Just as the two were about to clash again, they heard a clapping sound, which made both of them look at their 5-year-old brother, who had a smile on his face. "Okay, let's end the spar for now," 13 said. "Good job, bro, sis." Mikhail and Shasha glanced at each other before lowering their weapons. This act made Lady Callista arch an eyebrow as she looked at the 5-year-old, who had stopped her siblings from continuing their spar. ebnovel.com that alone proved that Mikhail and Shasha acknowledged their little brother and listened to his orders. Trisha was also very surprised because she didn't expect the two to listen to their younger brother as if he were the eldest in the family. Mikhail and Shasha then walked towards their grandmother with looks of expectation. They were wondering what she was going to say about their performance. "Both of you did well," Lady Callista said. "At first, I was surprised because the two of you weren't using the Leventis battle style. But the martial techniques that both of you are currently using suit both of you perfectly. By the way, who taught you those martial techniques?" "Father taught me mine," Mikhail replied. "Mother taught me mine," Shasha replied. These were the replies that 13 had told them to use if this question came up. His father and mother had already been informed about this, and both of them agreed that this was the safest way to handle this matter. "What grade are these martial techniques?" Lady Callista inquired. This time, it was Alessia who answered the question. "Both of them are gold-grade martial techniques," Alessia replied in a calm manner. Lady Callista, Hans, and Trisha looked at Alessia in shock. Gold-grade martial techniques were very rare and far in between. Even the Leventis sword art, Heaven's Divide, was a peak gold-grade martial technique. "Where did you two get them?" Lady Callista asked. Where else, mother? Alessia replied. Gerald got them while exploring ruins in Solterra. You know he's hard at work trying to support the family. The old lady nodded her head in understanding. Do you plan to auction or sell these martial techniques? Of course not, mother, Alessia replied. We're not that stupid. Mikhail and Shaha will inherit these martial styles, so when they have a family of their own, their children will inherit their legacies. Lady Callista found this answer acceptable and gave Trisha a sidelong glance. If this information reaches my husband, I'll kick you out of the villa, Lady Callista said with a smile. You will never work for me again and never be trusted by me again. Trisha nodded her head in understanding. My lady, although my employer is the patriarch, I have not forgotten that you were the one who took me into the family. I will not betray your trust. Good, Lady Callista nodded. You can give that recording crystal to my husband and let him think whatever he wants to think. But the grade of these martial techniques must be kept secret no matter what. Trisha nodded a second time. Understood, my lady. Suddenly, everyone felt a fluctuation in the residence, making Alessia smile. It seems that Gerald has come home early, Alessia said. Mother, let's all go and meet him. Lady Callista smiled. Since I'm already here, why not? Mikhail and Shasha went ahead to meet their father, while Alessia guided her mother-in-law to the private gateway that their family had inside the residence. Suddenly, Shasha's scream reverberated in the surroundings, alarming Alessia, Hans, and 13. Without another word, Alessia and Hans darted toward the place where they heard the scream, drawing their weapons as they ran. Lady Callista then asked Trisha to take her there, which the latter obeyed. Stay here with Remy, Lady Callista said as she handed the little girl over to 13. We'll check the situation first. After saying those words, the two left, leaving 13 and Remy behind. The 5-year-old frowned, but he didn't move from his spot while hugging Remy, who had a curious look on her face. Since he was not aware of what made his sister, Shasha, scream, he decided to not do anything reckless and wait until the adults had dealt with the situation. They were still far too weak to do anything, and if an enemy had managed to infiltrate their residence, they wouldn't even last a few seconds before being killed. He would only learn a few minutes later that his father, Gerald, had suffered serious injuries and barely managed to return home after surviving an assassination attempt. Before he lost consciousness, Gerald was able to say the name of the organization that targeted him, and it was none other than one of the top assassin organizations in Solterra that went by the name Death Wish. Chapter 36, No One Escapes a Death Wish Twice. Chapter 36, No One Escapes a Death Wish Twice. Trisha, go back to the residence and tell my husband about what happened, Lady Callista said. I will be staying here for a few days. Ask Michael to send a few grandmasters to protect this place for the time being. Yes, my lady, Trisha bowed before leaving the room where Gerald was currently resting. Lady Callista's personal maid was a grandmaster healer. It was because of her specialty that she was assigned to Lady Callista. Her job was to take care of and serve as her personal healer just in case she needed it. While Trisha was healing Gerald, she couldn't help but frown due to how serious his injuries were. Some of the stab wounds he received were dangerously close to his vital organs. As one of the subordinates of the Leventis family, she was well aware of the assassin organization that went by the name Death Wish. They were willing to kill anyone as long as the price was right. Also, their success rate was very high, so Gerald being able to escape was a miracle in itself. Trisha had no doubt in her mind that if Gerald was an hour late in receiving medical help, he would have bled to death, making his wife Alessia a widow and leaving his kids without a father. After the maid had sealed most of Gerald's injuries, she proposed that Gerald be taken to the hospital. However, Lady Callista shook her head. They didn't know who had placed a bounty on Gerald's head, and it was very possible that he would not be safe in the hospital. Because of this, Lady Callista took an elixir out of her storage ring and handed it to Trisha, making the latter's body stiffen. Use this to save my son, Lady Callista ordered. Trisha nodded and helped the unconscious man to drink the elixir, which was capable of saving someone suffering from grievous injuries as long as they still had breath in them. Elixirs were extremely rare healing items, and there were only 3 of them in the Leventis family. Lady Callista had now used hers, which was considered a priceless treasure to ordinary families. Gerald's complexion became better, and his breathing more stable. Alessia, who was doing her best to hold back her tears, finally gave in and covered her face with both hands. Extreme anxiety flooded her senses when she saw her husband covered in blood upon arriving at the gateway of their family. Fortunately, she wasn't an ordinary human, so she didn't faint. She was also able to think rationally and immediately took out a potion in her possession and sprinkled it over her husband's body, allowing him to regain a bit of his strength before he was treated by Trisha. Again, go back to the residence and report what happened here, Trisha, Lady Callista ordered. I will be staying here for a few days, so tell Michael to send some grandmasters to guard this place during my stay. Yes, my lady, Trisha bowed before leaving the room as fast as she could. She understood why her mistress decided to stay at her son's house. As long as she was there, the patriarch of the Leventis family would have no choice but to send the family's sentinels to guard her and keep 13's family safe. While all the adults were inside the master's bedroom, 13 was taking care of his siblings. Mikhail and Shasha had tears in their eyes, while Remy was seated on 13's lap. For little children, things like sadness and laughter were very infectious. If not for the fact that 13 had told Remy that their brother and sister were just acting, she would have been crying as well because they looked very sad right now. Death wish, 13 thought. Fortunately, I was able to impart Heaven's Blade to Father. If not, the skill Heaven's Blade was a new martial technique that combined Heaven's Divide and Eternal Blade. This skill allowed its wielder to move fast and hit hard at the same time. It also had a life-saving move called Overdrive, which allowed its wielder to increase their strength and speed by 500% in the span of 5 minutes. It was this martial technique's last resort, and Gerald's body showed signs of using it. The only downside to this technique was that, after the 5 minutes had passed, they would then enter a lethargic state, which would make them unable to move their body for an entire day. They either have to overcome their opponents and win, or die in the process. It was the ultimate trump card of Heaven's Blade, making it extremely potent in combat. Someone's targeting Father, but who? 13 thought. The Leventis family had many enemies, so it was possible that one of their rivals had targeted Gerald in order to send a message to the entire family. Since he had been disowned, he had also lost the protection of his family, making him an easy picking. If Gerald hadn't learned Heaven's Blade in time, they might have succeeded. But now that their plan had failed, they would probably lie low for the time being and wait for everything to cool off. I don't have enough information. 13 sighed in his heart. It seems that I need to push my plans aside for a bit to deal with unforeseen variables. He originally thought that he would be able to take it easy and slowly grow up until his first wandering. Now that his father had been attacked, he needed to create countermeasures for the safety of his family. The only saving grace was that the assassin organization, Death Wish, only operated in Solterra. Even so, 13 didn't plan to take any chances. Later, he would talk to his parents about his plan to help protect their family better. Since Death Wish had failed their assassination attempt, they would definitely send more powerful experts to deal with his father the next time he went to Solterra. There was a saying among the Wanderers that, no one escapes a death wish twice, because their second attempt would be several times deadlier than the first. Faced with this threat, he was certain that his father wouldn't be going to Solterra anytime soon and would have to stay in their home to fully recover while planning his next move. Chapter 37, The Perfect House Husband, Part 1. Chapter 37, The Perfect House Husband, Part 1. 3 days had passed since Gerald narrowly escaped from the assassins of Death Wish. The Patriarch had sent his most trusted subordinates to protect 13's home and kept the incident under wraps. No one from the Leventis family was aware of what happened to Gerald. But even if they knew, they would probably not care, and some might even rejoice. Alessia was very worried about her husband, but since he had already drank an elixir, she knew that he'd wake up sooner or later. During this time, 13 urged Hans to put all his focus on purchasing the ingredients needed to brew the potion that would stabilize his grandma's condition. With the current development, his plans had to be adjusted. He no longer had the leeway to take his sweet time when it came to strengthening and protecting his family. He understood that his father wouldn't be able to return to Solterra anytime soon, so he devised a plan that would allow him to support their family for a few years even if Gerald didn't go to Solterra to do quests and gather Jinn cores and monster parts. Later that afternoon, Gerald finally woke up, to the relief of his family. Even Lady Callista couldn't help but tear up when she saw that her son was finally awake. Of course, Gerald was dumbfounded to see his mother in their home, and when he heard that she had given him her one and only elixir, he felt very guilty. But he didn't let this show up on his face because doing so would only waste the sacrifice that his mother had made for him. Instead, he told everyone about what happened down to the last detail. According to him, he was just about to return to the city of Lancaster in order to deposit his spoils before going out on another expedition. But on the way back, he was ambushed by 6 grandmasters. Even though he was also a grandmaster, Gerald was at a great disadvantage because his 6 opponents were elite assassins. Fortunately, his senses, which had been enhanced due to his years of experience, as well as his newly modified martial technique, allowed him to barely evade the sneak attack that was launched from behind him. After the assassins failed to kill him with the first blow, a skirmish happened, with Gerald being attacked by the assassins from every direction. While the fact remained that he was at a great disadvantage, Gerald's strength had increased by leaps and bounds after learning Heaven's Blade. Even though he had 6 opponents who were of the same rank, he was still able to gain the upper hand and push them back. When the assassins realized that they couldn't kill him using normal means, they took berserk potions in order to increase their strength and kill him as fast as they could. This was what pushed Gerald to use his last resort, which was overdrive. After raising his strength and speed, he managed to kill 2 of the assassins and severely wound 2 more. However, he knew that he couldn't keep up his advantage because his enhanced capabilities had a time limit. Desperate to escape, Gerald ran as fast as he could and was fortunate enough to come across a group of friends and acquaintances, who were also on their way to the city. When they saw Gerald's bloody form, they didn't hesitate to help him, forcing the assassins to withdraw. Gerald was not only strong, but he was also a very friendly and kind person. Since his home base was Lancaster, many people had seen and heard of him. Some had even accompanied him on his expeditions and profited greatly from their journey. Because of this, they immediately brought him back to the city and even insisted that he go to the nearest hospital to be healed. However, knowing that the assassins might have agents in Lancaster, Gerald begged his friends to take him to the teleportation gate instead. He insisted that he would get medical help once he got home, so his friends relented and helped him enter the teleportation gateway. After stepping back to their residence, Gerald's tenacity finally faded, and he collapsed on the ground, bleeding all over. "Thank you, Mother," Gerald said. "I'll compensate you someday. I promise." Enough with the nonsense, Lady Callista snapped at her son. "What compensation are you talking about? Do you think I need to be compensated by you? You should just focus on your recovery. Do not forget that you are now a father with 4 kids. What do you think will happen to them if you die? Freewebble.cm, before you think of compensating me, shouldn't you think about how you will be able to support your family instead? Since you are being targeted by Death Wish, they won't stop until you are dead. For the time being, it is best that you do not return to Solterra. Don't worry, I have enough savings to support your family for a few years." Gerald wanted to say that he didn't need his mother's support, but her glare shut him up. He was a prideful person, and the mere thought of being supported by someone else made him feel bitter. But, he was willing to swallow his pride in order to ensure that his family would be able to live comfortably for a few years until he figured out what to do next. It was at that moment that he noticed a 5-year-old boy standing at the corner of the room. The child's arms were crossed over his chest, and his eyes were closed. 13 was leaning against the wall as if he was sleeping. But his steady breaths were more than enough to tell Gerald that his son was just listening to the conversation without any thought of getting in the way. It was thanks to his 5-year-old son that he was able to survive the assassination attempt that was meant to take his life and managed to barely return home to his family. "Mother, Alessia, I want to talk to Zion in private," Gerald said. "Can you please leave us alone for the time being?" Alessia glanced at her son and nodded her head. After he was discharged from the hospital, the 5-year-old had become a pillar of support in their family. They no longer treated him as a child and took his words and advice seriously. "We'll just be in the living room," Alessia took the initiative to take command of the conversation. "Just tell Zion to call for us if you need something." "Mother, let's go." Lady Callista nodded before giving her grandson a sidelong glance. Tricia then pushed her wheelchair out of the room, leaving Gerald and his son behind. "Zion, what do you think I should do?" Gerald asked, hoping that his son would be able to point him in the right direction. "Pops, you don't have to worry about anything," 13 replied. "During the 2 days that you were sleeping, I have devised a plan to make you the perfect house husband." "Huh?" Gerald looked at his son in disbelief. "Can you repeat that? I think I misheard you." 13 chuckled before walking toward his father and patting his hand. "You didn't mishear me, Pops," 13 stated. "Prepare yourself to be the perfect house husband. I got you covered." Gerald didn't know if he should laugh or cry at the smugness of his 5-year-old, who had just told him what role he was going to play for his family. He would only come to know later that his son's version of the perfect house husband would allow him to do things he never thought possible while in the safety of their own home. Chapter 38, The Perfect House Husband, Part 2. Chapter 38, The Perfect House Husband, Part 2. 2 more days passed since Gerald regained consciousness. On the 5th day, Michael personally visited 13's home, with the intention of inviting Lady Callista back to the residence. The two privately talked for a while, and in the end, the old lady reluctantly agreed to return home with Michael in exchange for leaving 6 grandmasters to continue watching over her son's house, protecting them from the shadows. 13 was very happy with this conclusion and even wanted to kiss his uncle for coming at the right time. With so many people inside their house, there were certain things that he couldn't do. As for the bodyguards outside the house, he didn't mind them one bit. Even if they were there, he was confident that none of them would be able to catch wind of what he was cooking up, which was a good thing. A day ago, Hans had given all of the ingredients that he gathered to 13, and the boy concocted the potion using a portable stove and a pot that Hans also provided for him. Of course, he did it inside his bedroom and only handed Hans the finished potion an hour before he returned to the Leventis family with his grandma. 13 told Hans that he should let Lady Callista drink the potion only when it was just the two of them. The boy didn't trust Tricia enough to let her become part of his inner circle. Only when he was certain of her loyalty and allegiance would he consider adding her to the team and ask her to help him do the things that he was unable to do because of the restrictions on his body. As soon as 13 handed the potion to Hans, he immediately told the butler that he planned to use one of the 3 favors that the butler promised to him. But before telling Hans what he wanted from him, 13 first asked how much money Hans had in his bank account. The butler didn't bat an eye and told 13 the exact amount of his savings. "I want half of your savings," 13 stated. "Make sure to create an anonymous account, and send the money there. After that, pass the username and password to me. I will handle the rest." It was unknown whether Hans was surprised or bitter about 13's first favor since he didn't have a change of expression and simply nodded in agreement. Remembering that scene, 13 sighed and wished that Hans was part of their family. That way, he would be able to arm the butler to the teeth with his rune equipment. "The next time I see Laplace Demon and the One, I will definitely ask them to add Hans as one of my beneficiaries." When his grandma and her entourage had finally left, 13 immediately went to talk to his father and mother about his plans. He already convinced his father a day ago to ask Lady Callista for a loan of 10 million gold coins. Getting half of Han's savings netted him 50 million additional gold coins, giving their family a hefty sum. But 13 didn't plan to use this money to simply support his family. No. He planned to burn all of this money to make more money. "Pops, are you ready to become the perfect house husband?" 13 asked as he used a marker to scribble several runes on Gerald's body. "What choice do I have?" Gerald replied bitterly. "Are you sure this plan of yours is going to work, Zion?" "Of course." 13 nodded. "Do you still doubt me after learning Heaven's Blade? You should know that your son is not only a genius but a supreme genius." Gerald looked at the 5-year-old who was calling himself a supreme genius and wondered where his confidence was coming from. Even so, he had to admit that if 13's plan were to really work, not only would he be able to provide for his family, but it would also open several options for his advancement. Right now, 13 was planning to impart another divine technique to his father, and it was called Hammer for All Seasons. Although the name sounded funny, it was actually one of the strongest blacksmithing divine arts recorded inside his core. A week later, he would impart another divine technique to his father called Good as Gold. This was a crafting technique that specialized in making accessories and jewelry. In a few years, he also planned to teach his mother the divine technique called the 10,000 concoctions. This was a divine rank alchemy technique that would allow Alessia to become an alchemist. The only reason why he couldn't make her an alchemist right now was due to the fact that 13 didn't have enough resources to let his father and mother burn through countless materials and ingredients to perfect their craft. 60 million gold might seem like a large sum to others, but in the face of the 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families, such an amount was mere pocket money for them. Although 13 had imparted the skills to his parents, it would still depend on their comprehension abilities whether they would be able to succeed or not. Body compatibility, as well as a few other factors, would make his parents comprehend the skills faster. Knowing the divine technique and actually using it were two different matters. Just because you watched a cooking video on YouTube didn't mean that you would become a Michelin star chef with the snap of a finger. 13 was already prepared for the reality that his father would burn through several precious metals while learning his craft, but this was a necessary investment for the future. Once Gerald had reached a level where 13 deemed him to be ready, they would then start to craft mythical-grade equipment that he planned to sell to his grandpa, allowing them to recover their losses and gain a profit in return. As 13's chant spread inside the room, the Jinn cores and Majin cores that he had placed around his father all imploded into particles of light, seeping inside his body. The 5-year-old was adamant about turning his father's tragedy into an opportunity, which would shake the Leventis household, the monarch clans, and the other prestigious families to the core a few years from now. Chapter 39, Hammer for All Seasons, Part 1. Chapter 39, Hammer for All Seasons, Part 1. Lady Callista took a deep breath as she allowed her newly acquired martial technique, Death's Embrace, to circulate inside her body. It had been 6 months since Hans had given her a potion that was supposedly able to cure her condition. This wasn't the first time Hans had done such a thing. Over the years, her butler had met with the most prestigious healers, alchemists, herbalists, and a few other noteworthy individuals who were said to be able to cure any diseases. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded in the end. But Hans didn't give up. Lady Callista only drank the potion because she believed that her butler, who was also her best friend, wouldn't hurt her in any way. After drinking the potion, she didn't feel any changes aside from feeling less fatigued. In the end, she thought that this was just another fluke and felt sorry for Hans for wasting his time and effort for the umpteenth time. However, the butler only smiled and assured her that she was on her way to recovery. Not wanting to make him feel bad, she just nodded her head and sighed internally. But as the days passed, she felt that her health was gradually improving. Even Trisha was surprised because Lady Callista was now able to stand up on her own for short periods of time, allowing her to go to the bathroom on her own. A month later, the old lady sensed that her rank, which had been constantly deteriorating, had not just ceased to decline but had also begun to show hints of recovery. On that same day, Hans handed her a purple gin core while Trisha was making her regular reports to the patriarch. The butler said that the gin core contained a martial technique that would allow Lady Callista to use the power inside her body as an offensive ability. Of course, she half doubted Hans' words, but since the potion that he had given her seemed to be working, she thought that she had nothing to lose if she tried. The moment she held the gin core in her hand, it immediately dispersed and turned into particles of light. There were several symbols that appeared in front of her, which merged with various locations of her body. Suddenly, Lady Callista entered a state of enlightenment and fell into a trance. Hans guarded his mistress for nearly 2 hours before she broke out of her daze. Immediately, the old lady started to circulate the martial technique inside her body and was surprised with the results. The poison that had made her suffer for many years followed her will, and it washed over her body, enhancing its abilities. Her strength rose a little, making her recall that she hadn't been training for the past few years of her life. Back then, she used to train every day. However, after the poison had spread inside her body, the mere act of stretching her muscles hurt her so much, so she stopped training altogether. But now, things had changed and, according to Hans, it would change for the better. Taking a deep breath to stabilize her condition, Lady Callista ended her morning routine. When she opened her eyes, it was filled with life and vitality, making the butler in front of her smile faintly. "Hans, have you prepared the car?" Lady Callista asked. "I don't want to keep my grandkids waiting." "It's ready, my lady." Hans bowed. "Good." Lady Callista smiled. "Trisha, let's go." "Yes, my lady," Trisha replied. Since the first time that Lady Callista had visited 13's family, she adjusted her schedule and went to see them twice a week. To her surprise, Arthur didn't make any move to stop her, which made her wonder what her husband was up to. She was not aware that after the patriarch saw Mikhail's and Shasha's potential, he decided to let his wife visit them on a regular basis. This way Trisha could check their progress and report it to him. Also, he knew that after a few back and forths, he wouldn't be able to stop his wife anyway, so he decided to just let her do what she wanted as long as she didn't visit them every single day. There was also the matter with the assassin organization, Death Wish. Arthur didn't know if they were targeting Gerald directly or if their targets were the entirety of the Leventis family. In order to check whether Gerald was their sole target, he paid extra attention to what was happening in Solterra. Fortunately, none of his other family members nor any of the members of the Branch family received any reports of any assassination attempts. Arthur had sent a few grandmasters to protect his disowned son's residence due to Michael's proposal. Michael stated that as long as Gerald was under threat, Lady Callista would not leave his side, which would complicate things further. In order to avoid that, he assigned a few bodyguards to keep their family safe, at least until they were certain that no one in Pangaea was targeting them directly. It took only half an hour for Lady Callista, Hans, and Trisha to arrive at their destination. The moment she entered the gates, an adorable little girl immediately appeared in their vision. Remy walked toward her grandma with a wide smile on her face and her arms spread wide. The old lady then waited until her grandchild neared her wheelchair before she gave her a gentle hug, and placed the little girl on her lap like she always did whenever she was in their residence. "Where's Gerald?" Lady Callista asked Alessia, who was taking care of Remy a moment ago. "Is he still in the smithy?" Ever since her son recovered from his injuries, he started trying his hands at blacksmithing. Lady Callista welcomed this change because as long as Gerald stayed home, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by the assassin organization, Death Wish, which only operated in Solterra. Although she didn't have too high of an expectation that Gerald would succeed at his new hobby, she decided to support him financially, which irked her husband. "How about Zion?" Lady Callista asked. "What is he doing now?" Aside from Remy, the old lady paid extra attention to the 5-year-old, who made her feel at ease. It was a weird feeling, especially since she was stronger than the boy. But whenever she was around 13, she felt as if she was talking to an equal who possessed the same strength as her. "He's with his father in the smithy," Alessia replied with a bitter smile on her face. Aside from training in the mornings, he joins his father in the smithy until dinner time. It seems that he is also interested in blacksmithing. Is that so? Lady Callista nodded. Maybe I should talk to my connections and look for someone who would train Zion as a blacksmith apprentice. He's still young, and if he starts training now, he will definitely become an expert when he grows up. If 13 only knew about Lady Callista's thought, he would probably snort in disdain. Him a blacksmith apprentice? Is that a joke? All the blacksmiths in the world would bow down and kiss his feet the moment they found out that he could give them a divine skill that would allow them to craft mythical and legendary weapons. The 5 monarchs and the head of the central government were the only 6 people who were able to gain mythical ranked equipment. They had gained those from Laplace Demon and the one as a reward for conquering the Tier 9 gate, where 13's host had died. Aside from them, there was no one else who was able to even see a mythical ranked weapon, which was a rank lower than the legendary rank. 13 was busy training his father so that he would, at the very least, be able to craft mythical ranked equipment before Mikhail's time to start his first wandering came. Away from the eyes and ears of people, the two worked hand in hand to hammer the precious metals in their collection. Both of them had failed many times, but they didn't give up. 13 had already calculated their expenditures, as well as the time needed to hone their craft to the point where they could create mythical ranked equipment for the patriarch of the Leventis clan, Arthur. The moment they succeeded, they wouldn't have to worry about money and resources again because the patriarch would surely commission the black sheep of his family to produce mythical ranked items exclusively for him. Chapter 40, Hammer for All Seasons, Part 2. Chapter 40, Hammer for All Seasons, Part 2. The sound of hammer hitting metal echoed across the smithy as Gerald continuously pounded the metal atop his anvil. At first, he didn't feel like he was suited for being a blacksmith, but the more he trained, the more he realized that he was actually having fun with what he was doing. The act of creation had ignited a flame inside his chest, which he wasn't aware of. Although he had failed several times throughout the past month, he was starting to show progress. He was now able to successfully forge simple swords and broadswords, as well as long swords. Frobnall.com 13 was also surprised to see his father suddenly become so passionate about the craft that he was able to integrate the martial technique, Hammer for All Seasons, into his muscle memory. Gerald was blessed with a strong body, which was a given since he had been practicing the Leventis sword art. He was also hailed as a genius among the family members, so learning things was quite easy for him. Perhaps the blacksmithing skill proved to be a challenge to him, which was why he suddenly became passionate about it. He was the type who believed that hard work would pave the way to success, and right now, each piece of equipment that he finished counted as a small victory. The sound of something sizzling reached 13's ears as his father submerged the blade he was hammering a moment ago into the water. When it had cooled down a bit, Gerald showed the finished product to his son, who was eyeing the great sword with a critical gaze. Still mediocre, 13 replied after he finished inspecting his father's newest creation. It's a 4 out of 10. Pops, put some muscle into it. Otherwise, we won't be able to make a mythical great sword for Gramps before Mikhail goes to Solterra. Maybe I should tell Mom to stop giving you vegetables to eat. You need more meat, 'cause you lack strength. A sigh escaped Gerald's lips because his son was as brutal as ever. However, he didn't mind one bit because he was slowly but surely getting the hang of blacksmithing. It had been half a year since he had picked the hammer, and due to his constant use of it, his muscles were now bulging like a professional bodybuilder. He also felt an increase in strength, as well as an increase in the accuracy of his hammer strikes. 13 even thought that maybe his father needed to change his main weapon of choice from the sword to the hammer. Maybe I should have him learn a new martial technique called, It's Hammering Time. It's a pretty destructive hammer martial arts that excelled in both offense and defense. The good thing about it is that it complements the Heaven's Blade fighting technique, allowing Gerald to become proficient in both. While 13 was seriously considering imparting this skill to his father, the sound of the smithy door opening caught his attention. Lady Callista's wheelchair entered the smithy, which made 13 scratch his head. I had forgotten that she was scheduled to visit today, 13 thought. Her complexion is better, and she seemed to have finally solidified the foundation of her martial technique, Death's Embrace. After a year or two, she should finally be able to materialize simple weapons, empowered by the poison inside her body. 13 was very satisfied with his grandmother's progress. Once she regained her rank as a champion, he would have 2 champions in his inner circle, alongside Hans. Well then, did you manage to make something worth looking at? Lady Callista asked as Tricia pushed her wheelchair inside the smithy. Nothing yet, Mother, Gerald replied. But in a year, or 2, I'll definitely surprise you. A heartfelt chuckle escaped Gerald's lips because he believed that once he mastered the hammer for all seasons, he would be unstoppable. Lady Callista also smiled because she understood that becoming a blacksmith wasn't an easy profession. The 5 monarch families and the 10 prestigious clans had their own team of blacksmiths, who worked endlessly to arm their faction with the best weapons that could be made from the monster parts from Solterra. It was a very lucrative profession, but only a few excelled at it. This made every grandmaster blacksmith or champion blacksmith a gem within their family. They were also given a high position in the family, gaining the respect of everyone in it. One of Gerald's brothers was a grandmaster blacksmith, and he was given special attention by the family. They were hoping that once he stepped into the champion ranks, he would be able to forge silver to gold-grade ranked equipment regularly. Also, they hoped that he would get lucky and create a mythical ranked equipment, which would definitely increase his prestige. Although no one had yet to succeed, some blacksmiths had stated that they had almost crafted one themselves, but ultimately created peak gold-grade equipment instead. Gerald didn't want to brag, but he knew that it was only a matter of time before he surpassed all the blacksmiths in the world. The day he crafted a piece of mythical ranked equipment was the day that the Leventis family would get on their knees and beg for him to return. However, Gerald had no intention of doing that. He planned to make his own branch of their family and assign his son, Zion, as its family head after the latter had finished his coming-of-age ceremony, which was usually done when a teenager from a family turned 18 years old. While Lady Callista was talking to her son, 13 and Hans exchanged a knowing glance with each other. The faint smile on the butler's face was enough to tell him that he was very satisfied with his transaction with 13 despite the fact that the latter had asked for half of his savings. The reason why Hans didn't mind this one bit was due to the fact that he didn't have anything else to use his savings for. It was for the same reason that he could focus his attention on finding the cure for Lady Callista. Money was simply not a problem for him. Looking at the butler, 13 was more determined than ever to bargain with the Laplace demon and the one to add Hans to the list of people who could benefit from his abilities. If he ever gained their approval, he would do everything in his power to help Hans increase his rank, stepping into the rank of a throne. In Solterra, thrones were also referred to as kings and queens. Because once someone became a throne, they would have enough strength to establish a territory for themselves. Of course, he also planned to make his father and mother champions. But for that to happen, his father must first succeed in crafting a mythical ranked equipment, which 13 would further empower with his rune arts, making it the strongest rune equipment within the mythical rank category. We have less than 2 years left, 13 thought. We have enough time to make it happen. Although 13 could help craft rune equipment, he was unable to use it due to the restrictions placed on his body. The skill ban prevented him from activating the power of the runes, which was also part of the compromise that he had negotiated with Laplace Demon and the One. Even so, 13 wasn't too worried about it. He believed that he didn't have to think about such things until he was about to start his third wandering. The first and second were still doable even with the restrictions on his body. It was only at the start of the third wandering that he would feel the gap in power between him and his peers, whose strength and power would have increased threefold, leaving him behind. Chapter 41, Third Time's the Charm. Chapter 41, Third Time's the Charm. Time passed ever so swiftly as Gerald tirelessly perfected his craft. When news about his new profession circulated among the Leventis family, many of them laughed and ridiculed him behind closed doors. Although the Leventis family had tried to keep a tight lid on the incident, news of the assassination attempt still managed to reach the ears of the members of the monarch clans, as well as the prestigious families. Because of this, all of them simply thought that he was too scared to return to Solterra because Death Wish had set their sights on him. Some thought that he had made a good decision since life was the most precious thing. His enemies, however, just called him a coward and a turtle. Those who considered him to be their rival were very disappointed, while the rest simply thought that this was juicy gossip. In the end, Gerald didn't pay any attention to whatever the world thought of him and continued to hammer away in his forge, day in and day out. 13, on the other hand, took care of his brother and sisters, training them regularly, especially Mikhail, who would be forced to take his first wandering in 3 months. He had turned 13 a week ago, and the family celebrated it in a simple manner. Lady Callista had been present and joined the celebration. The way she looked now was very different from how she looked more than a year ago. She looked way younger than before, like a lady in her early 30s. Her long black hair rested behind her back, and her beautiful face, which was the envy of girls her age, was smooth and without wrinkles. 13's martial technique allowed her to harness the poison that had plagued her for many years, turning it into a power that was completely under her control. This transformation had not only made her look younger but it also made her stronger. Frubnov.com. Her current strength had not only returned to the champion rank but had also increased, reaching its peak stage. She was now stronger than ever, and many in the family were surprised by the miraculous change that happened to her body. Arthur was very happy with this development and even told Lady Callista that maybe it was about time that they had another child. However, she still hadn't forgiven her husband for disowning Gerald, so any talk about having another child was tossed aside the moment it was brought up. 13, who was now 7 years old, looked at his grandma with a faint smile on his face. She was still not aware that he was the one who helped her recover from her condition, and he had no intention of telling her about it. In the end, Hans played his part well and kept his secret from the Leventis family. Inside the smithy, Gerald smashed his hammer on the blade for the last time before cooling it down with water. He looked exhausted but there was a faint smile on his face as he showed his son his latest creation. 8 out of 10, 13 nodded. You pass, Pops. Yes. Gerald did a fist pump out of happiness. This was the 10th time that he had successfully created a great sword that passed 13 standards. But that was not all. He succeeded 10 consecutive times, which made the 7-year-old confident that his father was now ready to craft the mythical sword for the patriarch of the Leventis clan, Arthur. As part of Gerald's training, he had been using low-quality materials at the start. But now that he was considered proficient, 13 would raise the bar and let him work on more precious metals. A year and a half passed like this, and before Gerald knew it, blacksmithing had become second nature to him. 13 could roughly guess that his father had already mastered 80% of the techniques from the martial technique, hammer for all seasons. He just needed to take that gamble and start using the very expensive materials that came from the monsters of Solterra. There were currently 10 monster rankings that were known to everyone in Pangaea. Rank 1 up to rank 9, and lastly Prince. Many believe that if the highest ranking monster was called Prince or Princess, there must be something stronger than it, like a king. However, since the strongest members of humanity were the monarch rank, which was as strong as the prince and princess rank, they didn't want to think that there was someone more powerful than them. Because if that were true, then the moment they made their appearance, even the monarchs would not stand a chance against them. For the past 300 years, no one had seen a Jin or Majin with a rank higher than Prince. Because of this, everyone thought that Prince was the highest. At least, this was what they wanted to believe. In order to craft mythical ranked equipment, they needed rank 9 monster parts. However, 13 didn't want to spend too much money on buying those parts since they were very expensive. If his father were to fail when using these materials to craft, then the losses that they would suffer would be staggering. Because of this, he settled for rank 7 monster parts. When using these materials, the highest grade of equipment that could be made would be at the peak of the mithril rank. If one was lucky, then it was possible for the finished product to reach the first stage of the adamantine rank. The stage after the adamantine rank was mythical. A rank coveted by all the crafters in the world. As long as Pops can make a mid, or peak stage equipment, I will handle the rest with rune magic, 13 thought. That way, I can increase the equipment rank to mythical. 13 gazed at the 4-meter-long tusk in front of him, which belonged to the rank 7 Jinn, Empyrean Boar. In terms of hardness, it was equivalent to a low-grade rank 8 monster part, which 13 believed was the ideal ingredient to craft a great sword. Also, he had asked his father to use one of the tusks he had bought a month ago as part of his training. This gave him the chance to gain familiarity with the item that they would use as the main ingredient for the great sword that they were planning to craft. Since the tusk was big, Gerald was able to use it 5 times in the past. In those 5 times, he failed 4 consecutive times and succeeded in the last. 13 had already considered the possibility of Gerald failing a few more times before he succeeded. This was why he bought 4 Empyrean boar tusks just in case his father failed his first few attempts. Each boar tusk cost 10 million gold coins. One of them had already been used up in his father's training, so only 3 remained. They only had a little more than 2 million gold coins remaining in their savings, so unless Gerald succeeded once, their losses would simply be astronomical. Gerald knew this too, and the pressure also made him feel anxious. However, 13 told him that he didn't have to worry about the funds. He just asked his father to work like he always did. Although he tried to act calm and supportive on the surface, the 7-year-old was also feeling the pressure of his father failing their gamble. Even so, he believed in his father's potential. With a determined look in his eyes, Gerald used one of the 3 tusks in their possession and tried to forge the great sword that they planned to sell to his father. Unfortunately, his first 5 attempts failed, making him use the entire tusk. With only 2 tusks remaining, Gerald remained positive that he would succeed since he was very close to succeeding in his last attempt. But the heavens seemed to be mocking him that day since the next 5 attempts failed as well. Seeing that anxiety was starting to creep in on his father's face, 13 decided to let him take a break for 3 hours and asked him to meditate. The boy knew that the constant failures were taking a toll on Gerald's mind, so he decided to give him a little help, which would further increase the chances of success by a small percentage. Chapter 42, Smash Those Who Stand Before You. Chapter 42, Smash Those Who Stand Before You. After Gerald finished his meditation, he silently looked at the last tusk of the Empyrean boar left. This is my final chance, Gerald thought. If I fail here, you're not going to fail, Pops. Gerald was broken out of his daze by the voice of his son, who was standing beside him. How can you possibly fail when you still haven't taught those assassins a lesson? 13 smirked. In fact, you should treat this Empyrean boar tusk as if it was that assassin organization. You should smash them to oblivion. Do they really think that they can crush our family so easily? Those fools who looked down on you, ridiculed you, and called you a coward, are the same fools who would not even last a single blow from you. The 7-year-old then rested his hand on Gerald's hand that was holding the hammer in a tight grip. Rough hands covered with calluses he gained from doing his best to fight alone in Solterra in order to provide for and support his family. Hands that picked up the sword and, now, the hammer to give his children a better tomorrow. No, Pops, 13 said firmly. You will not fail. Smash those who stand before you. If they refuse to submit and yield, force them to submit. If they refuse to yield, then smash them repeatedly until they do. No one is allowed to step on our family. No one is allowed to ridicule us. No one is allowed to look down on us. All those who dare to do so must be crushed. Gerald felt his blood boiling after hearing his son's words. He was right. He had been working tirelessly for many years in order to support his family without the help of his father. The number of people who looked down on him when he chose to marry Alessia instead of a daughter from one of the other prestigious families was countless. But that didn't make him back down, and he proceeded to marry for love, not for political ambitions. Then came the assassin organization, Death Wish. They, who had been hired to assassinate him for who knows what reason, had forced him to take another path. As a proud warrior, how could he not feel angry? How could he not feel depressed? Even though he fell in love with blacksmithing, he still wanted to return to Solterra. To show the fools who thought that they could make him yield and the fools who thought that they could step on him and make him submit that he would crush them all. With hate and anger fueling his strength, Gerald smashed his hammer down on the Empyrean boar's tusk. Each blow sent sparks flying in every direction. His hammer swings were no longer filled with doubt and uncertainty. They were filled with firm, powerful resolve to crush all the foes who dared to stand before him. All the haze that clouded his head disappeared, and only the sound of his hammer permeated his mind. The martial technique, hammer for all seasons, started to circulate through his body, creating golden flames that covered his hammer with its radiance. Gerald was unaware of what was happening as he was too focused on his work to notice anything else. He glared at the Empyrean boar tusk in front of him as if daring it to stand against him. As if waiting for that moment, the spirit of the Empyrean boar emerged from its tusk and roared at Gerald. Gerald roared back and smashed the head of the bastard who dared to roar at him. He continuously pummeled the poor creature until it was forced to submission. Minutes passed. Hours passed. Days passed. 3 days passed. Finally, when the sun was at its highest peak at noon, Gerald smashed his hammer for the last time. His breathing was ragged, and sweat drenched his entire body. He had neither eaten nor slept for the past 3 days because he was too immersed in what he was doing. Only when he had finished his craft did all the exhaustion wash over him like a tide, threatening to drag him into their depths. But Gerald held on, wiping away the saliva that seeped from the corner of his lips. He looked at his creations with pride. "You did well, Pops," 13 said as he handed Gerald a potion to drink. "I'll handle the rest." Gerald nodded and drank the potion that 13 had prepared for him. After he emptied the vial, a strong sense of drowsiness assaulted his senses. He then laid down on the ground, with his arms spread wide. A few seconds later, loud snoring sounds echoed inside the smithy, making 13 smile faintly. His father had truly worked his ass off for the past 3 days, hammering intensely with conviction and resolution. And with that, he had finally unlocked the final requirement of the martial technique, hammer for all seasons. Failure was part of their craft, but as long as one had an unyielding resolve to move forward despite the setbacks, without a doubt, one would find their way to greatness. Even 13 didn't expect that his father would achieve what he had pulled off during the past 3 days. In front of him, there were 4 completed pieces, and all of them were of the adamantine rank. A great sword, a shield, and 2 short swords. Empyrean Great Sword rank, low adamantine grade active abilities, none passive abilities, indestructible weapon type, great sword weight, 20 kilograms, Empyrean Great Shield rank, low adamantine grade active abilities, none passive abilities, indestructible armor type, shield weight, 50 kilograms, Empyrean Short Sword rank, low adamantine grade active abilities, none passive abilities, indestructible weapon type, short sword weight, 10 kilograms, the indestructible passive skill, although rare, was much sought after by crafters. Since most items could only have up to 3 skills maximum, they wanted to have the indestructible trait on one of them. This would ensure that the equipment would never be destroyed, making its value higher. To think that he could forge 4 pieces using the last Empyrean boar tusk, it really is a windfall, 13 muttered. Even if he only crafted 1, it would have been enough help to recover all our losses. With 4 of them, kukuku. We're rich. We're filthy rich. 13 couldn't help but laugh out loud, drowning out his father's snoring. After he finished laughing, he gave his sleeping father one last glance before taking out several Jin and Majin cores from his storage ring. It was now his turn to turn the adamantine equipment into mythical equipment, which would make the Leventis family cough out mouthfuls of blood the moment they saw them. Chapter 43, I Am Legend, Part 1. Chapter 43, I Am Legend, Part 1. Alessia had been feeling anxious over the past few days since her husband and son hadn't left the smithy for nearly 5 days straight. The only reason why she hadn't barged inside the smithy to check their condition was due to the fact that the meals she prepared and left for them were always eaten, and a note would always be there when she came to retrieve it. She could easily tell that it was her son's handwriting since her husband's handwriting reads like a language that hadn't been discovered by mankind yet. In short, it was complete sh*t. Much worse than chicken scratches. On the last note that she received, 13 mentioned that they were in a critical phase, so there was a possibility that they wouldn't be able to eat anything or leave a note. However, it was also firmly stated that, no matter what happened, none of them must go inside the smithy, specifying that if their concentration were broken, it might cause a backlash. Suddenly, a powerful fluctuation reverberated in the surroundings, making Alessia, who was currently taking care of Remy and supervising Mikhail's and Shasha's training, look in the direction of the smithy. At that exact moment, a heavenly apparition appeared in the sky above their residence. A golden sword glowed brightly, and the roar of a dragon reverberated in the surroundings, causing the Leventis family, who governed this part of the Aldebaran continent, to look at the skies in awe. "What is happening?" Lady Callista asked as she looked at the sky. "Hans, do you know what is going on?" "No, Lady Callista, but..." Hans' gaze became solemn. "Whatever it is coming from the direction of young Master Gerald's house." Lady Callista's eyes widened in shock after hearing her butler's reply. "Get the car, Hans," Lady Callista ordered. "Wait, never mind. I'll just go there myself." Lady Callista then jumped high in the air, creating a small platform to step upon, using it as a springboard to dash forward. Hans didn't hesitate to follow his mistress, activating his own skills to catch up to her. Trisha, who didn't have such skills, sprinted toward the garage to use the car herself. No matter what happened, she must be by Lady Callista's side in order to provide support just in case she was headed to a battlefield. The patriarch of the Leventis family and Michael also moved in unison. But before they left, Arthur ordered everyone else to stay in the residence and prepare for any kind of attack. This was the first time they were seeing such a thing, so they didn't want to leave their family residence unprotected. With the 2 strongest members of their family off to check the scene, the others didn't bother to go. Instead, their guards, as well as the fighters of the family, were on high alert, prepared to deal with any kind of situation that might arise from the phenomenon that they were seeing at this moment. Arthur and Lady Callista exchanged glances with each other as they traveled side by side. Hans and Michael were only a few meters behind the husband and wife, doing their best to keep up with the 2 in front of them. The golden sword in the sky was starting to disperse, but they had seen where its sword tip had been pointing. In a forest, located at the base of the mountain, which was private property owned by Lady Callista, stood Gerald's home. Arthur hadn't even bothered to visit this place even once in the past because he didn't want to see his disowned son as well as his family. But now, after seeing that heavenly apparition, as well as the power it possessed, he was compelled to go and investigate. This was especially true since it was within the territory he governed. When they arrived at the scene, they found Alessia and her children standing in front of the smithy with worried looks on their faces. Lady Callista landed beside them and asked her daughter-in-law what the current situation was. "I also have no idea about what happened, Mother," Alessia replied. "All I know is that Gerald and Zion have been working together on some kind of project in the smithy and haven't left it for 4 days. I was told to not disturb them no matter what because they were in the critical phase of their creation, and they didn't want to suffer any backlash." Lady Callista and Arthur frowned after hearing her reply. The first thing they wanted to do was barge inside the smithy, but now, they decided to just wait for the time being. Although Arthur had disowned Gerald, he wouldn't do anything foolish as to harm him intentionally, especially since his wife, Lady Callista, was there with him. "Michael, stand watch outside and make sure that no one comes here to investigate," Arthur ordered. That heavenly apparition could be seen for miles, and I'm sure that the other families are now aware of it. Feel free to call the sentinels to stand guard, but do not allow them to enter within 1,000 meters of this place. If anyone from the monarch clans or the prestigious family asks what is happening, tell them that I'm just trying out a new martial skill. Now, go. Yes, father, Michael replied as he moved towards the main gate of the residence. Hans, help Michael to guard the surroundings, Lady Callista ordered. Don't even let a fly enter this residence, do I make myself clear? Yes, my lady. Hans bowed respectfully before doing as he was told. Arthur and Lady Callista then stood in front of the entrance of the smithy with calm expressions on their faces. They were very curious about what was happening, but they didn't do anything reckless and simply waited for any signs of movement on the other side. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. After an hour, the doors of the smithy opened and an exhausted-looking Gerald came out. Alessia, stay here with the kids, Gerald stated. Everything is fine. He then looked at his father with a smug smile on his face before making a gesture for him and his mother to follow him inside. Lady Callista and Arthur glanced at each other before following their son inside the room. Arthur didn't like the smug look that his son had given him because he felt as if Gerald was looking down on him. However, when his eyes landed on the 4 pieces of equipment on the table in front of him, his eyes widened in shock, making the smug smile on Gerald's face widen even more. Chapter 44, I Am Legend, Part 2. Chapter 44, I Am Legend, Part 2, This, Lady Callista stuttered after seeing the equipment on the table. As a champion, she could clearly feel the power that was emanating from them, and it was something that she had only felt a handful of times in her life. In special gatherings hosted by the 5 monarch clans and the 10 prestigious families, the monarchs would sometimes personally attend these events. It was also a time when everyone would be able to gaze at the mythical weapons in their possession, which radiated the power and authority belonging to someone who stood at the apex of the world. These pieces of mythical equipment were giving her the same sense of oppression that she hadn't felt for many years, which made her look at her son in disbelief. Why you made these? Lady Callista. All 4 of them? Who else, mother? Gerald replied. Do you think Zion was the one that made them? What a joke. The corner of 13's lips twitched after hearing his father's reply. Clearly, his pop's success had gone over his head, forgetting the fact that the one who had made the finishing touches was his 7-year-old son, who was standing beside the table. Of course, 13 didn't say this out loud because this was part of their plan. They wanted to make Arthur and Lady Callista believe that the one who had crafted the mythical equipment was Gerald, which would skyrocket his importance to the Leventis family. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to have them start calling him ancestor now. After all, only 6 pieces of mythical equipment existed in the world. 5 of them were in the hands of the 5 monarch clans, and the last one was in the possession of the head of the central government, Lawrence Seaton. But now, Lady Callista and Arthur were looking at not 1, not 2, but 4 pieces of mythical-grade equipment in one place, which was more than half of the mythical equipment that humanity currently possessed. Impressive, right? Gerald stated. I'm planning to auction them, so I can get some cash. I'm sure that the 5 monarch clans and the central government will go crazy over them. Ha ha ha. Gerald's boisterous laughter echoed inside the smithy, making Arthur have the strong urge to slap his unfilial son, who planned to sell the mythical ranked equipment to their rival families. Silly boy, why would you auction them when you can just sell them directly to the family? Lady Callista, who was the voice of reason, decided to intervene before her husband slapped her son silly for annoying him. Why not? Gerald replied with the same smug smile plastered on his face. I mean, even a single piece will fetch billions. How could I possibly not do it? Gerald didn't even bother to look at his old man because he was certain that the latter was feeling very angry despite the calm expression that he was showing right now. It had been many years since Gerald felt this good, and knowing that his old man was doing his best to control his anger was making him feel incredibly satisfied. Name your price, Arthur said in a calm manner. The Leventis family will purchase them all. That's right, Gerald, Lady Callista commented. Good things must stay in the family. Gerald rubbed his chin as if seriously considering his father's offer. I think even if the Leventis family liquidated all their funds, and sold all of their properties, they would not be able to buy off all 4 pieces of equipment. I mean, this great sword alone would be enough to buy the entirety of the Leventis family. Listen here, you brat. Arthur was already reaching the limit of his patience, while listening to his son's nonsense. For Gerald to say that the entire fortune of his family only amounted to a single piece of mythical equipment was absurd, and this was something that he couldn't stand hearing. But, before he could do anything, Gerald casually tossed the great sword to his old man, and the latter caught it by reflex. The moment Arthur caught the sword in his hand, he understood that what his son had said a moment ago was the truth. Just how? Arthur looked at the great sword in his hand in surprise. How did you? Arthur wasn't able to finish the rest of what he was going to say as he immersed himself in the information that was flooding his mind. The great sword in his hand only had 4 abilities, breaking the 3-ability rule that was known in Pangea and Solterra. But that was not all. There was an additional passive ability that could be gained if the user was wielding 2 pieces of the mythical set that Gerald had crafted. There were pieces of equipment in Solterra and Pangea that worked in sets, creating a special effect when the items were used at the same time. This would then give birth to a 4th skill, or perhaps another boon. Because of their special features, others preferred to use set equipment. But even if the set bonus was excluded, the 4 abilities that the great sword possessed were more than enough to become the foundation of starting an 11th prestigious family. Empyrean Great Sword rank, low mythical grade active abilities, Heaven's Wrath passive abilities, Indestructible, Auto-Sharpen, Heaven's Blade unique set ability. If the wielder is using 2 Empyrean equipment they would gain the passive ability, Swift-Footed. Empyrean Great Sword, active, Empyrean Great Shield, inactive, Empyrean Short Sword, inactive, Empyrean Short Sword, inactive, Swift-Footed, increase the wielder's movement speed by 100%. Weapon type, Great Sword weight, 20 kilograms, A/N. In this story, the indestructible ability focuses more on items not breaking, and have no relation whatsoever on the overall performance of the equipment. There are abilities in this world that can blunt sharp objects, etc., rendering them ineffective in battle. The true reason why the adamantine great sword jumped to the mythical rank was because of the Heaven's Blade martial technique. Only those who could wield the blade would gain this kind of martial technique. 13 also made sure that the core concepts of this technique couldn't be shared with anyone, making it an exclusive item bonus. For example, there was certain equipment that allowed you to cast skills like Fireball. However, once you unequipped these items, you would no longer have the ability to cast them. This was the same concept that 13 used for the Great Sword, only allowing Arthur to use the Heaven's Blade technique when he was holding it in his hands. As impossible as it may sound, Arthur would completely forget the knowledge he gained the moment he tried to share this technique with others. This was the only way to make the patriarch of the Leventis family understand that only he would be able to wield this powerful technique, aside from 13's family. Arthur instinctively knew that the Heaven's Blade martial technique surpassed the Leventis family sword art. What did that mean? It meant that the martial technique had stepped into the mythical or even the legendary rank. Of course, this was far from the truth. Arthur didn't even bother to consider that the technique he just learned was a divine rank technique that was tailor-made for the Leventis family sword art, which was Heaven's Divide. So am I right, or am I right? Gerald asked in a provocative tone. That great sword alone is enough to put the entire family into bankruptcy. What makes you think that you can purchase the other pieces of mythical equipment from me? Arthur handed the great sword to his wife, who had a curious look on her face. The moment she gripped the handle of the sword, she immediately understood why her son was able to boast the way he did. Arthur then greedily looked at the remaining 3 pieces of mythical equipment on the table, making 13, who was observing his grandfather, laugh in his heart. He took the bait, 13 thought. Now, the true negotiation is about to start. Arthur didn't know that he was being played by the father and son combo of Gerald and 13. If he only knew that the 7-year-old who was looking at him from the side was the mastermind of it all, he would probably change his opinion of him and hold him in high regard. However, 13 didn't need Arthur's recognition. No. What he wanted was to make the patriarch of the Leventis clan dance on the palm of his hand, allowing him to reap the benefits that would help him overcome the restrictions that were placed on his body by his no-good father in heaven. If he only knew that the system god, Deus Ex Machina, couldn't stop his lips from twitching after seeing that his no-good son was using all the loopholes at his disposal, and had even managed to extort one of the most powerful individuals in the worlds of Pangea and Solterra.freebubble.com. Chapter 45, How to Extort an Old Fart, Part 1. Chapter 45, How to Extort an Old Fart, Part 1. Arthur picked up the great shield, which immediately transformed into a vambrace the moment he touched it. He casually equipped it in his left hand, and with a thought, the shield once again appeared in all its glory. Empyrean Great Shield rank, low mythical grade active abilities, Aegis, Domain Breaker passive abilities, Indestructible, Reversal armor type, shield weight, 50 kilograms, Aegis. Once this skill is activated, the shield will create a barrier of invincibility around its wielder which would last for a minute. This skill can only be used twice a day with an hour-long cooldown after it is used. Reversal, passively stores the damage received by the Great Shield over time. Once the shield reaches its maximum capacity, its wielder can unleash the stored power inside the shield as an offensive attack. Domain Breaker, sacrifice a Tier 7 Jinn or Magen core to activate this skill. Once the skill is activated, this shield will automatically dispel any kind of domain in its surroundings. A hiss escaped Arthur's lips as he read the information of the mythical shield in his hand. Usually, people were unable to see this kind of information, so he was very surprised that he was able to see it. Little did he know that 13 made it so that only Arthur and Lady Callista could see the descriptions of the mythical weapons. Others would only see a blank information screen, even if they used an appraisal device. This was to ensure that no one would be able to know what the mythical weapons could do. Simply put, in the eyes of others, the priceless equipment that Gerald created was just ordinary pieces of equipment in the adamantine rank. Even if a monarch were to look at it closely, they wouldn't see anything amiss and treat it like an ordinary weapon that had the indestructible ability imbued in it. With the Empyrean Great Sword and the Empyrean Great Shield, even Arthur would have the confidence to fight toe-to-toe with a monarch. The only reason why thrones couldn't fight against monarchs was because of their domain. Inside these pseudo-worlds, a monarch's strength increased by leaps and bounds. With the skill Domain Breaker, Arthur wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. Although the price for using this skill was a Tier 7 Jinn or Magen core per use, the Leventis family currently had 6 of them, which was a good thing. Arthur then glanced at the 2 Empyrean short swords and checked the information they had as well. Empyrean short sword rank, low mythical grade active abilities, death is only the beginning passive abilities, indestructible, dual wielding mastery, riposte weapon type, short sword weight, 10 kilograms. Note, if the one who wields these mythical weapons is Callista Leventis, she will be able to equip them as long as her rank doesn't fall below the champion rank. Death is only the beginning of freebnol.com, raise the dead and make them fight for you. Maximum number of creatures that can be raised is 4. Reanimated creatures cannot surpass the rank of the wielder of the Empyrean short sword. Dual wielding mastery, the one who wields the Empyrean short swords will become an expert in dual wielding combat. Riposte, increase attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds after making a successful block, parry, or deflection. 2 set bonus, the active, passive, and unique abilities of the Empyrean short swords will only be available if they are wielded at the same time. If the wielder is using 2 Empyrean short swords at the same time, they will unlock the unique skill, Heaven's Blade. The corner of Arthur's lips twitched after seeing the note at the bottom of the weapon description. Mythical weapons could only be exclusively used by people with the rank of thrones and above. No champion in existence could wield such powerful weapons because their ranks were not enough to contain its power. Although he was surprised, he didn't feel bad about it. After all, if this mythical weapon was meant for his wife, then it meant that it would stay within the Leventis family. This weapon comes in a set, Arthur thought. Also, no one can wield them aside from Callista. The patriarch of the Leventis clan glanced at his wife, who had a sweet smile on her face as she held one of the Empyrean short swords in her hand. Gerald's mother was proficient in using short swords, but she wasn't as good when it came to dual wielding. She would usually fight with a short sword and a round shield. But with the Empyrean short swords, she would be able to dual wield without any problems. "Are you really planning to auction the great sword and shield?" Arthur asked. Since the short swords had his wife's name on them, he didn't think that the two equipment were meant for auction. "Of course," Gerald replied. "I already repaid my debt to the Leventis family by giving Mother these two mythical short swords. Any more would be a big loss for me." "What do you want?" Arthur inquired. There was simply no way that he would hand the two other pieces of mythical equipment to the other families, whom he considered to be his rivals. "Oi, old man, didn't you hear me earlier?" Gerald asked with a frown. "The Leventis family's wealth is not even enough to buy my great sword. What makes you think that I would sell it to you, huh?" Arthur sneered as he grabbed the great sword and pointed it at his unfilial son. The great shield was already equipped on his left arm, and he had no intention of giving it away no matter what. "Huh? So, you are going to resort to this, huh?" Gerald snorted. He gazed at his father fearlessly because he knew that he wouldn't dare to harm him, especially since he was able to craft 4 pieces of mythical equipment. In short, if there was a rank for blacksmiths, then Gerald would be the one and only mythical ranked blacksmith in the world of Solterra and Pangaea. Only a fool would hurt, antagonize, or kill such a talent. Arthur was not a fool, but he also had no intention of relinquishing the items that were already in his hands. Lady Callista was about to step up in order to break the tension in the air when, suddenly, they heard a clapping sound inside the smithy. "Okay. Calm down, everyone," 13 said with a smile. "Pops, you shouldn't make things difficult for Grandma and Grandpa. How about you let me handle the negotiations?" "Zion, stay out of adult matters," Gerald replied in a disapproving tone. "You already know that this old fart disowned me, and I have no intention of returning to the Leventis family. With the exception of Mother and my sister, Sandra, all of them can be left to rot for all I care. Pops, calm down, okay? Let me negotiate with Grandpa. I'm sure that the two of us can reach a compromise." "And why would I let you do that, huh? The great sword and the great shield will be auctioned. That's final." 13 sighed before shifting his gaze to his grandma. "Grandma, please take Pops outside first in order to calm his head," 13 stated. "I'll talk with Grandpa while you cool him down." Seeing that her dear grandson was trying his best to decrease the tension in the smithy, Lady Callista grabbed her son's hand and pulled him away despite his protests. After regaining her rank as champion, Lady Callista had even made a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the champion rank. A mere grandmaster like Gerald was not a match against her, especially when it came to brute strength. When they were the only ones inside the room, 13 faced the patriarch of the Leventis family with a devilish smile on his face. Everything that had been exchanged between him and his father was part of their act. Now that the stage had been set, 13 chuckled internally. There was simply no way that he wouldn't extort the old fart who disowned his father, especially after all the hardships they had to endure up to this point. "Well then, Grandpa, let's start to negotiate," 13 said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll give you an offer that you can't refuse, and I'll even convince Pops to no longer pursue the auctioning of the great sword and great shield like he originally planned." Arthur looked at the 7-year-old in front of him and nodded his head. He had no idea that after the negotiation was over, 13 would have complete control over the earnings of the Leventis family, as well as the spoils that they gained on a regular basis by going on expeditions in Solterra. Chapter 46, How to Extort an Old Fart, Part 2. Chapter 46, How to Extort an Old Fart, Part 2, 10%, Arthur stated. 30%, 13 countered. 15% and that's final. 20% or we auction it off to the monarch clans. I'm very sure that they will be more than happy to spend billions for these two pieces of mythical equipment. Arthur clicked his tongue before glaring at the 7-year-old, who was looking more and more like a scammer in his eyes. Back then, when he saw 13 at the party 2 years ago, Arthur had to admit that the 5-year-old had street smarts. But now, he was being forced to agree to the demands of a boy who hadn't even gone on his first wandering. 20% of the monthly earnings of the Leventis family, as well as priority picking for high-ranking monster parts. We will also have a 20% discount based on the market price for each individual part, 13 stated. The Leventis family will also surrender one complete monster corpse of any rank 7 djinns or magents killed or captured during the month. If the Leventis family is unable to meet this condition, you are required to surrender 5 rank 6 monsters or 10 rank 5 monsters in good condition. If the Leventis family breaks this agreement, any other mythical ranked equipment that my father crafts in the future will be auctioned off, no questions asked. This deal will remain active for the next 100 years. As long as the Leventis family follows these conditions, they will gain priority to negotiate for the acquisition of any piece of mythical ranked equipment that Gerald Leventis will successfully create in the future. Arthur frowned as he looked at the contract papers that 13 had placed on the table in front of him. He didn't know how the 7-year-old was able to come up with these terms and even produce a contract right away. This can only mean one thing, Arthur thought. He had already anticipated that Gerald would succeed in crafting mythical equipment and that I would come here to negotiate the terms for their acquisition. The more Arthur thought about this possibility, the more he felt as though this grandson of his was not an ordinary boy. Well then, do you accept the conditions, Grandpa? 13 asked. If so, please sign here, here, and here. Also don't read the small text over here. It's just a small clause that is not important. He. Arthur of course read the small clause that was typed in very small text that only someone like him would be able to read. Should any payment become overdue, the terms hereunder shall be subject to a permanent increase of 1% per month on the outstanding balance. Such adjustments to the terms shall be irrevocable, notwithstanding any subsequent resumption of regular payments by the Leventis family. Arthur ripped the paper in half and glared at his no-good grandson, who casually took out another copy of the same page he tore a moment ago and neatly placed it in front of him. Don't worry, Gramps, I printed 100 copies of this contract. Also, the file is saved in my PC, so I can make more copies if necessary, 13 said in a polite and respectful tone, which only gave Arthur the strong urge to slap him silly. When is the due date for payment? Arthur inquired. On the 25th of every month, 13 replied. Paying past that date will increase the terms by 1%. Arthur clicked his tongue before reading the rest of the contract. With the power he wielded, he could not abide by these silly terms that his grandson was demanding of him. However, the confident look in 13's eyes made him hesitate. If he were to do that and Gerald was truly able to produce more mythical ranked equipment in the future, then Arthur would lose the chance to get first dibs on them. He was certain that if any of the monarch clans were to learn that his disowned son was able to craft mythical ranked equipment, they would do everything in their power to bring him under their wing. The patriarch of the Leventis family wouldn't be surprised if they tried to adopt Gerald, giving him their family name, granting him a high position in their family, and providing him countless resources to ensure his loyalty to them. In terms of resources, the 10 prestigious families couldn't match the power and influence of the 5 monarch clans. They stood at the apex of humanity for a reason, and even if he were to possess the 2 pieces of mythical equipment, Arthur would still be very wary of antagonizing any of them. Tell me, do you think your father will be able to make mythical-grade equipment again? Arthur inquired as he looked at the 7-year-old with a solemn tone. Although the chance of crafting mythical ranked equipment is abysmally low, the fact remains that Pops crafted 4 of them, 13 replied calmly. Since that is the case, what is stopping him from crafting more? Also, If Pops manages to get his hands on a rank 8 or even a rank 9 monster part, then crafting a legendary grade equipment would not remain a pipe dream. Arthur narrowed his eyes after hearing about the possibility of Gerald crafting a legendary equipment with that monster rank. There had been a handful of times in the past 300 years when they faced off against a rank 8 monster and retrieved its body parts. However, even the best blacksmiths in the world had only produced peak-grade adamantine equipments from these monster parts. The possibility does exist, Arthur thought. I'm sure the world will be shaken to the core once a legendary equipment appears. What Arthur didn't know was that if 13 had been given enough time and resources, 13 would have been able to create a piece of legendary equipment. But he didn't do that. One of the reasons was that his father would be unable to wield it, and 2, only monarchs would benefit from it. Since arming those bastards wasn't part of 13's plan, he would have to settle with arming Arthur and Lady Callista first. He would need to use the Leventis family as a shield to face the brunt of the storm for their family. As long as they were able to endure a few years, then all was good. A few minutes later, 13 and Arthur left the smithy. One of them was smiling, while the other had a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, the one that was smiling was none other than the 7-year-old boy, who managed to strike a deal with his grandpa. I'll send Michael to deliver the agreed amount as well as the monster parts in a few days, Arthur stated. For the time being, none of you are allowed to leave your residence. The other families are snooping around, so I will assign guards to protect this place to prevent them from doing anything foolish. The patriarch of the Leventis clan then looked at Gerald with a complicated look on his face before walking past him. Make sure to not do anything too flashy for the next few days, Arthur stated without even turning back. Let's go, Callista. Lady Callista nodded before shifting her gaze to Gerald and his family members. All of you take care. I will be visiting again in 2 days. Her gaze lingered on 13 for a few seconds before she turned around to follow her husband, who was already walking toward the gate of the residence. Once he was certain that his father and mother were truly gone, Gerald looked at his son, who gave him 2 thumbs up in reply. A sigh of relief then escaped his lips before he decided to walk toward the house in order to sleep. He was dead tired and badly in need of sleep. 13 followed behind him. Just like his father, he was exhausted as well. While the 2 people responsible for creating such a commotion were sleeping, the Leventis family became busy dealing with the 5 monarch clans, as well as the 10 prestigious families, who were all curious about what had transpired inside Arthur's domain. Rewebnol.c sigma m. Chapter 47, First Encounter, Part 1. Chapter 47, First Encounter, Part 1. After the successful negotiation between 13 and Arthur, funds started to pour into the bank account of their family. The Leventis family's monthly average income was 400 million gold coins. And this was only the earnings of the family's various businesses in Aldebaran and the city they call their home in Solterra, Warrington City. Their branch families owned other businesses under their name and would only send a percentage to the main family as a tribute for allowing them to use the family name to conduct business. The monster parts, Jinn, and Majin cores were not included in this average earning. The reason for this was simple. Such resources were used to nurture the outstanding talents of the family. Monster parts were sent to blacksmiths, alchemists, and other crafters, who would put them to good use. The Jinn cores would be used to upgrade the ranks of their people, allowing them to become stronger, so they could serve the family better. When 13 asked for the complete corpse of a monster, this included everything, even its core. High-ranking monsters could only be hunted by the elite hunting teams of the family. It was for this reason that 13 insisted that they be given a complete corpse, as well as the priority to buy monster parts for a discounted price. Arthur reluctantly agreed to this condition because 13 promised him that the Leventis family would get first priority when Gerald crafted other pieces of mythical-ranked equipment. Of course, 13 made sure that the equipment were only bound to Arthur and Lady Callista. He had asked the patriarch of the Leventis clan to drop his blood on the Empyrean Great Sword and Empyrean Great Shield to have them bound only to him. This meant that no one else would be able to use the 2 pieces of mythical equipment. He also asked his father, Gerald, to talk to Lady Callista, telling her to bind the 2 short swords to herself, which she did the moment her son told her to. After their transaction was done, over 80 million gold coins were transferred to Gerald's account, making him very happy. The good thing about it was that they would consistently receive the same amount monthly, allowing their family to live comfortable lives. Gerald no longer needed to go back to Solterra to go on expeditions and could just focus his attention on crafting gear to sell to his father or equip his family with. Currently, Gerald and Alessia were not in the house. They had gone to the Leventis warehouse to choose a suitable monster corpse to bring back home. Michael had already given them a list of monsters in their inventory, but 13 insisted that his father go to the warehouse so that he could personally check the quality of the goods. As someone who had risked his life to collect monster parts in Solterra, Gerald knew very well if something was good or not. Also, 13 wanted his father to personally give a statement to the Leventis family. And that was, "Don't try to cheat us or else." He also told his mother, Alessia, to go with his father just in case he became too hot-headed and started to cause a ruckus. Frubnoel.com. Many in the Leventis family didn't like Gerald, so it was possible that he would receive some snide remarks from the workers of the warehouse. In order to prevent trouble, it was important for Alessia to be there, keeping her husband in check. The Leventis family gathered their materials through expeditions in Solterra, in addition to clearing dimensional gates that appeared within the Aldebaran continent. Dimensional gates appeared very often. They were like rain that came and went as it pleased, and they would appear anytime and anywhere. In Oakhart City alone, where the Leventis family ruled, Tier 1 to Tier 3 dimensional gates appeared frequently. The moment their artifacts detected that a gate had appeared, an announcement would be made in the city, telling everyone to go to the evacuation centers and underground bunkers that were prepared for such an event. The Wanderers would then either enter the dimensional gate to fight the monsters in the world of Solterra or wait for them to come out before dealing with them. While the couple was at the Leventis residence, 13 was busy training Shasha and Remy back at their home. It was almost lunchtime, so the 3 of them were about to take a break when suddenly, Mikhail appeared on the training ground with a pale expression on his face. "Zion, we have a problem," Mikhail shouted. "There is a gate outside our home." 13's expression immediately turned serious after hearing his brother's report. "What kind of gate?" 13 asked. "Did you see how many minutes are left?" I didn't take a look," Mikhail stuttered after seeing the intensity in his brother's gaze. "I immediately came here the moment I discovered it." 13 frowned, but he knew that time was of the essence, so he immediately asked Mikhail to carry Remy and take her to the fortified basement of the house. "Shasha, go with them as well," 13 ordered. "I'll go and see what kind of gate it is." Shasha nodded and ran after Mikhail, who was carrying Remy in his arms. When 13 arrived in front of the residence, he saw a white portal, which was the color of a Tier 1 dimensional gate. The first thing he did was take out his cell phone and dial a number. Fortunately, after 3 rings, his father picked up, and from the sound of his voice, he seemed to have gotten himself a good deal. "Hello, son, did you miss me?" Gerald asked. "Pops, I just called to tell you that a Tier 1 dimensional gate appeared in front of our house," 13 replied in a calm manner. "How many minutes?" 6 minutes. A curse escaped Gerald's lips before he hurriedly told 13 to take his brothers and sisters to the underground shelter. "We'll be back soon," Gerald said anxiously. "Protect your siblings until then." After saying those words, Gerald hung up, which meant that he and his wife would rush home as fast as they could. 13 then ran toward the house and headed to the underground basement, where his other siblings were hiding. While running, he also contacted someone who would be able to help him with his dilemma. "Hans, it's me," 13 said as soon as his call went through. "I don't have time to talk, so listen carefully. A Tier 1 dimensional gate appeared in front of our house. Send help, hurry." "Right away, young master," Han replied curtly before cutting the connection. As 13 entered the basement, he made sure to lock the 3 steel doors that served as the defense for their underground bunker. I messed up, 13 thought with annoyance. I became too lax and forgot about this possibility. Usually, a Tier 1 gate wasn't a problem, especially since his mother, Alessia, was with them. Even if she was alone, she could easily handle dozens of rank 1 djinns, especially after learning the martial technique, Dance of Solaris. However, 13 had asked her to accompany his father to the Leventis warehouse to prevent any problems from occurring. He didn't expect that, during their absence, a Tier 1 gate would suddenly appear. And to make matters worse, it appeared right in front of their house. Their residence was located at the base of a mountain, which was surrounded by forest. They were a good distance away from the city, and even if his parents hurried to get back home, it would still take them half an hour to arrive. Hans, on the other hand, could arrive faster. But even with his most optimistic estimates, the butler would not arrive until 20 minutes or so. Truth be told, 13 wasn't too worried about Tier 1 djinns breaking through the defenses of their home. In fact, he was confident that they would not even know that there were children hiding in the basement of the house. What he was worried about was the leader of the pack. Tier 1 gates had at least 1 up to 3 rank 2 djinns that led their group. They were the true threats that worried 13. A rank 2 monster might not be able to destroy the steel walls that protected the basement instantly, but given enough time, they would undoubtedly succeed. At that moment, the ground shook, and the lights flickered a bit. 13 lightly covered Remy's lips to prevent his little sister from screaming or making a sound. He didn't really care if their entire house was destroyed after the rank 1 monsters had rampaged to their heart's content. Their house could be rebuilt with the money they now possessed. But if he or any of his siblings died, no amount of money could bring them back to life. Chapter 48, First Encounter, Part 2. Chapter 48, First Encounter, Part 2. Mikhail and Shasha gripped their weapons tightly as they looked at the steel door in front of them. They could hear something trying to attack the first steel door, which served as the basement's first line of defense. Their breathing was starting to become ragged as the adrenaline pumped inside their bodies. The 2 of them stood in front of 13, who was covering Remy's lips with his hand. Inside the basement, there was a weapon rack with many different kinds of weapons on display. Mikhail and Shasha took an axe and rapier, respectively. 13 had trained them to hold real weapons during their training so that they would be able to get used to their weight and familiarize themselves with them. Although 13 was confident that his siblings would be able to win in a one-on-one fight against a rank 1 monster, they were still too young to handle rank 2 monsters and above. Also, this was a monster outbreak. They wouldn't just be fighting 1, 2, or 3 monsters at the same time, they would be fighting dozens, and even hundreds of them, which was why most wanderers prefer to fight inside the gate than let the monsters attack them in their own world. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion erupted, and the loud metallic bang that reached their ears made Remy start crying. Although she was now 4 years old, she was still not ready for this kind of encounter in real life with the monsters, which she had only seen on television. Even the faces of Mikhail and Shasha, who had been training to fight these monsters for when they arrived in Solterra, were very pale. Even so, they stood their ground, holding their weapons at the ready. Another loud explosion resounded, and this time, 13 decided to let his sister go. ewebnovel.com, don't worry, everything will be fine, 13 said to the crying little girl who was crouching beside him. Whoa whoa whoa. Now that her brother wasn't covering her mouth any longer, Remy's cry spread inside the basement. 13 had no choice but to let her go since he couldn't let Mikhail and Shasha fight alone. He didn't hesitate to run to the weapon rack and take 4 daggers from it. The 7-year-old then stood in front of Mikhail and Shasha, making his 2 siblings calm down a bit. In their eyes, their brother was the strongest among the 3 of them. Seeing him stand in front of them increased their morale, lessening the fears that were starting to take hold of their senses. 13 placed 2 of the daggers beside his feet, while he held the remaining 2 daggers in each hand. The steel door in front of them suddenly shook, and indentations of what seemed to be a head appeared on its surface. They could now hear the grunting and squealing sounds in front of them, which made 13 smile bitterly. If I have to make a guess, we'd be dealing with a boar-type djinn, 13 thought as the steel door was once again rammed from the other side, showing the indentation of a creature with a tusk on its metallic surface. Then it happened, a head of a boar poked through the steel gate and locked its gaze on the 4 juicy children that made its mouth salivate. A squeal of triumph escaped its lips, but before it could pull back its head to charge again, a dagger flew in its direction, hitting its eye. A loud squeal of pain and anger reverberated in the surroundings as the boar freed itself from the steel door. It was a rank 2 vagabond boar, and from the looks of it, it wasn't alone. Another boar peeked into the hole and looked at the boy who had harmed one of its comrades. 13's face turned grim when he realized that the peeking boar was bigger than the one he injured. An alpha monster, 13 gritted his teeth as he threw the other dagger in his hand towards the boar, who was looking at him with ridicule. The alpha vagabond boar didn't even bother to dodge, and simply moved its face to the side, making 13's dagger hit its tusk. The dagger then bounced harmlessly away, resulting in a metallic clinking sound as it fell to the ground. As if getting tired of teasing the children, the alpha vagabond boar took a few steps back before ramming the steel gate with its body. The indentation on the gate became bigger and bigger with each blow, making Remy cry louder. Finally, the steel door fell on the floor with a loud thud. Mikhail and Shasha subconsciously took a step back the moment the steel door was destroyed. With their last line of defense broken down by the rank 2 alpha monster, there was nothing that would stop the boars from devouring their prey. However, instead of being swarmed, the rank 1 boars didn't move, as if afraid to anger the leader of the pack, who walked confidently inside the basement and eyed the delicious meat that was ripe for the picking. Mikhail, Shasha, don't move. 13 ordered. Stay where you are. Despite the hopeless situation in front of them, 13 remained calm and stood his ground. He was like a staunch pillar that stood to protect his family from harm. Even in the face of such a threat, his experience as a system made him calm like the surface of a still lake. The alpha vagabond boar didn't like the fact that the boy in front of him wasn't feeling despair in its presence. Because of this, it decided to eliminate the boy holding the daggers first before feasting on his siblings, whose faces showed fear and desperation. Come! 13 shouted. In reply, the vagabond boar squealed angrily as it charged forward. 13 didn't back down and also lunged forward, his daggers thirsty for blood. A moment later, a loud crash reverberated in the surroundings, and the ground was dyed with fresh blood, which painted it the color red. Chapter 49 First Encounter, Part 3. Chapter 49 First Encounter, Part 3. 13 lunged at the charging Alpha Empyrean boar, which was a rank 2 monster. There were 4 types of monster classifications: Normal, Alpha, Field Boss, and World Boss. Each one of these monsters was stronger than the last, and the 7-year-old was currently facing something that was way above his league. Even so, he didn't back down. The 3 children behind him were his family. This was a new concept for 13, who had lived most of his life as a system who helped his hosts. Now that he was starting to learn the emotions of humans, he had a strong urge to protect the children behind him. Also, there was one other reason why 13 decided to take the initiative to charge alone and not involve his siblings. He didn't know if he was right or wrong, but according to his calculation, there was a 70% chance that he was right. Just as boy and boar were about to clash, a barrier wrapped itself around 13 and his siblings, protecting them from harm. Suddenly, the ceiling above their heads collapsed. A figure impaled the boar's head with a spear, penetrating its head all the way to its neck, killing it instantly. Michael then pulled back his spear before adjusting the glasses on his face with his hand. The blood of the alpha vagabond boar dyed the ground red, creating a gruesome sight. Shasha had covered Remy's eyes to prevent her from seeing such a gruesome scene. She knew that her little sister was still too young to see such carnage, so she shielded the latter from the scary things that she would eventually face, but not until several more years. Good job protecting your siblings, Michael commented. I'll take it from here. The right-hand man of the Leventis family snapped his finger, and countless black spears protruded out of the ground, piercing the vagabond boars and killing them instantly. In just a span of a few seconds, the threat of the monster outbreak ended. "Don't leave here yet," Michael ordered. "I'll double-check to make sure I didn't miss a few djinns." 13 nodded as he remained standing between his siblings and the dead monsters. Michael glanced at the 7-year-old a few seconds longer than he intended before walking away. Only when he was gone did 13 breathe a sigh of relief as he looked at his shaking hands, which were holding 2 daggers. Although their residence was quite a distance away from the Leventis residence, it was impossible for them not to know that a dimensional gate had opened in their territory. Arthur was a throne. It was a rank designated for kings and queens. As a throne, he had the ability to sense any disturbance within his domain. This was especially true for the appearance of a dimensional gate. 13 was certain that the moment the gate appeared in front of their residence, Arthur had sensed it and immediately made preparations. In fact, 13 was sure that his grandpa was observing them right at this very moment. Perhaps, he was testing them, wanting to see how his grandchildren would react in such a situation, to evaluate their performance and decide if they were worthy of the Leventis bloodline. What a sick bastard, 13 cursed in his heart, but he didn't let his emotions show on his face. He purposely allowed the gate to manifest and unleash a monster outbreak just to see 4 children feel fear and desperation. Perhaps, he plans to use this incident to make Pops owe him a favor for helping us. 13 didn't need to be a genius to understand what kind of game Arthur was trying to play here. He knew that his grandpa was very annoyed with how the negotiation ended because 13 played the old man in the palm of his hands. A few minutes later, Michael returned and told them that it was now safe to leave the basement. 13 nodded and made a gesture for his siblings to follow behind him. Just as he expected, their entire house had been demolished. Even the smithy was destroyed. It was as if a hurricane had passed through their house, making it look like the scene of a disaster. 13 looked at the place where the gate once stood and saw Hans looking at him with an apologetic gaze. The 7-year-old nodded his head in understanding. It seemed that Hans managed to arrive on time, but someone had prevented him from interfering. Since it was Michael who came to save them, this meant that Gerald owed him a favor. Of course, he also knew that this was what Arthur wanted to happen. Just this once, 13 vowed as he turned around to look at his siblings, who were still shaken by their first encounter with the djinns. However, the 7-year-old was pleasantly surprised when he saw that although Mikhail's and Shasha's faces were still pale, a look of determination could be seen in their eyes. The corner of 13's lips curled up after seeing their faces. It was great that their near brush at death only made his brothers and sisters' resolve stronger. He could see that they, too, didn't want to feel helpless like this again, which would only push them to reach greater heights. I guess this is a blessing in disguise, 13 thought. It seems that the old bastard did something good after all. Fuobnv.com. 13 then looked at the wreckage of their house and rubbed his chin. He wasn't too worried about the cost of rebuilding the house because, right now, they didn't lack money. The house and smithy could be rebuilt, but lives couldn't be replaced once they were gone. The 7-year-old then glanced in the direction of the Leventis family's residence, where he could feel a stare boring into his small body. "I'll remember this old man," 13 sneered. "You better prepare yourself to cough out blood the next time we negotiate." 13 was someone who kept grudges, and he would certainly repay them in full. For now, he closed his eyes and used his experience as a system to design a blueprint for a house that wouldn't be destroyed, even if a rank 8 monster and their legion knocked on their doorstep to invite themselves for lunch. Chapter 50. This son of mine has nerves of steel. Chapter 50. This son of mine has nerves of steel, woo-woo. Remy bitterly cried in Alessia's arms. Near her, Gerald was talking to Michael and Hans. The two had arrived 10 minutes after the monsters had been dealt with, and the first thing they did was to check on the conditions of their children. Both were relieved that, aside from being shaken, their children were safe from harm. Gerald thanked Michael and Hans, who had come to their rescue, and his brother told him that he should be more careful next time. Michael then told the couple that a team of workers would soon arrive to collect the corpses of the monsters, as well as help Gerald clear out the wreckage of his house. Just as the right-hand man of the Leventis family was about to leave, he patted Gerald's shoulder and pointed at 13 with his chin. "You have a good son," Michael stated. He stood in front of his brother and sisters against an alpha vagabond boar. "You raised him well." After saying those words, he finally left along with Hans to return to the main residence of the Leventis family. Gerald then looked at his son, who was seated on one of the destroyed walls of their house. The 7-year-old had his arms crossed over his chest, and his eyes were closed as if deep in thought. Gerald had no idea what was running through his 7-year-old son's head, but he decided to talk to him and praise him for what he had done during the monster outbreak. "Zion, you did well in protecting your brother and sisters," Gerald said. "What kind of reward do you want?" "I promise that I will give you anything you want." "I want all the money in our family's savings account," 13 replied in a heartbeat with his eyes still closed. "Son, don't you have a heart?" Gerald nearly forgot that his 7-year-old was no ordinary child and thought differently from the kids who were the same age as him. "Relax, Pops," 13 said as he opened his eyes. "I was just joking, well, half. I want you to give me full access to our savings. I want to personally design the layout of our house to make sure that not even rank 8 monsters can destroy it." "Oh?" Gerald's face eased up after hearing 13's words. If other kids were to tell them this, he would probably slap them for saying a bunch of nonsense. But since it was his 7-year-old son who said this, it only meant one thing. He would be true to his words and do as he said without fail. "Then in that case, you can have as much money as you want," Gerald replied. "It's not our money that we will be spending anyway." 13 and Gerald smirked at the same time because this was true. All the money they had in their savings accounts came from the Leventis family, so they didn't feel too hurt when splurging to rebuild their house. "Pops, let's stay in a hotel for now," 13 said. "I still have to draw up the blueprint of our house. After that, you can start looking for construction workers to build it. Our family's personal gateway was also destroyed, so we need to ask the Leventis family to build us a new one. It won't definitely be cheap." "I'm sure of that," Gerald grumbled in a bitter tone. "Oh, just tell them that if they don't do it for free, then we will leave Oakhart City and settle in Rose Lake City," 13 said with a shrug. At first, Gerald was taken aback, but this surprise didn't last long, and a smirk appeared on his face. "You're very petty, son." Gerald chuckled. "I'm sure my father will curse you to the heavens when he hears this." 13 smirked because his father was right. He was indeed being petty. Rose Lake City was the main city of one of the monarch clans that ruled the Aldebaran continent. If there was one family that Arthur hated the most, it was none other than the Remington clan. This was 13's way of telling Arthur that he should not push his luck too far, or the deal was off. Even though their contract stated that the Leventis family would get priority in negotiating with him when it came to the mythical equipments that Gerald would make in the future, that didn't mean that they were not allowed to sell it to others. Of course, that was just a bluff. After all, he really couldn't sell any of the mythical equipment that had been crafted with the help of his rune magic. Such a threat held no power whatsoever. But Arthur didn't know that. Since that was the case, 13 would just bluff his way and give the patriarch of the Leventis family a headache. If their family really moved to Rose Lake City, no one would be able to stop Gerald from selling his crafted equipment to the Remington clan, who had enough wealth to cover the entirety of the Aldebaran continent with the palms of their hands. "But, son, I don't have the guts to tell this to my old man," Gerald said in an awkward tone. Weakling, 13 shook his head helplessly before dialing a number on his cell phone. A moment later, the call was picked up, and Arthur's gruff and arrogant voice sounded on the other side. "What?" Arthur asked in a cold tone. Unfazed by the blatant indifference in the old man's voice, the 7-year-old replied in a casual manner, "My family's personal gateway was destroyed," 13 said. I want the Leventis family to build us one for free. If you refuse, we will start packing and move to Roselake City. That's all." Without even bothering to hear Arthur's reply, 13 cut off the call before jumping off the wall he was sitting on. Gerald watched his son walk away as if he had just told a servant to pick up his laundry for him. This son of mine has nerves of steel. Gerald didn't know if he should laugh or cry at Zion's blatant disregard for the patriarch of the Leventis family. He probably inherited this trait from his grandma. Meanwhile at the Leventis family, a chuckle escaped Lady Callista's lips as she observed her husband's expression. Arthur looked like he had just eaten a fly, making the beautiful lady chuckle. After mastering the martial technique that 13 had imparted to her, not only did she regain her youth, but her power also increased by leaps and bounds. Currently, she, Arthur, Michael, Hans, and Tricia were inside the patriarch's office, discussing what should be done with Gerald's family. Lady Callista was very annoyed that her husband had allowed the monsters to destroy her son's home. She had come to complain, but after hearing 13's demand, all her annoyance disappeared and was replaced by amusement. "This brat is going too far." Arthur slammed his fist on the armrest of his chair, obliterating it completely. "Serves you right," Lady Callista retorted in disdain. "My son may be afraid of you, but my grandson is not. It seems that you got played well, Arthur. Now, what are you going to do?" The beautiful lady's words were filled with contempt as she looked at her husband, who was currently fighting the strong urge to strangle the 7-year-old boy who had just given him a subtle threat. Arthur reined in his anger and glanced at his son, who was standing beside him. "What is your opinion of this child?" Arthur asked. "You observed him closely from start to finish, right?" Michael nodded. "It seems that we are greatly underestimating this nephew of mine, father. Although he's still young, he's able to manipulate people and take advantage of their weaknesses. I would not be surprised if he is the brain inside my brother's household. Although it may seem impossible, I have a hunch that Zion is the one calling the shots in their family. I suggest that we do as he says for now. It would be a waste if their family truly moved away from this place and went to Roselake City. If that happens, we won't be able to monitor their movements even if we tried. Also, if Gerald decides to make the Remington clan his business partner, there is nothing we can do about it." Hans, who knew a bit of 13's capabilities, couldn't help but nod internally at Michael's evaluation of the 7-year-old boy. He even had a fleeting thought that he would rather antagonize the Leventis family than antagonize 13, who was shrouded in mystery. "Fine." Arthur clicked his tongue, feeling very annoyed by the situation. For the first time, a throne like him, who was only a rank below that of a monarch, felt helpless. Not to mention that it was all because of a 7-year-old. If his peers were to know about this, he would definitely become the laughingstock of their social circle, which Arthur didn't want to happen. Also, I advise that we try to settle this matter peacefully. Michael fixed the glasses on his face. "I think that Zion is suspecting that we let the gate unleash a monster outbreak. He is not to be underestimated at all costs." Arthur frowned, but he didn't say anything to reject his son's proposal. In the end, he merely told Michael to handle it himself, washing his hands on this incident. Lady Callista was quite satisfied with this outcome, so he decided to leave the office with Hans. There were less than 5 months remaining until Mikhail's first wandering, and she wanted to spend some time with her grandson and teach him the ropes of what to expect when he appeared in Solterra for the first time. Chapter 51 Have More Faith in Me. Chapter 51 Have More Faith in Me. With the help of the Leventis family, the construction of 13's new home was completed in less than a month. The only reason why it took longer than it should have been was because of 13's blueprint. He had requested the builders to use specific materials on some parts of the home, which he would use to help him channel rune magic later on. Instead of drawing the symbols on the house himself, 13 commissioned painters and other artists to paint, sculpt, and build these symbols, making it look as if they were works of art. The house had 3 floors and 5 underground floors. The special metals that were used on the underground levels were very hard and tough, which could easily tank the full-powered blow of rank 6 djinns and magents. 13 could have used sturdier materials, but they would have been too expensive, despite the fact that they had millions in their savings account. Since he would empower these fortifications with rune magic anyway, he decided to save his family a bit of money, which they could use to buy monster parts for his father's crafting experiments. The 7-year-old had also asked the Leventis engineers to construct the teleportation gate on the first floor of the underground base. The second floor was the training area. The third floor was 13's laboratory, where he planned to do his experiments. The fourth floor was meant to become the storage area for monster parts, cores, and other miscellaneous items. The last and final floor was meant to be the place where the finished products would be stored, as well as the evacuation area if another monster outbreak were to happen again. The smithy was built outside the house since it required a lot of space, in addition to needing a room to store items in. All in all, 13 was quite satisfied with how the house was built. Not only was it bigger and more comfortable to live in, but it also had added layers of protection that wouldn't lose to the main residence of the Leventis family. 13 spent nearly a month and countless resources in order to fortify their home with rune magic. He didn't care how much it cost him to make a safe place for him and his family to live in. He vowed that he wouldn't allow his carelessness to endanger his family again. Even a dozen assassins with the rank of champions would die if they tried to force themselves inside my home, 13 mused. As for a way to attack my enemies, I guess I'll settle for the Rangaminiad guided system. He might not be able to rise above anyone in Solterra, but the same couldn't be said for Pangaea. While he was caught up in those thoughts, his phone began to ring, which made him frown. The caller was none other than his uncle, Michael Leventis. His general impression of his grandfather's right-hand man was lukewarm. Michael neither liked nor hated their family. 13 was fine with that. The only problem he had with the man was his annoying way of always fixing the glasses on his face whenever he was stating something of importance. In the end, the 7-year-old just thought that this was the default setting for villains who wore glasses, so he stopped paying attention to this habit of his uncle's. Yes? 13 asked as soon as he accepted the call. I just called to inform you that the Remington family is going to hold a party 2 weeks from now, Michael stated. They plan to invite all the members of the young generation from the prestigious families in Aldebaran who would soon have their first wandering. I'm not sure what will be discussed in this gathering, but it is highly possible that your family will get an invitation. Should we go or not? 13 asked bluntly. What did my gramps have to say about this? Michael didn't seem to mind the rude way his nephew addressed his father. The members of the Leventis family will also participate in this event, Michael replied. However, if possible, we wish for Mikhail to not attend the party even if he were to receive an invitation. I think this is the Remington family's attempt at gathering information about what transpired in your home when the heavenly phenomenon appeared. 13 nodded his head in understanding. Truth be told, he was the one who triggered the heavenly phenomenon. It happened after he inscribed the divine martial technique, Heaven's Blade, into the Empyrean Great Sword. He did this on purpose so that Arthur and the other higher-ups of the Leventis family would go to investigate what was happening. His plan worked, and with this, he managed to leech off the Leventis family in exchange for the 4 mythical weapons, which were now in the possession of his grandpa and grandma. Understood, 13 replied. I will tell my father and brother about this. Good. That is all I have to say. Okay. Michael ended the call while 13 went to look for Gerald and Mikhail to inform them about the party that the Remington family was going to host. I think Michael's call was a bit late, Gerald said with an awkward look on his face. My old friends from the Remington family asked me to come with Mikhail. I wasn't able to say no. 13 blinked once then twice before asking his father a question. Old friends? 13 asked. You were friends with people from the Remington family, Pops? Gerald nodded. It's a bit complicated. The lady whom my father wished for me to marry is now the wife of one of the heirs of the Remington family. The two of them are good friends of your mother and me, so I wasn't able to refuse their invitation. Is this why Gramps is angry with the Remington family? 13 asked. Yeah, Gerald nodded. He thought that the Remington family used a strong-arm approach to break my engagement with my close friend Vivian, and forced her to marry my best friend, Elijah, instead. After I was disowned by the Leventis family, the two of them reached out to help me, but I declined their offers because I didn't want to further strain the relationship between the Remington and the Leventis families. Since we're all close friends, we still keep in touch with each other despite not seeing each other. This time, I have no excuse since Mikhail is bound to be spirited away on the night of the solstice. I'm hoping that the Remingtons will look after him in Solterra, so I decided to accept their invitation to the party. 13 scratched the back of his head before dialing his uncle's number. 3 rings later, Michael picked up and 13 informed him of the current situation. Understood, Michael replied. I'll inform father about Gerald's decision. A second later, the line was cut. Gerald looked at his son in surprise because he didn't know until now that 13 and Michael had exchanged contact numbers. Pops, since you and brother are going, I want to come as well, 13 stated. Can I? Gerald pondered for a bit before nodding his head. As long as you behave and don't cause trouble, why not? Gerald replied. Pops, have more faith in me. 13 patted his chest with confidence as if he was someone who wouldn't cause trouble for their family. Relax, I'll behave and just observe my surroundings. For some reason, Gerald had a nagging feeling that bringing 13 to the party wasn't a good idea. However, he thought that he was just overthinking things and reluctantly agreed to his request. Little did 13, Gerald, and Mikhail know that even though they didn't want to look for trouble in the party, there were people who didn't care about their opinions, and planned to make things difficult for them. Chapter 52 Mikhail's Weakness. Chapter 52 Mikhail's Weakness, that bastard. Arthur couldn't help but curse out loud because his plan to keep Gerald's family away from the Remington clan just went down the drain. They had worked very hard to keep a tight lid on the incident that happened several months ago where the image of a heavenly sword appeared above the base of the mountain, where 13's home was located. Although it took a lot of effort, they managed to prevent the monarch clans, as well as the other prestigious families from infiltrating their territory. Of course, the other families didn't really try to infiltrate the Leventis domain because if they did that, it would break the agreement between the different families. They simply asked what happened and, if possible, would like to see the place where the phenomenon appeared. Arthur simply told them that he was practicing a new martial skill, which made the giant sword appear. The other families doubted his answer, but since they couldn't really push the matter, they decided to pull back and plant spies in Oakhart City to see if the incident would happen a second time. We can't exactly ask them to travel alongside us since you have already disowned Gerald, Michael commented. Doing so will just make the other members of the family, as well as the branch families, think that you have gone back on your word. Although I'm sure that they would not say anything when you show favoritism to Gerald, it would send the wrong signals not only to our faction, but to the other families as well. Michael couldn't help but smile internally after seeing the annoyance on his father's face. Usually, Arthur was a very calm and collected person. Although he was hot-headed, he had good control over his emotions. But, whenever he reached his limit, all hell would break loose. The incident that caused Gerald to be kicked out of the family was one of those instances. Ever since Zion came to the Leventis family for his birthday, his temper has gotten the better of him time and time again, Michael thought. I got to hand it to that nephew of mine. He knows how to tick my father off. Several minutes passed in silence before Arthur finally calmed down. Communicate with Gerald and make sure that he and his sons won't mention anything about the mythical equipment, Arthur ordered. Michael nodded. Understood. Meanwhile in 13's home. Mikhail, you have grown very strong for the past few years, 13 said to his brother, who was seated in a cross-legged position in front of him. But, there is still something that I haven't taught you. Currently, you still have one fatal weakness, and if this isn't resolved, I'm afraid that others may be able to take advantage of you in the future. Mikhail looked at his brother with a solemn expression on his face as he waited for him to tell his fatal weakness. Shasha, who was also inside the training room and seated beside Mikhail, looked at her brother with a curious look on her face. Seeing that his brother was paying close attention to what he was going to say, 13 no longer held back and told him the weakness that he believed would become Mikhail's Achilles heel. You have no experience when it comes to dealing with girls, 13 said in a serious tone. Don't think that just because you've been around Mother, Shasha, and Remy, that it's enough for you to think that you have already developed a resistance to beautiful girls. Someone who is as honest, hard-working, and collected as you are, is bound to be a henpecked boyfriend in the future. Just look at Pops, he is a henpecked husband, and proud of it. Gerald, who chose that time to enter the training room, heard 13's words, making the corner of his lips twitch. Zion, I am not a henpecked husband, Gerald commented. I just do what your mother tells me, so that our family will live harmoniously. Sure, Pops, 13 replied as he shooed his father away with his hand. If that makes you sleep better at night. Mikhail and Shasha were still too young to understand what 13 was talking about, and this was evident in their faces. Because of this, the 7-year-old sighed because he understood that this was a difficult matter to explain. Brother, when we go to the party, you will be able to see many beautiful girls, 13 stated. There is a chance that they will be more beautiful than Shasha and Remy, making you feel smitten with them. If they come and talk to you, don't give them wrong replies. For example, if they ask your name, just tell them that your name is Mikhail. Don't add any surnames, okay? Mikhail nodded in understanding. Then, if they ask you to dance, just shake your head, 13 said. If they insist, just say no. But when you say it, don't say it softly. Say it firmly. Now, let's practice. Say no. No, firmer. No. Make it a bit more forceful, and make sure to look them in the eye when you say it. No. Good. 13 nodded. Of course, many people will ask you questions. In order to bypass this, make yourself look bored as if you don't find anything interesting in your surroundings. You need to act mysterious and unreachable. This is a skill that you need to develop before you go to Solterra. This way, no one will treat you as someone who could become their subordinate. Also, ladies are a sucker for mysterious handsome guys who gives them a cold shoulder. They find bad boys irresistible. Gerald, who was only supposed to check the quality of weapons in the training grounds, nodded his head in agreement after hearing his son's words. He did the same when he was in Solterra, and several ladies had shown interest in him, including his ex-fiancée, who was now married to his best friend from the Remington clan. Zion, should I also act cold and mysterious to people I am meeting for the first time? Shasha asked. Yes, sister, 13 nodded. If you do this, many handsome guys will flock to you and will want to get close to you. Treat them as your lackeys, and treat the most persistent ones as your slaves. Shasha nodded seriously. Understood. Also, if anyone tries to use force to make you like them, just tell me their name, 13 replied. I'll eliminate them quietly. Okay, Zion, Shasha replied. I trust you. Gerald started to sweat buckets because he didn't know if 13 was joking or not. If his son truly did as he stated, wouldn't that be bad for their family? Mikhail, treat the party that we will be attending as part of your training, 13 stated. I will be grading your performance. Once we get home, I will tell you my analysis, and we will work on the flaws that you showed during the party. Mikhail nodded. I trust you, brother. Gerald wasn't able to take it any longer and cleared his throat. Zion, you know that your brother is a gentle soul, Gerald said. Will he really be able to treat others coldly? Not right away, 13 replied. This is why I will observe him during the party. Relax, Pops. I got this. 13 had been the host of several harem kings and harem princes just like his former host Vincent. Although he felt a little bad in turning his gentle and kind brother into a cold-hearted man, he believed that this was necessary for him to survive in Solterra. Kind and dependable people were always taken advantage of by others, and he didn't want the eldest of their family to suffer such a fate. Chapter 53 Reunion between Longtime Friends. Chapter 53 Reunion between longtime friends. Finally, the day of the party arrived. 13, Gerald, and Mikhail were all wearing tailor-made black suits, which brought out their good looks. Mikhail stood out between the two men because his father and brother both had black hair. He, on the other hand, had blonde hair and blue eyes, making him look as if he was adopted. However, this was only true if he was with father and brother. The one who truly stood out from their family was 13. His mother, as well as his 3 siblings, all had blonde hair, while he was the only one with black hair. Gerald thought that the Leventis family genes were thicker when it came to 13, so he inherited the black hair of their family. "Are you feeling nervous, Mikhail?" 13 asked. "A little," Mikhail replied. "It's fine to be anxious," 13 stated. "As long as it doesn't show on your face, okay? I'll do my best, brother." Alessia gave her 2 handsome sons a kiss on their cheeks before saying her goodbyes to them. "Mikhail, remember the names of the girls who approach you during the party, okay?" Alessia said. "I will see if they are a good match for you." freewebnvel.com. "Yes, mother," Mikhail replied. "Zion, don't cause trouble, okay?" Alessia then crouched down to look at her 7-year-old with a smile. "Don't be rude to people at the party." "Mother, why do you always remind me to not be rude to people?" 13 blinked. "Do you have such a low opinion of me?" "I have a very high opinion of you," Alessia replied with a smile. "This is why I am worried that you will talk down to people as if they are not your equal." "Rest assured, mother," 13 stated. "I know what to do." After getting her son's assurance, she was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At that exact moment, they heard the sound of an approaching helicopter. "Looks like our ride has come to pick us up," Gerald said as he looked at the helicopter with the emblem of the Remington family painted on its body. "Let's go. It is best that we don't keep them waiting." 13 and Mikhail nodded as they followed behind their father. His father's best friend, Elijah, told him that he would send a helicopter to pick them up to hasten their travel time. Gerald didn't refuse his kind offer because it would take them nearly 5 hours to travel to the Remington clan's residence by car. The helicopter that they rode on was a military-type attack helicopter meant to provide support fire against monster outbreaks from dimensional gates. 13 was quite impressed with its speed, mobility, and ammunition that he thought that it would be a good idea to have one for their family's personal use. The other thing that he liked about this particular helicopter was that it wasn't noisy. The sound of the propeller could not be heard inside it, allowing everyone to talk without any noise or interference. "Pops, how close are you to your best friend?" 13 asked when they were halfway through their journey. "Very close," Gerald replied. "The 2 of us are actually sworn brothers, and his wife, and your mother, were sworn sisters." "Excellent." 13 nodded his head in satisfaction. "Do you think he would give you this helicopter if you ask him nicely?" Gerald, the helicopter pilot, as well as the guide from the Remington clan were all rendered speechless by 13's shameless question. Probably." Gerald cleared his throat. "But, I don't think I'll be asking him this. My skin is not that thick, you know." "Yeah," 13 commented. "If your skin was thicker, you wouldn't have become a henpecked husband." Gerald wanted to cough out blood then and there at his son's words, which made the pilot and their escort smile. They were only told to pick Gerald up from his home, and they knew very little about him. The only thing they knew was that he had been disowned by the Leventis family, and was one of the Remington heir's close friends. After hearing his son call him a henpecked husband, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The journey only took an hour before they landed inside the Remingtons' family estate. While they were still in the air, 13 noticed 5 people waiting for them on the ground. He assumed that 4 of them were his father's friends, Elijah Remington, Vivian Remington, as well as their 2 children. The last one looked older, which he assumed to either be their family's butler or a relative of Elijah's or Vivian's. When the helicopter landed, and the rotors stopped spinning, Gerald got off the helicopter and walked toward his 2 friends with a smile on his face. "It has been years since we last saw each other," Gerald said. "I'm glad to see that both of you look happy. And it's all thanks to you," a handsome man, who seemed to be in his early 30s, said with a smile. He had short dark blue hair, and blue eyes that were filled with warmth. The beautiful lady standing beside him had long brown hair, and green eyes, which seemed to see through a person's soul. Gerald hugged both of them, and even planted a kiss on Vivian's forehead, making the smile on her face widen even more. "This must be your son, Harry, and your daughter, Leah." Gerald looked at the 2 children, who were similar in age to Mikhail and 13. Harry, the eldest, had short brown hair and green eyes like her mother. Leah, on the other hand, had long, dark blue hair and blue eyes like her father. "And this must be Mikhail and Zion," Elijah commented. "Your eldest looks like Alessia, and Zion looks like you." Gerald nodded his head in agreement because this was indeed the case. "Uncle Benedict, looks like you still haven't kicked the bucket yet." Gerald chuckled. However, his chuckle didn't last for long before it was replaced with a gasp of pain because the middle-aged man, who was also Vivian's father, smacked his head for being annoying. "It seems that you're still the same piece of sh*t. Benedict snorted. "It's good that you convinced Elijah to man up and marry my daughter. If you and Vivian had married each other instead, would have died years ago from irritation." Benedict then shifted his attention to 13, who was looking at him with great interest. Unlike his brother, Mikhail's face became a little pale after seeing his father getting smacked by the middle-aged man, whose aura was leaking from his body. Similar to Hans, Benedict was a champion, and a fairly powerful one at that. "Well, it seems that Alessia has given birth to at least one interesting kid," Benedict commented as he looked at the 7-year-old who was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. "Child, are you not scared of me?" "Why would I be scared of you?" 13 asked back with an amused expression on his face. "Because I can easily pinch you to death," Benedict replied. 13 nodded. "You're right. But, you wouldn't dare to do that." "Oh? Do you think that this no-good father of yours will be able to protect you from me?" "Not him. But my grandma, Lady Callista. I'm sure she will be more than happy to rip you to shreds." Benedict stiffened for a bit before a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Don't tempt me to hurt you, child," Benedict said in a dangerous tone. "There are 2 names that I dislike hearing the most in this world. The first one is Arthur Leventis, and the second one is your grandmother's name. If you want to live longer, make sure to remember that." 13 didn't reply, but the smile on his face also widened. The 7-year-old, and the 100-year-old man, who looked as if he was in his early 50s, stared at each other with smiles on their faces. Harry and Leah were quite surprised because they could tell that their grandpa had taken a liking to 13, which was something that not even the other children of the Remington family were able to achieve. Elijah cleared his throat, and patted Gerald's shoulder. "How about we talk inside?" Elijah proposed. "Also, the 3 of you should join our table. It will be nice to dine together and chat like old times." Gerald nodded and led his 2 sons inside the Remington clan's main residence. This was the first major social gathering that he had attended since he was disowned by his father. He was certain that he would meet old friends and enemies alike, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Chapter 54 The Gathering of the Remington Clan, Part 1. Chapter 54 The Gathering of the Remington Clan, Part 1. Unlike Arthur's birthday celebration, which only a select few could attend, the Remington party was open to all the high-ranking people of the Aldebaran continent. Businessmen, merchants, officers of the government, as well as other influential people that resided in the continent. Literally, there were thousands of people that were at the party. However, the monarch families were built differently. The venue where they held their special events were as big as a coliseum, easily fitting the number of their guests with plenty of room to spare. Since this event was held for the future wanderers, who were bound to get spirited away in a few months, there were hundreds of teenagers present as well. This was the first time that Mikhail had attended such a gathering, so it was hard for him to keep his composure. 13, on the other hand, wasn't fazed by something like this. He had seen grander and more prestigious events in the thousands of years that he had served as a system to his hosts. Although Mikhail was intimidated, 13 didn't fault him for it. After all, his reaction was perfectly normal for a 13-year-old boy, who never had the chance to meet other people and have friends. Simply put, the eldest of their family was overwhelmed due to the liveliness of the venue, and for some reason, Elijah's eldest son, Harry, found Mikhail's reaction quite amusing. 13 didn't plan to help or protect his brother during this event. He wanted this to become a learning experience for Mikhail, who would soon enter a bigger world filled with danger. Danger that didn't only come from monsters, but from his fellow humans as well. Elijah and Vivian were also paying close attention to Mikhail. But, unlike their son, who was showing his inner thoughts, the two adults only smiled and teased Gerald for raising his son with too much love. Gerald's two friends brought them to their own personal table because they truly wanted to talk to him about many things. They hadn't seen each other for many years because Gerald didn't want to involve them with the drama going on in his family. Elijah and Vivian both knew what kind of man he was like, so they did as they were told and only communicated with him using other means. While the adults were chatting, the children headed to the buffet area to take something to eat. "What kind of weapon do you use?" Harry asked Mikhail when the two of them had filled up their plates and were walking back towards their table. "Axe," Mikhail replied. "Are you good at using it?" "Good." Harry asked a few more questions after that, and Mikhail answered them with a word or two. The most he said were 3 words, and that was about it. He was sticking to the rule that his little brother had given him. When asked, answer with a word. If one word was not enough, then use 2. 10 minutes later, Harry stopped asking Mikhail questions because he felt like he was talking to a rock. He just ate as quickly as he could so he could talk to his friends, who were also at the party. His parents told him that he should make Mikhail and 13 feel comfortable during the event. However, he felt bored talking to Mikhail, so he left the table as soon as he finished eating. "I'm sorry about that," Elijah said. "My son was not a good host." "They're still young," Gerald replied. "Mikhail also isn't good at holding conversations." At least, Harry tried. That was enough. Gerald was well aware why his son was acting this way. He was there when 13 told Mikhail how to act during the special gathering of the Remington clan, and his eldest son was just following the orders of his little brother. "Lately, I feel like the head of the family isn't me anymore," Gerald thought bitterly as he drank some wine, while eyeing his 7-year-old, who was enjoying the delicious food that was being served at the party. Ever since 13 returned home from the hospital, he had started to act strange. It was as if he was now a different person, compared to his timid son, who would sleep inside their room whenever there was a lightning storm because he was feeling afraid. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 13 was now the one calling the shots in the family. If he wanted something done, he would do it without fail. He didn't want to admit it, but the comfortable lifestyle that they were enjoying right now was all due to his son, who was already heading to the buffet area for round 2. When he was sure that 13 was out of earshot, Elijah asked Gerald a question: "Did you train Zion at an early age?" Elijah asked. Gerald didn't answer right away. He was half contemplating if he should tell his best friend that his son didn't receive any training from him. In fact, the one that was training their entire family was none other than 13. "He received training right after he was released from the hospital," Gerald replied. "He was more hard-working than me when I was his age." "That explains it," Elijah nodded. "Every step he takes is very steady." It is as if he has full control of his body and mind, not letting others see anything about him. I have been observing since your arrival, and he is like a tightly closed book, not allowing anyone to read the information it possesses. Gerald chuckled because he also felt this way in the past. However, after everything that happened, he no longer cared. For him, as long as his family was safe, and living a comfortable life, that was enough. Also, even if he was just doing blacksmithing, that didn't mean that his fighting ability had degraded. In fact, it even grew by leaps and bounds. The hammer for all seasons, which 13 had imparted to Gerald, was originally a martial technique by a blacksmith who fought on the front lines of a war to protect his people. Every swing carried the years of experience he had in perfecting his craft, every blow held a force that could crush a boulder to pieces. Even the enemies wearing heavy armor would be sent flying with a single swing of his hammer. Gerald knew that he was far stronger than he was when he was still active as a wanderer in Solterra. If he faced off against the assassins who had tried to assassinate him 2 years ago, all of them would die in his hands, without him getting injured in the slightest.